Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 2026 The Two Patriarchs. The sudden shift in policy towards the employees who refused to join the clan came as a major shock to everyone. While there were plenty of people who expected the Larkinson clan to phase out the uncommitted workers in their midst, they didn't expect it to come so soon and without transition. Ves didn't care. Regardless of how many complaints and suggestions he received, he stood by his stance. Considering his current prestige in his clan, the Executive Council and the Larkinson Assembly didn't dare to go against his will. Besides, his declaration made a lot of sense. Having suffered the sting of betrayal, his clansmen were a lot more sympathetic towards the idea of relying on themselves. A lot of departures took place during this time. Thousands of workers received notices that their services were no longer required after a certain amount of time. Fortunately, the people who rejected the clan didn't react as strongly as Ves and everyone feared. Over the last few weeks, they had already seen the new clansmen become more close and trusting towards each other. While that was a great development to the new Larkinsons, the people who declined to apply were feeling increasingly more left out. It was as if they were observing a jovial gathering of family members through the window of a house. Leaving the fleet was a form of relief. The Sentinel Kingdom wasn't a bad place to start a new life. It was a powerful third-rate state that had remained mostly unaffected by the 2 major wars raging throughout the Star Sector. While the conflict with the Nixian pirates was heating up, this war was of a much lower intensity than the Sand War. It provided enough turbulence to open up a lot of employment opportunities for skilled and proven personnel while being small enough to dismiss the danger. Overall, no one was overly dissatisfied with this decision. Ves made sure to thank the laid-off workers and mech pilots with a generous amount of severance pay. With the upcoming reunion coming close, the Larkinson clan quickly turned its attention back to what really mattered. Though the amount of Trueblood members in the clan turned into a minority, they still held most of the leadership positions for now. That, together with other factors, meant that they still held the greatest voice in the clan for the time being. Therefore, even if most members of the clan weren't blood-related to the Larkinson family, they still cared a lot about the outcome of the reunion. Plenty of them had volunteered to join the honor guard, and even more wanted to enter the hall to hobnob with their new relatives. However, in the best interest of preserving harmony, the clan and the family both decided to keep the reunion centered around Trueblood Larkinsons. As 3 days went by in a whirl of activity, the awaited moment had finally arrived. The Larkinsons departed from their rented base in a grand procession. The Mechs of the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Warriors patrolled the outer perimeter and scouted forward, but it was the Mechs of the Avatars and Sentinels that played the starring role. Bright Warriors, Black Beaks, Crystal Lords, and many other mech models lined the procession of passenger shuttles from both sides. The clan had already fixed up their appearances with gleaming coating that matched the visual overhaul of other ships and mechs. No matter the mech or vehicle, the emblem of the Golden Cat proudly adorned their surfaces, marking them as the exclusive property of the new but already formidable Larkinson clan. Traffic throughout the entire route had already been cordoned off by House Evanson. The local nobles showed incredible eagerness in accommodating the needs of the clan. Though the temporary blockades annoyed the hell out of the locals of Tours, Ves valued the safety of keeping bystanders away. The clan made sure to present themselves at its best. Every Trueblood Larkinson wore the same new uniforms with brand new badges and medals to those who earned it during the Sand War and the Battle of Kesseling 8. Ves on his part contemplated whether he should wear his old awards from the Bright Republic. The Golden Mech, the Darkness Eater, the Torchbearer, and so on might as well be worth as much as scrap metal with the decline of his home state, but they still carried a lot of significance to the original Larkinsons. In the end, Ves decided to keep his uniform bare. He no longer had anything to do with the Bright Republic and the Mech Corps, and wearing their medals only bestowed them with honor they did not deserve. His girlfriend agreed with his decision. "You're the clan patriarch now, honey. You can still act however you like in private, but in public, each of your actions will be scrutinized. Official functions and formal gatherings are some of the stressful places to be in because you can be sure that a lot of observers will be analyzing everything about you until there are no more secrets left to glean from your words and body language." Ves grimaced as he petted Lucky resting on his lap. "The reunion isn't a diplomatic exchange. It's just a meeting between two different sides of a family." "Oh, Ves. It's not that simple anymore. You're a man on the rise. Your complicated relationship with the old family will certainly be a topic of interest. When you are about to step out of this shuttle, don't behave as if you are paying a visit to your relatives. Treat it as a public function, because everyone else will be looking at it from this angle anyway." His girlfriend, who decided to doll herself up and wear a shimmering night blue dress instead of a clan uniform, made a lot of sense. He fell silent as he enjoyed the flowery scent of her perfume. Both Lucky and Clixie lazily rested on their owners' laps while the golden cat curiously looked in the direction of the hall from her perch in the Larkinson mandate. The ancestral spirit already possessed a connection with the members of the Larkinson family by virtue of its existence. While the members of the old family weren't connected to the clan's exclusive spiritual network, Ves still found it convenient to keep track of the lives and directions of every family member. As Ves observed the spiritual network, he noticed that most of them had gathered in the vicinity of the meeting hall. The few family members who weren't on Synnax 6 were located very far away. Of particular note to Ves was two particular Larkinsons. Ves had already determined to his displeasure that Ganso was likely residing somewhere in the Friday Coalition. As for his father, the tether that signified the Golden Cat's connection clearly pointed to somewhere Nixian Gap before becoming completely fuzzy. It seemed that the anomalous space warping of this asteroid-filled region was distorting the weak bond. What Ves found disturbing was that while the Golden Cat was able to maintain at least some form of passive connection to every relative, the bond that represented his mother was nowhere to be found. Was it because his mother actively cut off her presence from the Golden Cat, or was it because she never considered herself to be a Larkinson to begin with? Either possibilities sounded disconcerting to Ves. His mother was becoming increasingly unfathomable to him. A part of him wanted to talk to her again. Another part of him wanted to get as far away from her as possible. "She's the original energy vampire," he muttered under his breath. A very scary realization suddenly struck him. Did he subliminally design his striker mech to match the characteristics of his mother? His eyes widened as he listed the similarities. First, the remnant of the idol of the superior mother put him on a path to form a design spirit that would likely carry over the name of its source. This meant that despite its masculine contours, his landbound night mech would likely be watched over by a matriarchal design spirit of his own design, one that would likely share a lot of similarities with his actual mother. Second, he envisioned a mech that could not only store and carry a lot of electrical energy, but also siphon it from both willing and unwilling sources. While his own mother manipulated spiritual energy rather than electrical energy, they were still capable of performing the same actions to empower themselves or others. Naturally, there were a huge amount of differences as well. Ves relaxed a bit when he concluded that a spiritual sorceress and a mech design were not actually comparable in the slightest. The two similarities were complete coincidences and had nothing to do with each other. Ves emphatically did not design his hexer mech to reflect his own experiences as a son who was constantly being coddled by his overbearing mother. "What are you thinking about, Ves?" Gloriana curiously observed his changing expressions. "Ah, nothing, haha." Ves sheepishly scratched the back of his head. I am just nervous, that's all. I'm afraid our clan won't be able to measure up against the old family despite the growth we've gone through. Our foundation isn't stable. It will be fine, Gloriana reassured him. Look, we're almost at our destination. Let's get ready to greet the other side of the family, shall we? Once the shuttle at head of the procession landed at the designated landing spot, Ves, Gloriana, their cats and their exited the vehicle. The subsequent shuttles followed suit and disgorged their uniformed passengers. The masses of red and white, yellow and white, gray and white and blue and white uniforms instantly brightened up the avenue leading up to the large and traditional-looking meeting hall. The members of the Larkinson family who had arrived half an hour earlier all waited at the top of the raised steps. Unlike the clansmen, the members of the old family all wore a variety of civilian outfits. While their appearances weren't awful, the lack of uniformity caused them to look distinctly less organized than their estranged relatives. The common appearances instilled a sense of psychological unity in the clansmen. They reinforced this impression by filing into ranks and marching towards the steps with something akin to a military column. The bright warriors and other LMC mechs taking up positions along the sides of the avenue only strengthened that impression. In one of his preparations for this occasion, Ves had tweaked the glows of his mechs. He employed some spiritual tinkering in order to temporarily tune down the glows of the black beaks and crystal lords. This allowed the glows of the bright warrior mechs to become more prominent. The aura of the golden cat soon began to engulf the entire venue. The Larkinson family members who witnessed the approach of the column all began to feel a glow that felt both new and familiar. The Larkinson glow became more and more overbearing to the family members as the bright warriors approached the meeting hall. In fact, the Larkinson family risked losing its composure entirely if not for their family patriarch. The old family had to show its might. Ark Larkinson began to exhibit his own prowess. A forcible that shared some resemblance to the golden cat's glow began to envelop the minds of the family members like a protective blanket. While it wasn't as oriented towards protection as Brutus' force of will, Ark possessed the remarkable ability of fortifying the confidence of those he affected. As expected, his uncle was a formidable leader. Ark was perhaps the strongest expert pilot that Ves had ever witnessed. As the members of the clan began to climb up the steps, the head of the column eventually stopped. The two patriarchs locked eyes. Both the journeyman and expert pilot exhibited their respective abilities. While they excelled in different abilities, no Larkinson thought lightly of their abilities. Eventually, Ark began to bow. Members of the Larkinson clan, I am glad to see you once again. No matter what disagreements we might share, you are always family to us. We are glad to see you safe and sound. Ves smiled and nodded. Our clan is happy to hear your well wishes. I share your sentiment. While over differences will doubtlessly grow over time, what we have in common will always make us family to each other. The reunion between the two branches of Larkinsons had finally begun. Chapter 2027 Blurring Differences. After the rather stiff exchange of greetings at the entrance, both groups of Larkinsons entered the meeting hall. The large venue had undergone a minor overhaul in the preceding days. The interior decorators transformed the furniture and surroundings to be more in line with brighter styles. This infused a strong sense of familiarity to the Trueblood Larkinsons. Despite fleeing all the way to the Sentinel Kingdom, they still carried forth a piece of their home. Once they entered the hall, the Larkinsons began to seat themselves at the rectangular tables. The reunion started off with a sumptuous banquet. With family members sitting on one side and clan members sitting on the other side of the table, they both began to warm their bellies with the regional specialties of the Bright Republic. The clan and family both made sure to employ chefs familiar with brighter cuisine to cook the dishes. A lot of nostalgia appeared on the faces of the Larkinsons. Regardless of their allegiances, both clan and family members began to reminisce about the olden days when the Larkinson family was still a single entity. Mothers and daughters, grandfathers and grandsons, aunts and nieces, and many other estranged relatives began to loosen up in each other's presence. It was as Ves had said. Their differences may have grown, as evidenced by the growing disparities between the two groups, but their shared origins and values still tied them together. Sitting at a small table placed at the end of the hall, the two patriarchs calmly dined opposite to each other. Two more people sat at the table as well. Gloriana immediately stood out due to her proximity to Ves and her special identity. Benjamin Larkinson served as a calming influence to the two leaders. Both Ves and Ark tried their best to abide by their father and grandfather's desire for harmony. "I'm glad to see you safe, grandfather," Ves began. "Have the rescuers I've dispatched treated you nicely enough?" "Oh, the Hexers clearly don't respect the men they rescued," his grandfather ruefully smiled. "Still, that's hardly worth bothering over, considering that most of us managed to escape and meet with fellow relatives in this state. I am very thankful for what you have done. It must have been difficult to convince the Hexers to perform such a major operation in an out-of-the-way state." Gloriana smiled and answered for her boyfriend. "It is no trouble, Mr. Larkinson. My state is very appreciative towards Ves. The Larkinson family is one of the few truly honorable military families in this star sector. You are too good for the Bright Republic." Both Ark and Benjamin Larkinson looked at Gloriana with varying degrees of interest. To Ves, it looked as if they didn't really know what to make of his girlfriend. While Gloriana was an unabashed Hexer, she was also very charming and very adept in social functions. She didn't exhibit the rampant dislike towards men that other Hexers tended to show. He stretched his hand towards his girlfriend. "Grandfather, uncle, meet my girlfriend. I'm sure you are already aware of her identity. Aside from our personal relationship, she's also my collaborator and business partner. Our respective specialties play well with each other, allowing us to design mechs that are better than what we are able to design on our own. Much of the success that I achieved recently is thanks to her presence in my life." Gloriana beamed at his praise. "Ves is such a great boyfriend. I'm very happy to be at his side. I couldn't have asked for a more perfect lover." "I'm glad to hear that the two of you have managed to make your relationship work. I was afraid that the two of you are only together due to practical reasons." "We love each other with all our heart," Gloriana declared in a way that left no room for doubt. "I would do anything to make him happy, and he feels the same way about me. Not even the Friday Coalition has managed to break our relationship." Ves quietly coughed when she said those words. Though most of what she said was true, he had some doubts about the claim that she would do anything to make him happy. There were plenty of nights where he was left unsatisfied. Though Gloriana put up a wholesome act in front of V's grandfather and uncle, her identity was not something that the two were able to forget. The smile on Benjamin's face turned a little frail. "Please forgive this old man, but I am rather perplexed why a Hexer such as you are happy with someone like Ves. Professional reasons aside, the two of you come from completely different states. What do Hexers such as you think of my grandson?" This was a very thorny question to ask. Ves glared a bit at his grandfather. Fortunately, Gloriana didn't show any discomfort. "Ves is a special person. As the youngest masterwork mech designer of this star cluster, his identity is different from the other men we are familiar with. While I can't honestly claim that every Hexer is able to respect him for who he is, my Woden dynasty is different. My mother personally approves of our relationship. It doesn't really matter anyway what other Hexers think," Ves quickly interjected. "You don't have to question my masculinity, father. I'm not stupid enough to move to the hegemony. I'm sure you've already heard that I have set my sights on a different galaxy. Both of the other Larkinsons looked severe. I don't blame you for wanting to leave, Ark remarked. It's a shame to distance yourself from our family, though. It will become increasingly harder to stay in touch if we go our separate ways. Our departure is already a matter of time. Sooner or later, we'll be going elsewhere. I have an immense desire to see what the rest of human civilization is like. Our little corner of the galaxy is hardly enough to satisfy my curiosity. The small group fell silent for a moment. Ves made it clear that he was very determined to lead his clan away. Ark and Benjamin knew better than to continue their futile attempt to get the clan to stay. Benjamin began to divert his interest to Gloriana. He wanted to familiarize himself with the girl who managed to steal his grandson's heart. There was only so much he could gain from reading about her on the galactic net. Do you like cats? I just love them. Gloriana beamed in an adorable manner. She picked up Clixie and hugged her cat tightly against her chest. My Clixie gets along well with Ves and Lucky. Am I right? Meow. Clixie's elegant and well-behaved demeanor fascinated Benjamin. She is certainly an exemplary cat. How have you been getting along with Ves? Do you share other interests with him aside from your shared liking of mechs and cats? Oh, we are both invested in the Larkinson clan, of course. My Woden dynasty has done much to protect the clan and help it survive against the machinations of the Friday Coalition. The two Larkinsons didn't react to that statement. While Gloriana didn't lie, her entanglement with Ves was the main reason the Friday Coalition turned hostile to their family to begin with. She could hardly claim to be their benefactor when she herself was responsible for starting the initial fire. Neither of them wished to rehash an old, controversial argument on the first day of their run-in. They were more interested in moving on and looking towards the future. I've heard that one of your relatives is an expert pilot, Ark began. I also heard that he has been pivotal in defending the clan. Would you like to meet him, Mr. Ark? It's not a high priority. I am merely curious about meeting a fellow expert pilot. I can't help but feel intrigued to talk to a male Hexer expert pilot. Brutus would love to exchange with you, I think. The class disparities matter less to expert pilots, and my brother is already used to interacting with lots of third-class mech pilots. He's not here right now, but I'll send him a message to arrange a meeting with you. It would be good for him to share his thoughts to a peer. Though Gloriana made it sound as if Brutus had a choice, Ves knew that the Woden expert pilot would do whatever her sister said. Hexer boys were simply trained that way by their female overlords. The discussion shifted to other casual and innocent topics for a time. Both Ark, Benjamin, and even Ves began to learn more about Gloriana. For example, they heard how Gloriana received a very strict and demanding upbringing in the hegemony. Despite the high expectations put on her shoulders, she expressed an immense affection towards her mother. They also learned that Gloriana had an option to become the direct disciple of Master Mech Designer when she studied at Kelma University. I respectfully refused the offer, she stated as she elegantly sipped a cup of tea. While it is a great honor to receive the care and guidance of a respected master in our industry, I already chose my future direction. Back then, I was confident that I could design the mechs of my dreams with my own abilities. I'm still confident these days. In fact, I'm even more hopeful that I can achieve my goal with Ves by my side. The passion she exuded when she talked about her profession was quite intense. Both Ark and Benjamin Larkinson became more impressed by Gloriana. Their unease about her Hexer background gradually eased. They no longer worried as much about Ves being led astray by a woman with a very different view on how men should be treated. Ves wondered if Gloriana had always been this charming or if she picked up some tricks from him. She clearly went all out to leave the best possible impression behind in their minds. Eventually, the conversation shifted in a direction where Ark and Benjamin slowly began to hint they wanted to talk to Ves alone. Gloriana tactfully excused herself. She picked up her cat and left for the restroom in order to freshen up and whatnot. Once she walked away, both of the older Larkinsons looked at Ves with a mixture of concern and suspicion. "If your current circumstances are not as ideal as it sounds, please give us a hint," Ark whispered while putting his hand in front of his mouth. "That's not the case," Ves softly protested. "There is no coercion or anything like that going on. I genuinely love Gloriana and she loves me back just as much." They believed him. "That's good to hear, Ves. We were concerned that the truth was different. After all, just look at how many hexers are surrounding you. Not only do you have a hexer as a girlfriend, but you also have a disconcerting amount of hexer troops surrounding you on all sides. The Glory Battalion are mostly there to protect Gloriana, while the Penitent Sisters are hardly aligned with the hegemony. The latter are basically exiles on punishment duty." "Sounds like an interesting story. I'll tell you about them later. My point is that I'm still an independent man who can make my own decision. I haven't defected to their side, if that is what you are afraid of. I think the best way to describe my relations with the Hexers is that we've become allies. While we share some common interests, I can still make my own choices. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so eager to leave this star sector." Benjamin looked incredibly relieved. "I'm glad to hear that, grandson. While I never had someone like Gloriana in mind when I told you to find a girlfriend, I'm glad to see you have found a woman to your liking. Love is one of the most valuable pleasures in life. Cherish your relationship. The experiences you share with her will only happen once. When you reach my age, you'll realize that your upcoming years will be the happiest moments of your life." "I will," Ves softly replied. "I'm committed to Gloriana, and she is to me. While there are several kinks in our relationship, I'm sure we can work them out over time." "As long as you are happy, Ves. As long as you are happy." In this moment of reunion, the differences between the Larkinson family and Larkinson clan had blurred. Ves and Benjamin were just grandson and grandfather to each other. This was what family was all about. Chapter 2028 Defectors. The first day of the meeting between Larkinsons mostly centered around reuniting the separated groups of family members. A lot of true-blood Larkinsons received the opportunity to greet relatives who they hadn't seen or talked to for months. Of particular note were the Larkinsons who had been taken prisoner. After Diva rescued them from Spotlight, they had been brought to the Sentinel Kingdom as promised. Not a lot of former prisoners seemed thankful that Ves arranged them to be rescued. Ves could feel the resentful stares directed at his position at the head of the banquet. He didn't blame them for feeling this way. There was no way that Ves could excuse the misfortune thrust upon them due to his actions. Even so, he wasn't about to apologize to them either. There was hardly any point to it, considering that it wouldn't convert them into clansmen. Ves did not exhibit any surprise when Ark Larkinson mentioned that almost all of the rescued Larkinsons preferred to follow Ark and the old family. The goals and vision that Ark had set for the Larkinson family appealed much more to the average family member. The Larkinsons had never dreamt of ruling the galaxy or becoming a dominant power in a star sector. They just wanted to raise their families and live an honorable life of service, preferably to a worthy cause. They held no desire for adventure and possessed no stomach for taking risks. Space might be boundless and full of unknowns, but the overwhelming majority of humanity was content with sticking to their familiar corner of the galaxy. In any case, the rejection he received from so many Larkinsons didn't bother him anymore. He already poached the most open-minded and adventurous relatives from the old family. Whoever remained no longer fit with the profile of his clan. Another reason why Ves no longer cared as much was due to the recent expansion of the clan. Even though the 10,000 adopted clansmen still diverged from the ideal mold of a Larkinsons in many ways, their loyalty and dedication to the clan was undeniable. Ves valued those traits more than blood kinship. Even the Kinners earned more regard than most of the members of the old family. That said, there were always exceptions. Certain individuals within the Larkinson family still earned his love and respect. For example, Ves always valued the intimacy he shared with his closest blood relatives. Ark Larkinson and Benjamin Larkinson had both been important figures in his youth. Though he had already grown up and made his own accomplishments, a part of him would always look up to his uncle and grandfather. He enjoyed his cordial talk with them during the opening banquet. Neither of the two older Larkinsons wanted to make things difficult for him. At no time during their discussion did they press any blame for the turmoil that Ves had directly and indirectly caused. That said, the three couldn't avoid every difficult topic entirely. When the conversation turned towards the question of a possible merger between the clan or family, both sides remained stubborn. "We are all Larkinsons no matter what we believe in," Benjamin argued. "Both of you are different, but it isn't as if we have ever insisted that every Larkinson should be a carbon copy of each other." "Nice try, Grandpa, but it is far too late for that," Ves snorted. "I doubt the old family can stomach the idea of adopting new Larkinsons en masse." Ark crossed his arms. "While I love Ves as my brother's only son, his ideas are too radical and irresponsible for us to accept. I think our current course is already a good outcome. Rather than try to corral a bunch of disagreeing Larkinsons in a single direction, it's best to maintain the split so that every Larkinson can get what they want. Breaking up a group is not always a bad outcome when the benefits outweigh the costs. Everyone has a different valuation of the costs," Benjamin depressingly remarked. "In the history of our lineage, we have never suffered a split as awful as now. The amount of friendships and kinships that have been broken the past years has inflicted a lot of damage to our sense of togetherness. Family members should always support each other. Isn't that our rule?" Neither Ark nor Ves fully agreed with the elder Larkinson. There were only so many differences that they could tolerate. "I think this outcome is already set in stone," Ves declared. "The best we can do is to manage our permanent split and make sure that there is as little animosity towards each other as possible. There is no need for us to part ways on a bad note." Though every Larkinson looked a little sad at the mention of going their separate ways from each other, there was no choice. The Larkinson family didn't want to get caught up with Ves and his clan's antics ever again. It just wanted to find a stable home where they could resume their old lives as closely as possible. The Larkinson clan no longer considered the local star cluster to be their home. There were a lot more gains to be made elsewhere. As long as this contradiction stood, a merger was off the table. When Benjamin saw that his weak entreaties of reconciliation fell flat, he no longer tried to mind fences. In the end, his son and grandson were simply too different from each other. As the evening began to wind down, a notable event took place at the end of the banquet. A large group of clansmen separated from the ranks of the rest of the clan. Despite wearing their new uniforms, they slowly separated from the family members they spent the last few months with. Though they felt a bit ashamed at their actions, they had already made up their minds. Ves silently counted the Larkinsons walking up to him. In the end, around 100 Trueblood clansmen committed to their decision to leave the clan. The clansmen they left behind all sent resentful looks at the defectors. They especially directed their ill will towards Carrot and Larkinson, who still carried the mark of shame bestowed by the Golden Cat. Even the members of the Larkinson family reacted with mixed emotions at the spectacle. Duty, loyalty, and commitment were important values to the Larkinsons. Even though the clansmen had already betrayed the family once by joining the clan, it was still somewhat excusable due to their differences. For the leavers to change their minds yet again due to losing heart of the risks that the clan intended to take was another matter. Their conduct was distinctly dishonorable. They had made their choice, but backed off very quickly after they encountered actual danger. If they were soldiers of the Mech Corps, they would have faced disciplinary action if they tried to desert. Nonetheless, Carrot and Larkinson and his band continued to march forward even though all of the attention turned it into something akin to a walk of shame. "That's less levers than you initially expected, right?" Gloriana whispered to him as she maintained a very authentic-looking smile. The initial estimate he received was double the current figure. It seemed that in the intervening months between their journey from Kesseling to Hisneck caused a lot of true-blood Larkinsons to reconsider their choice. The warmth conveyed by the spiritual network and the close intimacy that every clansman shared towards each other probably did much to change their minds. While Ves wasn't exactly pleased with retaining the clansman who had been feeble-hearted enough to signal an intention to defect, he did not wish to make this spectacle uglier for everyone involved. Though Carrot and Larkinson received a lot of nasty looks after he had been kicked from the Larkinson assembly, the stubborn pride of his bloodline compelled him to maintain a straight and dignified demeanor. He refused to show any shame or defeat. He did not regret the choice he made. Once the old man stopped in front of Ves, he bowed his head in a stiff manner. "I wish to formally withdraw myself from the Larkinson clan. Do I have your permission to leave, Patriarch?" Everyone turned their attention towards Ves. Wearing his red and white clan uniform and holding the Larkinson mandate under his arm, the clan patriarch looked incredibly serious. "You have my permission to leave." Just as Carrot was about to turn around and loosen the collar of his clan uniform, Ves extended the book in his grasp. "Please wait. Before you go, you must undergo one more ritual." Carrot frowned. "What must I do?" "Please place your palm on the cover of this book and state your intention to leave." "Why?" The lever looked at the book with a mixture of fear and suspicion. By now, every Larkinson knew that there was something strange about the Larkinson mandate. "I have already filed the necessary paperwork. We are a clan that abides by rituals. This is one of the essential rituals I've set for anyone who is permitted to leave the clan. If you are honest in your intentions and do not intend to harm or sabotage us, then we won't have any problems with your departure. If that isn't the case, then we will need to keep you for a while longer." A lot of defectors and other Larkinsons looked disturbed at this explanation. "And this book is going to help you determine whether I sabotage the clan or something?" Carrot feebly asked. Ves smiled at Carrot like a shark. "Believe what you will. As long as there is nothing bothering your conscience, you have nothing to fear. Just get on with it already so I won't have to deal with your repulsive presence any longer." After a bit of reluctance, Carrot pressed his wrinkly palm on the golden medallion adorning the front cover. With his skin touching the contours of the emblem of the golden cat, he once again announced his intention to leave the clan. "I, Carrot Larkinson, wish to leave the Larkinson clan. From here on now, I shall hold no obligations to the clan, understanding that I am no longer entitled to its privileges. Let my declaration be witnessed." The Larkinson network began to stir. The golden cat, who had been paying attention all this time, extended her claws. A small amount of spiritual energy flowed into them, imparting the intangible claws with mysterious power. With a single, decisive swipe, the golden cat severed the bond that tied Carrot Larkinson to the Larkinson clan. For an instant, a profound sense of separation seemed to take place. Though the regular family members didn't sense anything strange, the members of the clan all felt the sudden loss. The clan no longer ostracized Carrot Larkinson. The clan didn't feel anything about him because he was no longer part of the spiritual network. Ves observed everything with his spiritual vision. The golden cat decided to make a clean cut to the bond, signifying that she didn't have any issue with Carrot. Goodbye, Karatan. He spoke after concluding that Karatan hadn't sabotaged the clan or tried to smuggle some classified information on his way out. No matter how short you have been with the clan, you were our comrade for the time you have been with us. I wish you good luck on your future endeavors with the old family. Karatan frowned, but refrained from making an acid remark. What was done, and he got what he wanted. He simply turned around and joined the ranks of the Larkinson family, while slowly peeling off his uniform coat. Next, please. The rest of the defectors followed suit. Every one of them announced their intention to depart, and the Golden Cat cut them off the Larkinson network as if she was just taking out the trash. What Ves found interesting about this ritual was that the defectors may have lost active bonds with the Golden Cat, but still retained a hint of a passive bond. This meant that the Golden Cat treated them like the rest of the members of the Larkinson family. They weren't part of the clan anymore, but still retained their identity as Larkinsons. Ves wasn't the only one who sensed the spiritual changes taking place. Standing a short distance away, Ark Larkinson frowned a bit as he stared at the book his nephew held. There was more to this ritual than mere symbolism. Chapter 2029 Sad Ves. The first day of the Larkinson reunion ended on a fairly good note. Despite the defections that took place, the loss to the clan was significantly smaller than Ves expected. The clan's growing cohesion had already started to take effect. The shared identity among the clan members had all grown to a point where they were truly proud to wear their distinctive uniforms. The next day, the Larkinsons on Synax 6 continued to mingle with each other. A lot of True Blood clan members received permission to take some time off to meet with their fellow relatives from the other branch of the Larkinsons on an individual basis. Small groups of Larkinsons gathered together to commiserate about their shared experiences in the good old days. Even Ves decided to take a break from working on his 2 mech design projects to meet with some relatives. When he looked at the list of family members rescued by Diva, he immediately honed in on a single name. After arranging a meeting, Ves finally got to meet with one of his favorite cousins at the temporary base rented by the clan. When Melinda Larkinson stepped into his office, she looked impressed at what she saw along the way. Ves, I already knew you were kind of a big deal, but I never imagined you would be able to gather so many mechs and people in your clan. Melinda. Ves dropped his airs and smiled as if he was 10 years younger. I'm so glad to see you safe and sound. I was scared of what might happen to you when the government took you into custody. The two came close until they hugged each other. Pure affection engulfed the both of them as they were overjoyed to see each other again. Eventually, they separated and sat down at the desk. Spotlight didn't treat me that badly, Melinda remarked. The government may have rounded up our family, but we never committed any crimes. So how are you doing these days? I'm fine. While I miss my old job, I still feel content as long as I'm with the family. I've been spending a lot of time with the Larkinson family. Melinda. Does that mean? She sighed. After hearing about all of the differences between the clan and the family, I really can't make any other choice. I understand what you want and I will always support your efforts, but that isn't me. I don't like fighting. I don't want to seek out conflict. Working at the Planetary Guard was nice because I wouldn't have to ruin other people's lives for a living. I would much rather prefer to protect people with my abilities. You can do that as well in the clan, Ves suggested. The Living Sentinels is perfect for you. My Sentinels are dedicated to protecting the lives and assets of the clan. There won't be any instances where they will be expected to take offensive action. Nice try, Ves, but the trouble you seem to attract is rather disconcerting. Melinda threw a strained smile at him. I heard a lot of tales from the family members I've been lodging with and swapped even more stories with some of the members of your clan through my comm. I think I have a pretty good idea where you want to take the clan. When I asked myself if I wanted to be a part of it, I didn't receive an encouraging answer. In the end, her heart yearned for a different life. Ves recognized that Melinda truly wouldn't join the clan. With this small hope crushed, he no longer tried to convince his cousin to join the clan. Their values were simply too incompatible with each other. As the mood turned melancholic between the two, Lucky suddenly floated onto Melinda's lap. He rolled around and presented his belly to the female Larkinson. "Oh, Lucky! It's good to see you again. You're so cute." Melinda enjoyed herself as she caressed Lucky's metallic skin. "Meow." Lucky always seemed to enjoy the affection of women. Ves glanced at his cat with a mix of appreciation and betrayal. On the one hand, he appreciated Lucky for cheering Melinda up. On the other hand, he resented his cat for his habit of seeking the comfort of others instead of him. It wasn't as if Ves kicked his cat every day. "Meow, meow, meow. Oh, you'll miss me too when I'm gone? Meow. Would you like to follow me instead of Ves? Meow." Ves immediately sat up straighter in his chair. "Hey, Melinda! Don't steal my cat! He's mine!" She giggled. "You should learn to share. Besides, I can't take your cat. As you said, he's yours. I wouldn't deprive you of your own family." After she had her fun, she lifted Lucky away. The cat returned to lounging on the desk. The two Larkinsons proceeded to chat for a time. They exchanged some stories and talked about their aspirations for the future. "No offense to you, Ves, but I truly believe in Uncle Arkansas," she stated. "He's a proven leader, and he is willing to do anything to give our Larkinson family a new home. Compared to the clan, our old family is worse off and needs me more." "I see. You're right. Our clan is much better off. I suppose you can make a bigger difference to our lineage if you accompany Ark and protect our family members." "What about you, Ves? I already heard about where you want to take the clan, but I don't quite understand why you are exerting yourself so much. Why are you in such a hurry?" Though Ves could never possibly tell the truth to her, he still cared enough about Melinda to say at least something to placate her concerns. "It's complicated. I can't really explain myself other than that there is more afoot than what is apparent on the surface. Suffice to say, the disappearance of my father has a lot to do with my actions." She frowned at this cryptic response. "I see. There's obviously something fishy about all of this, but if you don't want to tell me, I'll respect your decision." "I'm sorry, Melinda. It would only put you in danger if I told you. Some things just aren't meant to be, I guess." "Are you in danger? Will you be fine without me? If you ever need help, you can always call on me. While I can't do much on my own, I might be able to convince Ark to lend a hand." "No need." Ves shook his head. "My problems aren't as severe as you think. At the very least, I'm not in imminent danger. I just need to get stronger in order to solve the issues that have been plaguing me for the past few years." The Mech Designer System, the 5 Scrolls Compact, and his father's persecution were all issues that Ves was determined to solve. Yet the strength needed to confront them was so much that he needed to be a master before he was confident enough to confront the conspiracy that enveloped his parents. "As long as your goal is just, you will always have my support." "Thank you. That means a lot to me. I will always keep you in my heart." The two began to wrap up what might possibly be their final moment together. Both of them stood up and hugged each other once again. "I don't know where the future will take you, Ves, but if you ever want to return to me, you can likely find me and the rest of the Larkinson family somewhere in this star cluster." "I know." Ves smiled. "I have your contact. We can always talk over the galactic net. Even the Red Ocean is connected to the same network." He supposed the name of the galactic net was rather outdated now. Properly speaking, the COM Consortium should encourage everyone to refer to it as the intergalactic net. Still, saying that phrase out loud was a massive bother compared to the term that everyone had already been used to saying for centuries. In any case, both Larkinsons knew that maintaining contact through the galactic net was anything but ideal. The loss resulting from physical separation was simply insurmountable no matter how much technology was being employed. As Melinda strode towards the exit, she turned around one last time. I have been hearing some mixed stories about you lately. I don't know how much of it is true and what you have been really up to. I hope you take your responsibilities seriously and don't lead your clan astray. I would hate it if you turn into one of the criminals that I used to arrest back when I was a planetary guard officer. Ves awkwardly smiled in return. I always have the best intentions in mind. As the clan patriarch, there is no way I would ever do anything irresponsible. Rest assured that the Larkinsons who are following me will be well taken care of. Honor is still important to us even if we are no longer part of the old family. I'll hold you to that promise, Ves. Farewell. The door slid open, allowing Melinda to step out into the corridor. Once the door slid shut, it was as if a piece of his life had left. Ves sank despondently in his chair as he reflected on his final meeting with his favorite and most supportive cousins in his life. Was this farewell? Would Ves ever meet her again? Would the two of them slowly drift away from each other? The thought of no longer being able to enjoy a pure, personal moment with Melinda caused his eyes to well with tears. He went through so many harrowing events since he embarked on his career, yet he never cried. Why was this different? Why did his emotions run out of control in this fashion? A part of him wanted to run out of the door and reach Melinda in order to convince her to stay. If Ves tried hard enough, he could probably find a way to lure her into the clan. Yet, as much as his emotions urged him to do so, he knew it wouldn't be right. Melinda had already made a choice with her mind and heart. The only way he could convince her to change her decision was to distort her decision-making process. Ves had already done so once to his clan when they hesitated on fully integrating the adopted Larkinsons. Though the decision seemed to work out so far, Ves was very much aware of the dubious ethics behind his action. He refused to subject Melinda to such treatment. Even he had limits. I'm a mech designer, not a politician. I have morals, he convinced himself. Meow? Lucky curiously looked up at his owner. His tail swished in the air while he adopted a skeptical expression. It's the truth. It took half an hour for Ves to regain his composure. Melinda Larkinson wouldn't be the only person he would say goodbye to in the coming days. There were lots of Larkinsons he would likely never see again unless he decided to return home. His grandfather was perhaps the Larkinson he cared about the most after his father. Benjamin Larkinson was already old and nearing the end of his life. While it was no problem for the elder Larkinson to hang on for a decade or so, Ves doubted that his grandfather could live any longer. There is no way for me to prolong his life either. He needed to sacrifice too many merits to prolong the life of a former mech pilot. When he compared the cost to extend the life of his grandfather to the delay he would suffer in setting off his grand expedition, he couldn't justify the trade-off. My grandfather wouldn't want me to sacrifice my dreams to extend his existence. He has already lived a full life. Chapter 2030 Special Applicant. As the Larkinsons from both branches continued to mingle with each other, the clan underwent a large reorganization. After the Battle of Kesseling 8, the clan suffered a lot of losses. All of those missing positions had to be filled. In fact, the clan also sought to expand its numbers further in order to ensure it had enough strength to face its challengers. The Larkinson clan organized a large recruitment event. Any sentinel or upstanding person could apply to join the clan. As long as they possessed valuable skills the clan urgently needed, they became eligible to become Larkinsons. Though this was a rather sudden shift in policy, Ves encouraged it because he was confident that the adoption ritual was sufficient enough to weed out the weak-hearted and treacherous people among the applicants. The Larkinson clan had made it very clear that it wasn't offering a regular employment opportunity. Instead, they sought people who knew what they were getting into and were enthusiastic about taking part in all of the wealth and woe of the clan, no matter the danger. Even if the clan listed out an extremely stringent list of demands, the amount of locals applying to join still flooded the administrators assigned to process them. There were far too many sentinels and other people who heard about the clan and envied the people who became a part of it. It was an especially attractive offer to the commoners who led regular lives in the Sentinel Kingdom. To become adopted by a clan known for its wealth, strength, and heritage was a dream come true to many locals who once fantasized about becoming nobles. Though the Sentinel Kingdom occasionally elevated outstanding commoners into the ranks of nobility, that was a pipe dream for many ambitious low-born citizens. The class system in the Sentinel Kingdom was still a fact of life for many people. Though the commoners of the Sentinel Kingdom were better off than their counterparts in the Ves Kingdom, they always yearned for more. This was why the recruitment opportunities of the Larkinson clan were so significant. Though the foreign clan didn't necessarily equate to a noble house, to the commoners who didn't know any better, they might as well be the same. In their eyes, the wealth, prestige, honor, and heritage of the Larkinsons already elevated them into nobles in every way that mattered. While the Larkinson family emphatically did not seek to adopt anyone, the Larkinson clan was different. In the eyes of many sentinels, the clan was rather crazy for opening its gates so wide. Over the course of the next 2 months, thousands of people would receive the chance to become a Larkinson and thereby turn into nobles. The frenzy the news ignited among the populace was so great that passenger liners were struggling to handle all of the demand for transit to Hisneck 6. Some local powers were pleased at this development. House Evanson, despite failing to arrange a meeting with Ves in person, were ecstatic at all of the attention that Hisneck 6 received. Others, particularly its rival houses, were not so pleased to see so many skilled and talented people leave their domains. The Larkinson clan didn't pay attention to the sentiment among the nobles. Their strength and the strength of their Hexer's escort meant that there was nothing the local nobles could do to pressure the clan into stopping its activities. So many people applied to the Larkinson clan these days that the people responsible for vetting the newcomers had to allocate additional personnel to handle the influx. For a time, Ves tried to evaluate the applications in person, thinking that his implant allowed him to be very efficient at this task. He soon gave up. When the applications surpassed 100,000, there was no way he could properly evaluate every individual in a comprehensive manner. Ves soon decided to leave the matter to the clan and went back to meeting with important Larkinsons and resuming his work on his ongoing projects. All sorts of weird and peculiar people applied to join the clan. The handful of members of the old family who looked at the clan and wanted to be a part of it all got in without issue. They were the only exception. Everyone else had to go through the normal process, which entailed successive rounds of inspection in order to filter out the unsuitable. At a large venue in downtown Tours, hundreds of people were obediently waiting in line to enter the Larkinson clan's recruitment hall. The hopes and dreams of many commoners rested inside the hall where the Larkinsons in their dashing uniforms evaluated each of them for their skills and temperament. In fact, the crowd outside the hall would have grown bigger if not for the pre-selection that took place before. Automated AIs employed by the clan already scanned their applications and records and already filtered out the vast majority. The ones who didn't make the cut all failed to meet the basic qualifications. Examples included doing badly at school, a history of behavioral problems, or a criminal record. Anything that pointed towards trouble or ineptitude need not apply. AIs couldn't do everything, however. There was always a chance that the application and records contained lies. Even if some mech technician graduated from technical school with excellent grades, they might have forgotten half they learned after a couple of years. If there was one thing the Larkinson clan and Ves especially loathed, it was incompetence. Since so many people wanted to become a part of the clan, the Larkinsons had the luxury of choosing the very best. Because expanding the Larkinson clan was a very serious matter, the clansmen assigned to conduct the recruitment event all took their duties seriously. They not only had to verify in person that the applicants actually possessed the skills the clan urgently needed, but also test their personality and temperament to see if they were compatible with the values of the clan. It was mostly the latter where the applicants received their crushing rejections. "I'm sorry, young lad, but your personality is better served elsewhere." A Larkinson recruiter shook his head. "What? Why?" The young man stood up and thumped his fists against the table. "I know starships like the back of my hand. I'm an excellent helmsman. I'm a space-born from birth. I studied how to control the complex propulsion systems of trade ships as I grew up and studied interstellar navigation in university." The recruiter sighed. He had seen sights like this all the time. On paper, the applicant was highly suitable. Not only was he a well-trained helmsman and navigator, he also possessed a true space-born pedigree, which was something the clan desperately needed more of in order to adjust to life in space. "Your application has already been rejected by us. While it is true that you are very skilled, your personality wouldn't be a good fit with ours. In particular, we don't find you trustworthy enough." "That's not fair. There is nothing wrong with my behavior. The previous tests didn't indicate any problems." Privately, the recruiter knew that was true, but there was one test which the applicant had failed. It also happened to be the most important test and the entire reason why the aspiring helmsman and navigator had to look for employment elsewhere. "Do you remember the instance where you were asked to move close to the bright warrior we placed inside this hall?" Yes." "When you touched it, didn't you exhibit a negative reaction?" "I was just feeling ill or something. I admired that mech. I thought it was very impressive with how it can affect my emotions. Just give me another chance and I'll hold in my reaction." The recruiter shook his head. How many times had he heard that excuse? "Sorry. You only have one shot at it. That's the rule." The applicant completely lost his composure. "That can't be. I behaved so well. I held myself in so hard in order to become a noble. Please give me another chance." As soon as the distressed fellow tried to lunge across the desk, his hands brushed against an energy screen. Soon enough, a zap from a turret hidden in the ceiling stunned his body to paralysis. A bot soon entered the interview room to haul the reject away. "This is the 7th time today," the Larkinson recruiter sighed. Ever since the locals got the notion that joining the Larkinson clan was the same as becoming a noble, they went through extreme measures to cheat and game the tests. From bringing government officials to alter the records to presenting a false image of themselves as a model employee, none of their efforts succeeded. This was because they had to go through a hidden integrity test that entailed exposing them directly to the glow of a bright warrior. While the clansmen administering the tests weren't quite sure what was going on, their faith in the bright warriors all caused them to trust this procedure. This was especially so after the rejects all exhibited problems that they hadn't shown before when they still had hope. The next applicant soon entered the room. Surprisingly, he didn't come alone. Someone else entered as well. The recruiter frowned. Applicants are supposed to enter on an individual basis. If it is not your turn, please exit. You must be one of the newer Larkinsons, right? I'm Riella Larkinson, an original member of the family. I came to join the clan. Oh. The recruiter's face softened up. If you are a true-blood Larkinson, then you aren't required to go through this process. You can join the clan right away. I know that. I already received an appointment to the upcoming induction ceremony. I'm here to support my boyfriend instead. Riella beamed. The recruiter turned his gaze at the handsome, confident-looking man dressed in a shirt that failed to hide the muscled contours of his chest and abs. Mr. Rick Lynn, he said, looking up the applicant's record from his terminal. You're young, that's great. Mech pilot. We need those. Former officer with command experience. That's great. Participated in the Sand War and fought in defense of Bentheim. That is an excellent accomplishment. It says here that you have brought a large number of subordinates. You do realize that we will have to test them on an individual basis, correct? I know. Vincent lazily waved his hand. I already told them the score. If they can't pass the tests, they'll just take over my outfit and run it by themselves. Very well. We have received multiple instances of people wishing to apply by group, but we don't do that here. The recruiter went back to studying Vincent's records and test results. His face soon fell. There are certain red flags in your record. It says here you once fought for an illegitimate rebel organization and committed acts of murder, sabotage, and other assorted terroristic activities. I received a pardon for that. Vincent objected. The Bright Republic, back when it was still decent, forgave my past deeds. I fought tons of Sandmen in order to redeem myself. Vincent is not a bad guy. Riella vouched for her boyfriend. The recruiter found other warning signs. It says here that there are several irregularities. With regards to your personality, you are too selfish, narcissistic, and immoral. Riella shook her head. Vincent isn't a bastard. He just had a difficult upbringing, that's all. Come on. Give a fellow Larkinson a favor. Just let him through. He can become a great clansman if you give him a chance. Didn't he do well in the remaining tests? According to the test results, Vincent didn't elicit any strong reaction from the bright warrior. The absence of a negative or positive reaction wasn't necessarily good. The most earnest and capable applicants always received a positive reaction from the mech. Besides, I know the big guy in person. Vincent grinned and tapped his calm. A projection of a very masculine-looking mech appeared into view. I'm one of Ves Larkinson's best buddies, you know. Did you know he and his babe designed the Adonis Colossus for me? I smashed so many Sandmen with this mech. I even brought it along with me so I can use this mech to fight alongside other Larkinsons. What do you say? Will you let me into the clan? I'm not sure. The recruiter looked uncertain. This is outside of protocol. I will need to contact my superior. Go ahead. Just mention what I said and I'm sure it will be fine. The recruiter privately contacted his superior and passed on the information he received as requested. The overworked administrator in charge of some of the recruitment process quickly scanned at the information he received. These red flags can't be ignored, but the Adonis Colossus? A mech designed by the clan patriarch in person? Anyone who received his attention must be someone special. The fact that Riella Larkinson personally endorsed Vincent Ricklin was also a mark in his favor. 5 minutes later, Vincent Ricklin's application had been approved. Chapter 2031 Girlfriends and Wives. The Larkinson family and the Larkinson clan went along fine for now. Though the two branches of Larkinsons had plenty of disagreements, their upcoming separation led them to cherish their remaining time together. There was a very big possibility that they would never be able to physically meet again. Certainly, there were a lot of voices from both sides that called for merging the clan and family back together. Yet those suggestions never made it past the objections from their own ranks. No matter what, the schism had already happened and the differences cut too deep to even consider the option of reconciliation. They only converged on Synnax 6 in order to resupply and prepare for their journeys ahead. While Ves was swamped with responsibilities, he made sure to reserve some time every day to talk with the members of the Larkinson family. He met Ark a lot more often during this time than the last 10 years. You were almost always on deployment. It was rare for me to see you outside of family visits during the holidays, Ves remarked as they met in a private room at a restaurant in Downton Towers. At least now you can set your own schedule. Ark smiled at him in a generous manner. The burden of leadership doesn't allow me to take any breaks. You haven't even married. At least my dad has got that one over you. Grandpa should have been exorcerating you instead of me for lacking a girlfriend. The expert pilot's smile turned melancholic. We expert pilots are different. In many cases, we are consumed by our professions. We are wedded to our calling. It's very hard for us to turn our off switch and go back to normal. Plenty of people have made that excuse. Doctors, mech designers, managers, all of them state that they have to sacrifice everything for their careers. And to their credit, I think these kind of people have managed to make it further than if they devoted more time to their personal lives. It sounds like you don't agree, Ves. What is the meaning of life? Are we solely put into this reality to function as a cog in a machine? I happen to make machines for a living, and I think that there is more to life than just their obvious functions. We are living, sentient existences. We exist to survive, yes, but we are also entitled to our own pleasures. His uncle sighed. I don't disagree with you, Ves, but maintaining a healthy work-life balance when the survival of my family is at stake is very difficult, to say the least. Expert pilots were not infallible. Ves knew that very well. While it wasn't strictly his business to poke into Ark's non-existent love life, Ves felt as if he needed to subject others to the same treatment that he endured. Ves had Gloriana, so Ark should suffer just as much. Grandfather won't be able to hang on forever, Ves whispered, his eyes glinting with calculation. He looks fine if a bit frail for now, but you and I both know that former mech pilots deteriorate remarkably faster in their waning years. How long can he maintain his lucidity? How long can his cognitive functions remain normal? In 5 or 7 years, it would be too late to delight him. You should look into finding someone to share your life with, not just to ensure the continuity of your line, but also make Grandpa happy one more time. Though Ark knew he was being manipulated by his cheeky nephew, he couldn't quite refute this argument. While his workload hadn't changed since his days in the Mech Corps, he had much more control over his agenda. If he truly wanted to date someone, he could definitely find a way to fit it into his schedule. I'll think about it. Your grandfather is indeed about to enter a stage of accelerated deterioration. The long years of piloting and the brain damage he endured when he suffered defeat has always plagued him over the years. This was the fate suffered by many veterans. The Larkinson family was no stranger to the lingering trauma that wounded veterans brought back from the war. As they continued to partake in a Sentinel's specialty that consisted of some blue potatoes and some exabeast meat, they continued to chat about various topics. What are your plans for the immediate future? Ves asked. The Larkinson family needs a new home. It's vitally important for us to choose the right one. We aren't as averse to serving as your clan, so our greatest priority is to find a new patron who will treat us fairly. That is very hard to do. Most powers who are interested in accepting the services of a group like the Larkinson family are those who are looking out for themselves. It's far too easy to get exploited by them if you put your trust in the wrong person. We know, VS. We're being very careful about our selection this time. Don't think we are clueless or without resources. We are slowly going over possible options in the Yena star cluster. While I have no doubt that there are more attractive opportunities elsewhere, long-distance travel is too risky and dangerous for us. Unlike you, I have no intentions to form an expeditionary fleet. A fleet that was capable of traversing the galaxy was entirely different from a fleet that was mostly expected to remain in a single star sector. Due to various reasons, a true interstellar fleet had to possess robust FTL drives that could overcome a higher degree of gravitic disturbance. The FTL drives installed on most affordable third-class ships were actually the knockoff versions of proper models that were much more capable of enduring the rigors of intersector travel and higher energy space. Right now, neither the Larkinson clan nor Larkinson family possessed a fleet that was completely capable of traveling to the more exciting parts of human space. Certainly, if VS really wanted to cross over to another star sector, he could travel aboard one of his second-class ships such as his Scarlet Rose or the Barracuda. However, that also meant he would have to leave the rest of his clan behind. All of those cheap light carriers and transport ships were only built for intrasector space travel. To make them suitable for longer distances, VS needed to find a couple of shipyards that could replace their cheaper FTL drives with better performing ones. Right now, the clan was merely exploring the option. VS did not expect to hear any easy or affordable solutions. There was a very good reason why most third-rate states eschewed the more premium FTL drive models. Many of them actually cost more than the ships they were supposed to be installed. Of course, VS had also heard of engineers who were capable of allowing FTL drives to propel starships to places where they had no right to be. A skilled chief engineer with a high degree of proficiency in FTL theory could draw out a lot more potential from an FTL drive. The only issue was that FTL drives operated within a range of performance parameters that guaranteed a high degree of safety and reliability. Anytime anyone exceeded those parameters, they incurred a risk the FTL transition might go wrong or that they might not end up at the destination they envisioned. This was why good engineers were priceless. They took calculated risks and often succeeded in what they set out to do because of their high degree of understanding. In any case, hiring skilled engineers was something the Larkinson clan was already in the process of doing. While most of their ships didn't have the right FTL drives yet, it was never too early to prepare the appropriate crew. How are the finances of the Larkinson family? We're making do, Ark mildly replied. We don't need your charity. The 1% stake in the LMC is already sufficient for us to make ends meet. We have our own pride, VS. We'll earn our keep one way or another. For now, we plan to look for reasonable employment opportunities in the Sentinel Kingdom. There is a lot of demand for mercenaries to defend important assets against pirate raids these days. This kind of low-level conflict is suitable for us to get our bearings. I'm sure that many employers would pay a fortune for an expert pilot bodyguard. VS smiled. I am aware. I don't relish working too closely with the local aristocracy. The nobles from this state reminds me too much of the nobles from the Vesia kingdom. Both of them shared the impression. No matter how well-behaved the nobles appeared in public, every Larkinson knew that there was a darker side to them. If the old family wished to maintain its spotless reputation, then it needed to steer clear of the swamp. After revealing some of their future plans, it was almost time for them to return to work. Before they left, VS realized that he might be able to ask a question that had been nagging him for some time. He didn't dare to voice this question through the galactic net. Arkansas, about my father. Do you know how he met my mother? His uncle suddenly frowned. What an odd question to ask. I don't know that much about my mother, VS truthfully said. My childhood memories of her are rather sparse considering that she died too early. That was a very unfortunate tragedy. Ark conveyed his empathy in his tone. I think we were all fortunate that your father held up remarkably well after her passing. Wrinkle could have shut down from depression and neglected your upbringing, but in fact he did the opposite. It was as if your mother's passing hardly affected his mood. Ves was lucky to be raised by an attentive and caring dad. I know. What I want to know is what my mother was truly like when she was alive. While I have my early memories to go on, I'd like to hear what you thought of her. What was it about her that made my father fall in love with her, and what kind of person was she like? Ark began to smile. I'm not too sure, actually. Your grandpa should know a bit more. You have to be aware of the circumstances of the previous generation. More than 20 years ago, the Bright-Vigia War was exceptionally bloody. Unlike the last time where an early peace treaty concluded the hostilities early, the one that baptized your father and I in blood and fury lasted for years. Pretty much every Larkinson who survived this war returned damaged, some more so than others. I always heard that my father had become affected with what he had experienced. That's true. Unlike me, your father came back a lot more damaged. He took an extended leave after the war in order to process what he had been through. He was rather odd at the time. He traveled a lot. At some point, he returned with your mother by his side. By then, they were very close to marrying. Ves blinked. It sounded as if his mother worked very quickly. What about after they married? He asked. They settled down in Cloudy Curtain. It's close enough to your father's assigned unit that he would be able to return frequently, but remote enough to give him the peace and quiet he always desired after he returned from the war. While your father resumed a portion of his service, your mother took care of you for most of your early years. What was my mother like to you? Ark hummed for a while. I don't have the strongest impression of her, to be honest. I didn't get to see her that often. As far as I can recall, Cynthia was a loving mother and a gentle woman. Was she a brighter? Of course. Ark looked confused. There's no doubt. Her accent and mannerisms are all unmistakably brighter. You can look up her record if you want, though I'm not sure if they are all intact after the fall of Bentheim. Ves didn't know what to make of this answer. The mother who raised him might be different from the ghost who had been haunting him from time to time. It could also be that his mother was very good at disguising her true self. She was an artist when she was alive, right? Yes. Ark nodded. In fact, I always appreciated her art. While I'm not well versed in the art industry, I always thought she had the talent to break into Bentheim's art scene. She never did, though. Aside from raising you, she mostly performed smaller jobs such as recording weddings or taking school pictures. Do you have any artwork of hers? Don't you? Ves shook his head. No. I think my father got rid of her stuff or stored it somewhere else. I don't know. Well, I think your grandfather possesses some gifts and mementos. That's great. Chapter 2032 The artist known as Cynthia. Ves often suspected that he obtained his mech side from his father and his artistic side from his mother. Later in his life, he learned he probably inherited a lot more from the latter. His high spiritual perception, for example. Ever since she seemingly came back from the death to steal his possessions and siphon away his energy, Ves had been plagued by questions concerning his mother's background. While her mother's past wasn't exactly a critical issue to him right now, he hadn't forgotten about it either. Since his grandfather possessed some gifts of hers, Ves might as well take more time off his schedule to study her work. Was she truly an artist? Ves recalled that in his early days, the system didn't rate his creativity very high. Admittedly, That was also because VS didn't engage too much in art those days. He was so obsessed with the technical side of mech design that he didn't fully realize the importance of creativity in his profession. Only after he absorbed a lot of creativity candies did his imagination bloom. Maybe his mother was the same way, he thought. Maybe she wasn't cut out to be an artist, but augmented herself in a way that allowed her to pass off as one. Did she use the same pills as he did? Seeing how he himself turned out when he ingested so many candies, it was no wonder his mother came across as eccentric. The day after VS issued his request, Gavin entered his office and delivered a package. "The Larkinson family sent this over. They told us it came from your grandfather." "Ah," VS smiled. "I requested that. Just place it on the table and I'll see to it later. Let's hold our daily briefing first." Nothing much happened during the past few days. The resupply effort continued and the clan made a lot of headway in selling their valuable scraps scavenged off the battlefield of Kesseling 8 for a princely sum. Normally, no one would ever dare to purchase scrap that originated from down CRC Mechs, but this was the Sentinel Kingdom. The powerful third-rate state not only needed a lot of high-grade exotics to build more powerful mechs, but also enjoyed the implicit protection of the Friedeman's mortal enemies. "The profit we expect to make after selling all of our valuable but difficult-to-work-with scrap can give us a month or 3 of extra time," Gavin finally concluded. "That said, the various expenditures that we are incurring eats up most of the money we've earned. Some of the supplies we are stockpiling are very useful in keeping our ships and mechs running for years, but they don't come cheap in larger quantities. Do whatever is necessary." VS dismissively waved his hand. "It's better to procure too much and not need all of it than the opposite. I've been in too many situations where I was lacking critical resources. Being able to procure most of what we need is a luxury that we should cherish." "Understood. How is the recruitment going?" "Same as always, boss. Our recruiters are hard-pressed to separate the wheat from the chaff, but the people we are hiring are highly skilled and talented for their age. Upon your request, we limited the amount of older people we are hiring." This was not due to a desire to discriminate on the elderly. VS merely wanted to obtain new clan members who he could invest in when they were young and reap the benefits for many decades. While it wouldn't be possible to hire competent engineers in usual circumstances, the willingness to become a Larkinson clansman was so high in Sentinel that a significant amount of genuine talents came to Synax 6 on their own accord. VS knew that these valuable talents usually signed contracts with other scouters and recruiters while they were still working towards their degrees. It was very difficult to seek out a genuine talent that hadn't been locked up by some other company, but now was different. A lot of those talents were even willing to tear up their previous contracts if they could become a Larkinson clansman. "I think we are on track of hiring enough Sentinel ship crew to reduce our dependence on the Ilvanans," Gavin noted with a smile. "That is good news. As much as the true believers seem loyal to us, the extra insurance is still nice." The mass recruitment period was a precious opportunity to address the various problems and shortcomings of their current workforce. The departure of 100 Larkinsons and thousands of employees who refused to join the clan left a lot of manpower holes that urgently needed to be filled. Aside from native sentinels, a small number of Briters passed the recruitment tests and are slated to be inducted into the clan as well, Gavin dutifully reported. "I believe some of the names might sound familiar to you. Ever since the Battle of Bentheim, a lot of citizens fled the Bright Republic. A few of them have managed to make it all the way to Sentinel and sought to join our clan when they heard we were recruiting. As long as they aren't related to the scum who turned against the Larkinson family, I will welcome any Brighter. With all of the different cultures mixing in my clan these days, a few more Briters will help me feel a bit closer to home." In the future, he would come to regret this statement. "If you say so, boss. We'll look out for more brighters in the region. The daily briefing finally ended. When VS made sure that Gavin departed his office, he dismissed the rest of his guards barring Nita. His eyes rested on the simple parcels sent by the Larkinson family. The box was just a bog-standard courier container. VS experimentally tried to reach out with his spiritual senses but perceived nothing unusual inside. VS did not let down his guard. Anything related to his mother was either dangerous or suspect. That also applied to himself. He turned to Lucky. Stay close to me and protect me if anything happens. Meow? I'm serious. Meow meow. What do you mean? My mother is probably the most dangerous member of my family. Lucky directed a mocking look at him. This cheeky cat. Whose side are you on? Don't think I forgot about the previous times you sided with my mother. Meow. Lucky rolled around in the air until his back faced VS. His tail indolently swished as if he stopped paying attention. VS grumbled as he turned his attention back to the box. After a bit of hesitation, he finally opened to reveal a small, carved statuette of his mother and father. What a lovely piece, he whispered. There wasn't anything exceptional about the way it had been carved and shaped. He instinctively guessed his mother probably fashioned it from a block of wood sourced from a nearby tree at his childhood home. The statue looked remarkably lifelike and accurate to reality, but he recognized plenty of smaller touches that showcased a distinct art style. If VS had to describe it, then he would say that his mother had a preference towards realistic art, but spiced it up with exaggerated elements. In his memory, his father and mother didn't look this handsome and beautiful. What struck him the most about this statuette was not its appearance, but the design choices that his mother had made. From the material to the pose of the subjects, every choice was deliberate and carried some kind of meaning. Unfortunately, VS didn't know his mother's work well enough to analyze what most of her choices meant. He could only entertain himself with unreliable guesses. After 5 solid minutes of observation and analysis, VS had his fill with the mundane aspects of the statuette. It's time to find out if it carries anything exceptional. VS wasn't sure if his mother imbued anything special to what was supposed to be a casual gift to his grandfather, but he hoped he might be able to uncover something. Unlike his own spiritually empowered works, the statuette didn't radiate a glow. Yet the more he observed it with his spiritual senses, the more he thought it hid something unusual. VS began to exert more effort in his examinations. He strengthened his spiritual efforts and expended so much energy to seek something unusual. Ah! Suddenly, his mind flashed brightly. After his senses penetrated the statuette past a certain degree, he abruptly encountered something strange. Though it was hidden and self-contained, VS recognized the spiritual residue for what it was. It carried the same flavor as the ghost that he encountered in recent years. His eyes were filled with shock. So it's true. She's my mother after all. He had obtained near-definite proof that the mother who birthed him and raised him was the same as the ghost who claimed her identity. Though VS was paranoid to acknowledge that this might be part of an elaborate ruse, it was too convoluted for him to bother. In this case, he was much more inclined to apply Occam's razor and accept the most obvious explanation. Now that he finally found something, he eagerly studied the spiritual residue. It was small in quantity, but very high in quality. His mother probably didn't set out to empower the statuette consciously. It was just that she concentrated for hours to make the statuette that she passed on a small amount of spiritual energy during her creation process. What VS found peculiar was that the spiritual residue in the statuette didn't seem complete. It lacked a lot of spiritual attributes he expected to find. That signified to Ves that his mother may have purposefully imbued the statue with her spirituality, but in a highly altered form. When Ves inspected the attributes, he found that most of them were benign. Happiness, family, love, affection. All of these traits subtly enhanced the appeal of the statuette to someone like his grandfather. There was one attribute that possessed a lot more presence than the other presents. When Ves tried to identify this strong attribute, he couldn't help but be reminded of what he sensed from the previous relic he inspected. Motherhood! His eyes quickly sharpened as he inspected the depiction of his mother in a carved form. He specifically looked at her belly, and realized that it bulged slightly more than usual. She was pregnant when she carved this work, Ves uttered in realization. That explained the mix of attributes she passed on in the statuette. Though ostensibly the piece was about their couple, in actuality his mother had been channeling her hopes and expectations of motherhood. A very warm feeling engulfed his mood. Regardless of how his mother turned up these days, back then she was genuinely happy when she carried him in her womb. This feeling. It's so pure and pleasant. He almost couldn't equate the sensations he was feeling now with the ghostly mother who reintroduced herself into his life. The transition from life to death must have done much to alter her psyche. As Ves entertained various theories, he suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. The sense of motherhood he gained from the statue was so pure and exceptional that it might make for a good ingredient for one of his upcoming mechs. Having worked on the Hexer for months, Ves had always tried to design it in a way to make it with a design spirit derived from the idol of the superior mother. While such a spiritual product would probably turn out okay with his current abilities, he always felt as if the spiritual residue from the former Hexer relic wasn't enough. In order to create a spiritual product that was powerful enough to influence the Komodo War, Ves knew he had to add additional ingredients to increase the dimensions of his creations. Though Ves already planned to borrow some spiritual energy from sources like Kilangso, adding one that revolved more explicitly around motherhood would be a great addition. This is a fantastic idea, he grinned. This is the perfect way to elevate my next mech. Using his own mother as an ingredient, why didn't he think of it before? Chapter 2033 Hippolyta War College. Ever since he obtained the statuette carved by his mother, he felt more at ease with himself. He not only obtained a few important answers to his questions, but also something valuable to add to one of his upcoming mechs. When he visited the design lab the next day, everyone couldn't help but notice his brightness. You seem inordinately happy today, Gloriana remarked as she prepared herself for another mental design session. Did something good happen between the family and the clan? Oh, it's nothing. I'm just in a good mood to design our mech today, he replied. Well, before we start, you should talk to Maisie and Rennie. My two cute students have learned enough to do well in the hegemony. I plan to send them off within the month so that they arrive in time to begin the next semester. Ves widened his eyes. They're departing? Now? Do you want to delay their future? Gloriana frowned. I know it's rather abrupt, but a university in the hegemony has finally accepted our request. This is a lifetime opportunity to them, Ves. It won't be easy to admit them in any other second-class university in the coming years. He knew she was right. The two female Larkinson seeds deserved to learn how to design mechs in the best possible institutions. He was just a bit uncomfortable with the idea of carting them off to Hexer schools of all places. Which institution agreed to admit the girls? Hippolyta War College. It's a mid-rank university that is affiliated with our military. A lot of graduates from its programs go on to serve in the Hex Army. Ves frowned. I didn't agree to send Maisie and Rennie off to the hegemony to take part in the Komodo War. You don't have to worry about that. Gloriana crossed her arms and smiled. Joining the Hex Army is optional to the graduates of the college, and besides, the two girls are foreigners, so they are ineligible anyway. He calmed down a bit when he heard that. His girlfriend made a lot of sense. Maisie and Rennie would just be regular foreign students in a state that thinks that women are the superior gender, and that boys needed to be taught a lesson. There were a lot of other matters he should be concerned about. How long will their program last? He asked. A mech design degree could be obtained from as little as 4 years to as much as 8 years. The latter was a rather extreme case, though. It depended heavily on the quality of the institution, the qualifications of the professors, the laws and regulations of the state, and the overall degree of development of the state and region. It depends on how well they do in their studies, Gloriana answered. The shortest track is just 5 years. That is enough to get their foot off the ground, but not much more. If they achieve better results, then they can enter a more promising track that will allow them to make a running start in their careers. I see. The War College adopted a merit and achievement-based approach, then. This sounded good, because the two Larkinson seeds would have a fair chance to prove themselves. The only downside was that their foundation still paled in comparison to the elite Hexer Mech Design students whose bodies were probably stuffed with augmentations. VS fell into a brief silence. He knew the current state of the two girls. Their learning ability was better than the average person, but not enough to keep up with their second-rate counterparts. What about their augmentations? We planned for Dr. Rania to foist them all with implants and gene mods, right? There's no time, VS. I'll just have to contact someone at Hippolyta to augment them when they arrive. As long as there are no complications, they should have just enough time to acclimatize themselves with their new improvements before the semester starts. That sounded a bit iffy. VS turned his head to look at the two girls. Right now, they looked ecstatic at the thought of attending a Hexer university. Give me a moment, Gloriana. I need to read up on what you said. He turned away from her and pressed his finger against a port from a nearby console. After his implant connected to its systems, he entered the galactic net to read up on some articles. He gained a very quick overview of the Hexer higher education system. It turned out that Hippolyta was a fairly respected institution, which reassured him. It also maintained a very competitive atmosphere, which basically meant that the students had to outdo each other in order to gain more resources and attention from their teachers. It all starts in the first semester, he muttered. Those who gained an advantage at the start immediately received more attention. Those who fell behind or were just a few steps slower would not be able to enter the more promising tracks. Even when the hard-working ones received more focus, the competition didn't end there. They had to increase their efforts and meet higher standards in order to retain the favor of the professors. Those who failed to endure the pressure or slipped up in their students would immediately be moved to a lesser track. Only Hexers could come up with a sadistic program like this. There is no time for any of the students to relax. Gloriana, who observed him from the side while playing with Clixie, smirked at him. That's exactly what Hippolyta is all about. Its graduates may not be as brilliant or inventive as the mech designers who studied at Kelma University or the Artemis Institute, but they are the best in working under pressure and under less than ideal conditions. That makes them a lot more suitable for the military. That made sense. The professors at Hippolyta didn't play all these games because they liked to torture the next generation. They sought to challenge and push their students so that they unearthed more of their potential. In a way, VS was reminded of the market-based competition system imposed by the Limar Institution of Technology. The LIT sought to stimulate its students as well by forcing them to apply their newly learned skills to do all sorts of jobs to the other people in the campus. Regardless of the structure these universities adopted, the attrition was doubtlessly severe. The amount of dropouts from Limar was staggering, and Hippolyta was almost just as cutthroat. The schools had no use for those who stumbled or failed. There were so many eager students who wanted to study at them that they never ran out of replacements. As much as Ves found Hippolyta's teaching methods distasteful, he had to admit that the pressure they exerted on their students simulated reality quite well. Ves would have probably been a lot better off if he successfully managed to pass this kind of rigorous program. When Ves gazed at the two girls he was about to send off to one of the strictest universities of the hegemony, he began to reconsider one of his rules. After Carlos, after his traitor of an exobiologist, Ves vowed to refrain from bestowing his attribute candies to someone else. While they always did as promised, there was no way they came without side effects. Yet, it wasn't as if other forms of augmentations were devoid of side effects either. Right now, it was very troublesome to fit the two Larkinson seeds with augmentations when they were so close to beginning their studies. After warring within himself, he eventually gave in to the urgency of the situation. If he wanted to set up his Larkinson seeds for success, then he needed to stop holding back. The future of Maisie and Rennie was at stake. As third-raters, they were already significantly behind their Hexer peers. While Ves wanted them to endure some hardships in order to set them up for success, he didn't want them to hit a wall. He sighed. He stood up from his terminal and approached the group of teenagers. They all fell silent as soon as he approached. Patriarch. 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 He disliked being addressed by this title in the design lab, but they insisted on it. Ves meant far too much to the Larkinsons these days to be referred to on a casual basis. Ves observed the four closely. He especially took the time to inspect their bonds to the spiritual network. Just like any other clansman, their bonds were healthy and hale. There was no sign the Golden Cat disliked them or anything. That meant that Ves could probably trust them to keep a secret. Maze, Rennie, since the two of you are about to begin your studies in the hegemony, I'd like to impart you with some gifts. They'll help you keep up with the Hexers, though you still need to maintain a very demanding work ethic in order to excel. The two girls immediately looked eager at what he was about to give. With his power and wealth, he could bestow them with all kinds of useful gifts that could make their time at Hippolyta easier. What about us, Patriarch? Michael meekly asked. Ves turned to the two boys and saw that they distinctly felt as if they were being left out. Since he intended to keep Michael and Xanther by his side, the two didn't strictly need his gifts. He could tailor their curriculum to their level and make sure they were challenged but not overstressed. Yet, if he bestowed them with the same benefits as the girls, their learning efficiency would likely soar as well. That meant that Ves would have to spend less time to lecture them, which meant that he would have more time left to work on his own projects. This reason alone was enough for him to change his mind yet again. The four of you, please come with me. Let's get you somewhere comfortable. Tell me, do you like candy? Huh? Candy? Michael looked confused. A half hour later, the four Larkinson seeds exited his office with the biggest headache of their lives. They groaned and all dragged their bodies out of the design lab as if they had just completed an arduous exam. Ves watched them go with a smile. When he directed his system vision at them, they all returned the same results. Michael Larkinson. Intelligence, 1.6. Creativity, 1.4. Concentration, 1.8. Xanther Larkinson. Intelligence, 1.6. Creativity, 1.4. Concentration, 1.8. Maisie and Larkinson. Intelligence, 1.6. Creativity, 1.4. Concentration, 1.8. Ves Larkinson. Intelligence, 1.6. Creativity, 1.4. Concentration, 1.8. Though he had to sacrifice some precious DP to procure all of the attribute candies from the system, it was worth it in his opinion. Ves did not go overboard with upgrading their mental attributes this time. He already learned firsthand that too much of a boost would lead to much more severe side effects. He dialed back on the intelligence and creativity candies in order to make sure the 4 kids were still sufficiently grounded. In fact, he already took into account that their intelligence would likely be boosted in the future when they received their future augmentations. Putting their current score at 1.6 was a nice starting point. As for concentration, he was a bit more generous with that because it would help immensely in increasing the efficiency of their studies without making it too effortless. Besides, Ves suspected that concentration was one of the critical attributes related to spiritual potential. "This is a pretty nice experiment," Ves grinned as he stroked his smooth-shaven chin. Though the 4 kids were more than just a set of numbers, their cognitive abilities should still be similar enough to allow for comparisons. In any case, with 4 different test subjects, Ves could tweak and alter their individual conditions in order to figure out the best way to teach his students. Chapter 2034 The Lady of Plants. The Larkinsons weren't the only people who made good use of their stay in the Hisneck system. Though the Hexers hadn't attracted any publicity aside from their remarkable identity, they hadn't been sitting idle. For example, the Glory Battalion surreptitiously borrowed some of the best mech servicing facilities on the planet to restore and repair the mechs that got wrecked during the Battle of Kesseling 8. They hadn't been able to restore them during the voyage to the Sentinel Kingdom, but it was different now that they had access to proper industrial machines. The Penitent Sisters hadn't attracted any attention either, but their presence still loomed heavily over the planet. Able to field hundreds of mechs on land and in the air, they were definitely the most powerful non-military force in the star system. Certainly, the local noble houses could probably defeat them if they pooled all of their household troops. Yet the cost would be ruinous. Not only would they lose thousands of mechs and mech pilots to achieve a Pyrrhic victory, but also completely ruin their relationship with the local dominant power in this side of the star sector. There was no way the nobles would be stupid enough to try anything funny. In fact, if even a single descendant of theirs uttered such madness, they would instantly be muffled and be taken somewhere very far away where they would never be seen again. These what-if scenarios describe the enormous regard the Sentinels attached to the Hexers. No matter how much the Sentinels tried to take pride in themselves, they couldn't change the inescapable fact that the Komodo star sector only had room for 2 second-rate states. The resource endowment that often served as the basis of a state's potential was not that remarkable in the territories of the Sentinel Kingdom. In fact, it wasn't much better off than the Bright Republic and the Vesian Kingdom. The only difference that allowed the Sentinel Kingdom to develop further than other third-rate states was its access to some of the resource endowments of the Nixian Gap. Though infested by pirates, the Sentinel Peacekeeper Association often ventured to the Nixian Gap and returned with a number of bounties and rare exotics. These activities may have increased the strength and prosperity of Sentinel over the years, but a true second-rate state like the hegemony still dwarfed over it to an overwhelming degree. Within the heart of every Sentinel, they knew they were ultimately subordinate to the Hexers. If their patron state ever won the Komodo War, then the locals knew they were in for a lot of changes in the way they treated their men and women. A sense of helplessness suffused the Sentinels with regards to this uncertainty. Many of them, especially the men, secretly rooted for the Friday Coalition to win the war. Yet even if they held such treacherous thoughts, they never dared to voice them out loud. For their part, the Hexers didn't care what the lesser states thought. There would be plenty of time after they won the Komodo War to reshape the Komodo Star sector in their image. Until then, it was best to maintain a light presence and treat the lesser people with at least some cordiality. It was for this reason that Dr. Rania didn't insist on entering the marketplace of the local branch of the Sentinel Peacekeeper Association straight away. Instead, she made a modest request and went through all of the procedures before receiving permission. As an exobiologist, she studied the wonders of life and biological systems. What delighted people of her profession the most was encountering exotic new life forms that had evolved under very rare conditions. This meant that an anomalous region like the Nixian Gap always held more attraction to her than a normal ecosystem. Why would she waste her time on something boring when the galaxy was filled with unknowns just waiting to be explored? To advance her research and achieve unique results, she needed to move beyond the confines of the mundane. The thought of taking a close look at all of the varied exoplants and rare exotics that the peacekeepers retrieved from the Nixian Gap made her incredibly excited. For this visit, she invited both Gloriana and Brutus to accompany her to the Peacekeeper branch. Though both of them were considerably busy with their own responsibilities, they nonetheless accepted her offer. The three Wodens, along with a number of bodyguards, quickly boarded the Serendipity to travel from Synack 6 to Synack 12. Situated much further away from the local sun, Synack 12 was not exactly the hottest planet in the star system. Still, through clever terraforming, the global climate was still within human tolerance. As their shuttle was just about to reach the campus of the Peacekeepers, the two female Wodens comfortably chatted while Brutus remained stoically silent. "It's rare to see you out of your design labs these days. Designing mechs isn't easy, Rania. While one of our projects is easy enough to leave to our assistants, the other mech is considerably harder to pull off. Ves and I still have to exert the utmost of our design capabilities to ensure its performance remains within acceptable bounds." "That's the Hexer mech project you were talking about, right?" Gloriana beamed. "Even though Ves is in charge of the project, I think it holds a lot of potential. While many of his mech ideas sound outlandish, I have to admit that the one we are currently working for truly possesses the potential to swing the war. The only issue is to make our mech gain acceptable by the Hex army. That's something that will largely depend on whether my boyfriend can make good on his claims about the potential of our mech." Rania regarded her cousin with a suspicious look. "Why do I get the feeling that your mech has the potential to spark an upheaval in our state? Look at what Ves has already done. Whether directly or indirectly, his intervention ultimately trashed the Bright Republic and the Ilvain Protectorate. He's not that bad, Rania. The two states you've mentioned got exactly what was coming for them for siding with the Friday men. Our state won't make that mistake because we are smarter." Rania nodded in agreement. By now, even she fully recognized the incredible value that Ves could bring. Gloriana did the hegemony a great service by snatching him away from the influence of the Friday men. As the two continued to chat, Gloriana inquired about her latest research. "I haven't achieved much results," Rania admitted with a sigh as she raked her hand through her plant-like green hair. "I spent almost half a year preparing for your boyfriend's stupid implant operation. Not only that, he now expects to prepare over a dozen full augmentation plans for his assistants and his students. That will take forever to complete." "Are you angry that you are taking orders from a boy?" Rania shook her head. "Not as much. I'm already getting used to the way the galaxy outside of hegemony space works. It's just infuriating that I'm always expected to complete these errands just because I'm the most qualified exobiologist in the fleet." "Well, ever since V's pet exobiologist attempted to kill him, we haven't been able to hire a replacement, so you're the only one available." That was a pretty ugly event. Rania had been in the same operation room when the betrayal happened, and she had no clue that something like this could occur. We need more dedicated geneticists and implant surgeons to take over my workload. While I have managed to pass on some work to the medical specialists of the Glory Battalion, they are mostly trained to treat battlefield injuries and various afflictions, so they're of limited use in procedures that involve improving humans. A lot still rests on my shoulders, and I have a feeling that VS will want to augment a lot more people aside from his mech designers. Don't worry about that, Gloriana reassured her cousin. From what VS has told me, the clan is already in the process of hiring some promising biotech experts. It will take a long time to entrust them with greater responsibilities, but you'll soon be able to get back to your pet projects. No offense, but the specialists from the Sentinel Kingdom won't be as good as me. VS expects his chosen people to receive the same treatment that Hexers enjoy, so I am still expected to play an essential role in the augmentation process. I'll discuss the matter with VS a bit further, but I think it would be hard for us to hire a geneticist and implant surgeon that is up to standard. We've arrived, ladies, Brutus suddenly announced. The shuttle landed in the VIP section in the middle of the campus. The three Wodens emerged from the shuttle and showed no hint of appreciation of the architecture and scenery of the local branch of the Peacekeepers. A female public relations director from the Peacekeepers personally came up to greet the Hexers. Honored guests, on behalf of the Sentinel Peacekeeper Association, we welcome you to our premises. While our humble branch doesn't offer a lot of amenities, we shall do our best to accommodate your needs. We're not interested in anything else aside from the goods that you have to offer. The director already expected this request. Please allow me to guide you to the trading halls. While our branch doesn't offer the largest selection of Nixian goods, we have already been authorized to open our internal stores for you. Regular guests aren't allowed to enter our most coveted halls where the Peacekeepers trade between themselves. When VS visited the branch during his first visit to Sentinel, he already guessed the Peacekeepers kept the best goods to themselves. Only when the Peacekeepers and the nobles affiliated with them got their pick would the remaining goods be offered to the public. When Gloriana and Rania entered the first internal trading hall, their eyes instantly lit up. Gloriana became interested in the weird and unidentified chunks of minerals lying around, while Rania immediately turned her gaze towards the small but very varied collection of exotic plants. Since this was Rania's initiative, they visited the plant section first. A lot of the plant organisms retrieved from the Nixian Gap had already died, but there were plenty of them that were kept alive by storing them in precisely configured self-contained climate chambers. Though she was only at the start of her career, Rania could already imagine the possibilities when she studied the brief details of the items on offer. From spacefaring purple vines that extracted nutrients from asteroid to leafy black trees that absorbed energy from radiation, the diversity of exoplants on offer already dazzled her. Only the exobiology department of Kelma University dwarfed the current selection, but she never received permission to work with those valuable samples. Right now, that wasn't the case. Every product obtained by the Peacekeepers was for sale. As long as she paid enough hex credits, she could get any exoplant she wanted. Her breath started to heave as she tried to pick out the plants that would be useful to her ambitious research. She had never even seen some of the plants at her alma mater. Don't go overboard, Gloriana warned. Right now, our financial situation isn't as healthy as it used to be. I'll only allow you to purchase a few valuable goods. Can't you give me some slack, cousin? Gloriana shook her head. The clan still needs most of the money to pay all of its bills. I won't allow you to spend our money frivolously either. You need to explain to me what you want to do with the plants you want to buy. Your purchase has to benefit the clan in some way. Rania's face soured. That's ridiculous. I am still at the beginning stages of my career. I have to perform a lot of basic and fundamental research before I can delve into the finer applications of my work. It can take years before I develop a useful plant-based augmentation. Who holds the purse? Me. Gloriana smirked. Remember who you work for. If you don't like it, you are welcome to walk away and start your own business. It's fine, Rania grumbled. Chapter 2035 Students of VS. While Gloriana had taken a day off to go on an excursion to Synac 12, VS expected to enjoy a day without his girlfriend breathing down his neck. Metaphorically, of course. He spent some time seeing Maisie and Rennie off. They cried when they said goodbye to their parents before boarding a shuttle that would take them into orbit. VS had already reserved passage on a series of passenger liners that would slowly take them to Hippolyta War College, where they would arrive in time to start the next semester. When Michael and Xanther saw their female cousins depart, their expressions grew mixed. None of the four knew who would become the best after they reunited again. In a way, the girls exerted a considerable amount of pressure to the boys, adolescent men that remained. Even though there were more reputable schools in the hegemony, the graduates of Hippolyta were never weak. As the mainstays of the Hex Army, its alumni had earned a reputation for competence under pressure. I think the Hippolyta War College is a much better choice for them than the so-called better schools, VS deliberately said to the conflicted two young men. Kelma University is considered to be one of the premier universities, and the Artemis Institute isn't that far off. However, they mainly produce mech designers like Gloriana. They're excellent when they are able to exercise their craft in the comfort of their well-guarded labs and workshops, but they're a lot more frail once they get caught up in the middle of a battlefield. Xanther frowned. We're mech designers, patriarch. Aren't we supposed to be as far away from the fighting as possible? Technically you're right, but don't forget who we are. We are Larkinsons. We never take the easiest option. While it doesn't seem apparent to you now, a mech designer can gain much when they are closer to the action than many of our colleagues are comfortable with. My experiences during the latest Bright Visual War has defined me as a mech designer, and I hope you'll be able to grow through various crises as well. Since you accepted my tutelage, you should be prepared to learn how to work with mechs in a much more hands-on fashion than normal. The two young men paled. They had an inkling that VS had a lot of challenges in store for them. Just studying his public record was enough to know that VS survived all manner of dangers through his career. Can't we learn how to design mechs the normal way? Michael squeaked. VS gently shook his head. The normal way is too boring. I don't want to turn you into a pair of boring and uninspiring mech designers. I want my students to excel. As your teacher, it is my responsibility to unearth all of the potential that you contain in your bodies. The candies I fed you should have already laid the right foundation. Don't think that your expanded learning capacities is enough to breeze past my training. I know exactly what you are capable of, and I won't hesitate to push you to the utmost. The two Larkinsons looked at VS with despair. They already had a taste of his exacting demands and didn't relish more. We can't keep up, one of them whined. VS straightforwardly bonked both of the Larkinsons in the head. No more of that. Don't complain. Do you think the girls who have just left will have it any easier? Hippolyta will push them to the extreme. As long as they can keep up, they'll return half a decade later as completely different Larkinsons. Now tell yourself. Will you let Maze and Rennie trample all over you with their hex-required heels, or will you act like a man and stand up to their oppression? Do you mean the same way you stand up to Miss Gloriana? Slap. Ouch. No more talk like that from the two of you. While you are slated to receive additional augmentations, that doesn't mean you are on vacation. As far as I'm concerned, your study program has already started. VS grinned and pointed his thumb at a bright warrior that stood dormant in the corner of the rented base. See that mech there? I want you to go take it to a workshop and disassemble it down to its individual nuts and bolts. Then I want you to put it all together in exactly the same condition. What does that have to do with mech design, patriarch? Call me teacher. Ves crossed his arms. And it has everything to do with mech design. How can you possibly visualize your own mech designs to a high degree of accuracy if you have rarely if ever touched the components of a mech with your own hands? My assistant mech designers have already done the same, and their work has become considerably more grounded to reality as a result. The two students still looked daunted at this request. We can't. We don't know how to work all of the tools. You should put your new smarts to good use. Read the manuals. Ask the mech technicians to guide you. Figure it out through trial and error. However you do it, I expect you to flawlessly disassemble and reassemble the Bright Warrior by the end of the week. That's too short. We'll never be able to restore the mech to mint condition. Ves glowered at them. All I hear are excuses. Do you think reality will take it easy on you? One day, you'll probably be asked to perform something similar in only a single day. If you take any longer, some of the lives of your comrades might be forfeit. It took a while to get his point across. While he had handed over a daunting task to the prospective mech designers, Ves didn't expect them to succeed in the first place. Without even completing their first year of mech design studies, there was no way they could pick up a wrench and dissect a mech without damaging something. It was even less likelier for them to put it back together without causing a major mishap. In order to make sure his two students didn't trigger an accident that got themselves killed, he called for a chief technician to supervise their efforts. Don't tell them anything except how to use the tools and machines at their disposal, he told the grizzled chief. Just let them monkey around and realize slowly how out of depth they are and how much effort is required to service a mech, let alone design them from scratch. The chief technician wearing the yellow and white uniform of the avatars looked concerned. I'm not so sure I can keep them safe, sir. These kids look like they never held a multi-tool in their life. I don't think it's that bad, but you're mostly right. Just pull them away if they look like they are about to screw up pretty big. What about the mech? It's a shame to ruin a good Bright Warrior. It's a tough mech. It can take some dents. I should know, since I designed it in the first place. At most, the more fragile internal components need to be repaired, but that is just a few days of work for your crew. After passing on this instruction, he turned around and left the grounds. There was a very good reason why he started Michael and Xanther's study program by getting their hands dirty on an advanced mech. With their upgraded intelligence and concentration scores, there shouldn't be any problem with their theoretical studies. Any decent mech designer could pour a lot of knowledge down the throats of students who were this smart. The true challenge laid in shaping their principles, their work ethic, their mentality, and their perspective towards mech design. These were his true concerns as his teacher. Normally, a proper university utilized excellent teachers and various institutional tools to shape these intangible properties. Those means weren't available right now, so Ves had to make up for their absence with his own methods. His intent in throwing challenges to Michael and Xanther was to find out if they were suited to follow in his direction. His ultimate goal in teaching them was to see if they were capable of designing mechs with spiritual properties. He didn't expect them to perform spiritual engineering. They lacked the spiritual perception that was central to his own design philosophy. What Ves wanted to find out was if it was possible that they could still excel in some sort of specialty that applied spirituality in a more deliberate and conscious manner. To do so, Ves needed them to appreciate mechs in a different manner from the industry standard. Hopefully, they would come to see mechs as living entities or at least machines with greater potential. Speaking about guiding the next generation, his only student so far had also decided to return. Ketty's look changed. She looked uncomfortable in her blue and white LMC uniform that every mech designer wore. Her familiar CFA-grade sword hovered quietly behind her back in its floating scabbard. Meow! Lucky seemed ecstatic to meet her again. He jumped from V's shoulders and landed in her warm grasp. I missed you too, Lucky. Oh, you look better than ever. Did VS feed you well? Meow. Did you have a good time with Riella? VS gently asked. I did. Keddy smiled without any inkling of discomfort. I really enjoyed my time with her. She's very fun to be with, and she has helped me sort out my life. I know what I want to do now. I want to design mechs. The Sword Maidens need mechs designed by someone who understands them, and I'm the only one who can do that. VS was very glad to hear her conviction. He knew that her feelings had turned into a mess when she decided to go to Bentheim, but it seemed that her experiences during the Sand War and the flight from persecution did much to temper her conviction. Since the Sword Maidens were now part of the Black Cats, there was no reason for Keddies to stay away from the LMC and VS anymore. While I appreciate your enthusiasm, you should still contribute to our current projects. No one in the LMC works for free. Are you prepared to join a design team? She nodded. I can do that. I work best with melee mechs, though. It's fine. You're not the only mech designer with an unusual restriction. You'll just be working on the parts that every mech have in common if you have to work on a ranged mech. While Keddies played with Lucky, VS began to quiz her in order to understand her current progress. As one of his unfortunate test subjects who received enough candies to elevate her intelligence and concentration to 2.0, she had turned into a frighteningly voracious devourer of knowledge. VS looked surprised when he realized that Keddies had already reached and even surpassed the standard of an apprentice. In certain fields such as metallurgy and mechanics, she had already reached the level of a journeyman. The only issue was that she didn't really have a single completed mech design to her name. I do have a lot of projects in an advanced stage, but your study progress has already surpassed the level of your work, right? VS guessed. She nodded. I feel ashamed whenever I look at one of my old works. Every day, I learn something new that could have been applied to one of my works. You know that isn't good, right? Mech designers progress by practicing their craft. I always impressed upon you that accumulating book knowledge without ever putting it to use is no good. I know, but I was never this smart before, she explained herself. What took years for me to learn only takes a few weeks now. It's addicting. VS groaned and palmed his face. That sounded just like him a few years ago. His eyes sharpened as he gazed towards his first student. It looked like he needed to give her some extra guidance. Her eyes suddenly brightened as she gently threw Lucky into the air. Oh, there's also something else. While I haven't made much progress on my designs, I think I fleshed my design philosophy a bit. I even learned a cool trick. Watch this. She put her hand into her uniform pocket and retrieved a standard butter knife. Its edge was sharp enough to cut through meat, but not much more. While VS tried to figure out if there was something special about the knife, she retrieved a small bar of steel from her other pocket and threw it into the air. Swish! With a masterful one-handed sword stroke, Keddies chopped the butter knife through the metal bar. Instead of colliding against the bar, the knife instead cut through it as if it was a cake. The two separated pieces clattered to the ground while Keddies grinned at her mentor. Did you see? I finally developed my own superpower. VS looked slack-jawed. What? Chapter 2036 Uneven Progress. When Keddies showed off her superpower, VS quickly guided her to an empty office in the base. What she had just shown off was not something she should reveal so casually. Since when were you able to perform this trick? Ves asked. Just a month ago. She grinned. During the flight to Sentinel, there wasn't any work for me aboard the ship I was on. Aside from studying and polishing my swordsmanship, I didn't have anything else to do, so I began to see if I could develop my own superpower. Superpowers don't exist, at least not in the way you think. Ves frowned. Kedis tilted her head. Didn't I just show off something that no one else could do? That's not a superpower. That's just a side effect. Ves insisted. Could you demonstrate it for me again? I didn't pay enough attention the first time. I need to confirm something. Okay, but my power can't cut through anything, she warned as he pulled out another steel bar. It seemed that she had already come prepared. This time, she placed the small metal bar on a table. When she raised the hand holding her butter knife, Ves keenly studied her with his spiritual vision. Just as he suspected, through some method, Kedis somehow drew out a considerable portion of her spiritual potential and coated it around the edge of the butter knife. As soon as her cutting implement was fully enveloped by her spiritual energy, she chopped it down. Ves paid very careful attention to the metal bar. It parted in half when it met the spiritually enhanced blade. It was as if Kedis wasn't a human, but an expert mech that employed true resonance to enhance the sharpness of its blade. Yet that was impossible. Kedis was not an expert mech, and her application of spirituality diverged significantly from true resonance. Clunk! The blade she used to chop the bar continued to cut through the surface of the metal table until it suddenly something that was too hard to continue. The spirituality surrounding the blade had completely exhausted itself. This must be the limit that Kedis was talking about. What are the rules governing your superpower? Ves probed without shame. Fortunately, Kedis trusted Ves enough to reveal the details of her newly developed ability without reserve. I call it imbue sharpness. I can impart an edge on any blade I hold. However, when I tried it out with my great sword, I quickly learned that the cutting power rapidly dilutes over a longer edge. That's why I can only show off this power with a butter knife. Anything larger quickly causes the additional sharpness to grow weaker. These rules were easy to understand to Ves, especially since he had seen her ability at work with his spiritual vision. Right now, her spiritual potential is still within the range of an apprentice, which wasn't all that much. Perhaps she might be able to empower an actual sword once she advanced to journeyman, but until then the energy she was able to draw from her mind remained limited. What about the duration of this ability? Ves asked. The sharpening effect only lasts as long as I keep concentrating. It's easy to interrupt the effect if I get distracted. Furthermore, my blade can only cut through normal objects. A piece of steel like this bar is still doable, but as soon as I try to cut into the armor of a mech, my sharpness effect instantly runs out. I don't have the strength to cut through harder materials as of yet, but I'll surely do better in the future. Everything followed a rule. The energy she was able to channel in her ability could only last for so long. Cutting the small, hand-sized steel bar was no challenge at all, but as soon as her blade cut through the table underneath, her imparted energy rapidly depleted itself because the table was made of a more durable alloy. After a bit more elaboration, Ves fully understood the gist of her ability. It's not a superpower, Ves corrected her. It's a side effect of your design philosophy. Isn't that the same thing? Kedis frowned in confusion. I worked really hard to develop my understanding of sharpness. This superpower is the culmination of all of my efforts in the past few months. Ves felt like he was talking to Gloriana. Kedis was so convinced that her own framework was right that she simply refused to accept alternative explanations. Mech designers, he muttered. We're just as stubborn as expert pilots. What was that, VS? Oh, nothing. I need to study you a bit. Could you sit down so that I can look into your head? I need to observe something. Okay. Though she was wondering what he was doing, she still sat down so that her head was within his reach. He placed his hands on her head and tried to peer inside her mind with his spiritual senses. Ouch! He immediately encountered her mental defenses. It was as if he bumped into a wall of blades. Could you relax a bit, Keddies? Just imagine as if you are opening yourself up to me. I want to sense something in you, but to do that, you need to trust me. Can you do that? Okay. Though she began to harbor some doubts, she still followed his instruction, though with some difficulty. Once her mind cleared up enough for VS to peek in her mind, he only observed long enough to understand her progress. Just as he suspected, her nascent design philosophy was incredibly pure. Not only that, but it had developed to an advanced state. This was not the design philosophy of a novice or an inexperienced apprentice. This degree of development was more typical to those who were within reach of advancing to journeyman. Not even Miles Tovar was this far ahead. You have progressed enormously, VS gasped. What did you do in the past year? I already told you. I studied like a demon. I designed a couple of incomplete mechs, and I spent months servicing the mechs that belonged to Riella's unit. All of that sounded simple, but that made her accomplishment all the more remarkable. For a long time, VS always thought that Keddies held a lot of promise, but it would take a lot of time for her to exhibit her value. Yet now, despite not having finished a single mech design, she was already within range to advance to journeyman. This is crazy! This is impossible! Compared to an apprentice, Keddies possessed a lot of theoretical and hands-on experience with mechs. She overpowered in these areas. Yet just like VS in the past, she didn't possess enough design experience. The number one purpose of a mech designer was to design mechs. There was no way that Keddies should have been able to progress her design philosophy that quickly without spending enough time on her core activity. As VS continued to gaze at Keddies in confusion, he tried to figure out why she bucked the trend. Her spiritual attributes might hold some clues. He had already studied them and found out that her mentality was remarkably more pure than the average mech designer. Whereas people like VS possessed a lot of emotions and other junk in his mind, Keddies was almost as strong-willed and single-minded as an elite mech pilot. Her sword maiden training shaped her personality in a way that caused her to obsessively dedicate herself in any pursuit related to swords and swordsmanship. This tendency, along with her extremely pronounced concentration score, likely caused her to unconsciously excite and channel her spiritual potential until she succeeded in creating her own superpower. VS realized that Keddies had somehow turned a misunderstanding into truth. Through crooked means and mistaken assumptions, she exerted her concentration in a manner that should have resulted in nothing but actually managed to warp her spiritual potential into a completely unprecedented application. Not only that, but her constant mental efforts also honed her mentality and purified her spiritual attributes. The amount of effort she put into her inadvertent spiritual manipulation should be the actual reason why her design philosophy progressed so quickly despite her lack of design experience. She managed to deepen her perspective and understanding of sharpness through an alternate method. The implications of these realizations were very profound, though difficult to put to use. All VS knew was that Keddies suddenly possessed a lot more promise in his eyes. In fact, she might currently be the mech designer under his employ that was closest to advancing to journeyman. His plans for her changed considerably. I see you're wearing the uniform of the LMC. Have you joined the clan? She nodded. The sword maidens have all pledged to become Larkinsons. How could I not follow suit? I'm still not used to it, though. For a long time, I was a daughter of the frontier. It's hard to shake off my roots. I still consider myself to be both. That's okay. He didn't need to ask whether she became a Larkinson. He could already see that she possessed an active bond to the golden cat. Knowing that Kedis took her oaths seriously like any other sword maiden, Ves was completely assured of her loyalty to him and the clan. There was no way she would do anything to betray the Larkinsons. This made him feel much more reassured about his intention to facilitate her growth. Even without his help, she probably would have found a way to advance on her own, but with his ability to judge her state, he could probably speed it up by a couple of years. From now on, I'll be setting your tasks in person. My first order is to cease your studies. You already know more than most apprentices. There is no need for you to waste any more time in reading books at your stage. Hey! Ves crossed his arms. I'm serious. Too much study without putting all of your knowledge into practice is bad for you. Haven't you realized that already when you never finished your mech designs? In fact, that will be your focus for the next couple of months. I want you to transfer all of your design files to me so that I can study your work. I will then instruct you to finish every single design you started. Kedis looked scandalized. I can't. They're outdated. Most of them are last-gen mechs even. I know you're embarrassed of your old work, but you need to finish what you started. These incomplete projects will always hang over your head as long as you leave them incomplete. But they're too bad. You won't embarrass yourself. Ves spoke in a softer tone. I won't judge your work as long as they are earnest expressions of your passion. Everyone has to start somewhere. I would feel ashamed of my earliest work as well, but that doesn't mean I feel proud of what I managed to accomplish at the time. What Kedis truly needed was to develop the appropriate mindset towards her project. Starting new projects but abandoning them halfway was a bad habit that could easily lead to a lifelong pattern of half-hearted effort. This could not take root in his first student. What Kedis needed to learn was that not every project had to be perfect. It was fine to make some compromises in order to meet a deadline or finish her work quickly. Expediency was just a factor of their profession as thoroughness. Besides, once Kedis had some completed mech designs under her belt, Ves believed that her design philosophy would progress a lot closer to the eventual formation of her design seed. When Ves finished passing on his instructions to her, she departed the office to perform her new tasks. Ves looked back at the parted pieces of metal and hummed. He looked around the office and noted that it probably belonged to a chief technician. He rummaged through a few drawers until he finally found a small knife designed to cut miscellaneous objects. While it was sharper than a butter knife, it still wasn't capable of cutting through a metal bar. This is good enough. He held the knife in a firm grip and raised it above his head. He concentrated his mind and tried to emulate the same trick that Kedis pulled off. After some time, he managed to form a spiritual projection that wrapped around the blade in the same fashion that Kedis had managed to do. While there were a couple of differences, it was close enough to suit his purposes. He took a few deep breaths as he shifted his eyes to one of the halves of the metal bar. While it was smaller than the original object, it was still large enough to use as target practice. Cut! He swung the blade down, only to meet immediate resistance. Clank! Despite his enhanced strength, the knife only dug a shallow groove before spinning away from his grasp. Damn! It didn't work. My domain and attributes are too different. I can't replicate her superpower, he glumly concluded. Chapter 20 37 Journeyman Candidates. The return of Kedis to the design teams was met with considerable fanfare. Despite her sword-maiden pedigree and unusually athletic and half-alien appearance, she had already proved her design prowess to the other assistant mech designers. Kedis knew she was good. Developing her own superpower infused her with an immeasurable amount of confidence, and the great sword floating behind her back only emphasized her strength even further. This was a mech designer who could fight. This was the mech designer groomed by both Ves and the sword maidens. No one made the mistake of looking down on her due to her irregular background. The most peculiar reaction came from the two boys, adolescent men. Both Michael and Xanther gazed at Kedis with admiration and hero worship. They seemed to think they would become just as strong and competent as Kedis once they received V's personal tutoring. Oh, how naive! A mech designer like Kedis was one of a kind. Besides, Ves had a very different trajectory in mind for the two Larkinson seeds. Perhaps the only other peculiar reaction that Ves picked up was that of Meryl O'Brien Larkinson. Due to her former pirate adventures, she knew what pirates were really like. As a mech designer who was highly inclined towards rationalism, Ves never really knew what Meryl was really thinking. At the very least, she shouldn't be plotting anything bad considering that she successfully gained the Golden Cat's approval. When they finished the meet and greet, Ves made some announcements. Right now, there are two mech designers among us who have made a lot of progress recently. After evaluating Kedis and Miles, I believe that they are within reach of reaching their critical moments. In order to facilitate their progress, I have decided to pull them out of the design teams to guide them on an individual basis. They will spend most of their time designing their own mechs. The man and women in question stepped aside. Already they received admiring glances from the remaining assistants. Everyone here knew that the two might very well become the next journeymen of the Larkinson clan. The collective design prowess of the LMC would practically double at that time, thereby turning into a truly formidable mech company at the sector level. After handing out the daily assignments for the design teams, Ves and Gloriana both pulled Kedis and Miles aside. Both of you are very promising, but that does not mean that you are already set to become a journeyman, Ves warned. There are plenty of apprentices who stalled despite continuing to design lots of mechs. The only guarantee I can give you is that as long as you maintain your passion, your chances of advancing will be considerable. Don't lose heart. Don't lose your motivation. Keep chasing after your ambition and don't hesitate to design something radical. Dare to design! Dare to design! The two younger mech designers echoed with fervent eyes. Ves grinned. He was becoming better and better at motivating people. That said, nothing was set in stone. Though his spiritual vision already revealed that their nascent design philosophies had stimulated their spiritual potential, he had seen plenty of people in the same condition. Not all of them managed to realize their potential. The main issue was that Ves wasn't sure what conditions they needed to meet in order to trigger the formation of their design seeds. All he could do was to encourage them to design a lot of mechs, hoping that this stupid but proven method of exercising their craft would help them break through the extraordinary threshold. In his mind, Ves already considered Kedis and Miles to be journeyman candidates. This wasn't a common term in the mech industry because, unlike expert candidates, highly advanced apprentices didn't generate any resonance. Perhaps masters possessed an intuitive ability to detect promising mech designers, but there was no technological equivalent to the reliable resonance meter. Miles raised his hand. I have a question, teacher. If we ever succeed in our advancement, what will be our role in the LMC? That was a very important question. Ves still wanted to make use of their distinctive specialties, but he couldn't treat them as his obedient slaves anymore. Journeymen deserve better. As mech designers who were capable of imparting extraordinary power to their work, their value was countless times greater than an apprentice. If mech companies could choose between employing 1,000,000 apprentices or a single journeyman, they would always choose the latter without any hesitation. This was because the apprentices were ultimately constrained by the technical limitations of the natural laws. Only journeymen and higher were capable of designing mechs that clearly outperformed the mechs designed by AIs. Even though both of the journeyman candidates had pledged their loyalty to the Larkinson clan, that did not mean that Ves could mistreat or exploit them at will. As the patriarch of the Larkinson clan, he owed it to the two mech designers to continue to foster their growth. In exchange, they would pay back everything that Ves and the clan invested in them by contributing back to the clan. The real question was how much autonomy he should give them. As journeymen, it was important for them to design their own mechs. Yet Ves feared that the qualities of their products wouldn't match the profile expected of LMC mechs. The key qualities that every LMC-branded product had in common was their glows and their high compatibility with their target audience. So far, Ves had mainly collaborated with Gloriana, who mostly followed his lead in most projects. He couldn't continue this pattern. Hogging all of the pivotal design choices would only deprive his other collaborators with an opportunity to exercise their creativity. In the future, we'll change the way we manage our mech design projects, Ves eventually promised. Every journeyman should have the opportunity to design the mechs of their dreams. With more journeymen, we can also increase the amount of projects we are working on at the same time. Don't forget that we are already recruiting a lot of assistant mech designers as well. We'll be holding some trials soon to decide the most suitable additions to our design teams. This might possibly be the biggest wave of recruitment for some time. Ves intended to expand his design department considerably in order to increase the pace of development at his mech company. The time where he would only be pumping out 1 or 2 mech designs per cycle would soon be over. Ves already resigned himself to taking on a more supervisory role in less important projects. Strictly speaking, he only needed to be involved just enough to imbue the upcoming mech designs with glows. Of course, he shouldn't take it too far and lean back all the time. He still planned to involve himself more extensively in more important projects. One thing was for sure, though. Ves had to manage his time well. There was way too much work and far too little time to devote equal attention to everything. He needed to set priorities and compromise on a lot of lesser matters if he wanted to make sure the LMC remained as productive as possible. Ves gazed deeply at the expressions shown by Kedis and Miles. Though both of them clearly knew that Ves and Gloriana would always maintain their primacy in the design department, they didn't show any signs of challenging this power dynamic. Good. As much as Ves was willing to delegate more responsibilities to any new journeyman, he was determined to stay on top. The LMC was still his mech company as far as he was concerned, and it should always operate in a way that facilitated his own development. There is a bit of a peculiarity in the mechs you prefer to design, right? He continued. Kedis, you still intend to specialize in swordsman mechs, right? Any mech that wields a bladed weapon will do, she clarified. My main goal is to design the best mechs for the sword maidens. To be honest, I don't feel any passion when I design other mechs. That sounded fairly limiting to Ves, but at least it was better than before. While Kedis still preferred to design swordsman mechs, she could also design a knight mech if necessary. I'll need your help in improving the offensive capabilities of our Hexer mech project. While it isn't very strong at beating other mechs, it at least needs to hold its ground. All right. Kedis nodded. Ves turned to Miles. As for you, our mech company hasn't produced any aerial mechs so far, but I hope we can change that. If you do well, I'll put you in charge of any mech that falls within your specialty. Thank you, teacher. Don't thank me yet. We'll revisit this topic again when you succeed in your advancement. He only revealed some of his future plans in order to give them hope and motivate them further. As long as they heard that they would be able to lead their own design projects, they would work extra hard to shed their status as apprentices. Strictly speaking, Kedis possessed a lot more potential than Miles. She was considerably younger than Miles and had a good chance of becoming a journeyman before she reached 30 years old. As for the former Tovar family member, his extensive experience and systematic upbringing meant that his chances of advancing should be higher. However, Ves didn't expect Miles to make a lot of progress quickly because his design philosophy was a lot more muddled. Kedis and Miles were fundamentally different people. The former not only enjoyed an unorthodox upbringing, but also pursued her passion to the extreme. Her sworn maiden habits along with V's teachings all fueled her obsessiveness to a level where she even brute-forced her way into developing her own superpower. As for the latter, Miles was the typical example of an elite mech designer who studied at an excellent school such as Ansel or the DCTI. Though both universities existed no more since the Sandmen swept through Bentheim, the reputation and pedigree that Miles enjoyed was not something that should be discounted. The only problem was that his systematic learning trajectory was a bit deficient in terms of daring and rule-breaking. Miles still respected the natural laws too much to imagine bending them in order to design the mechs of his dreams. Ves needed to find a way to foster his passion and encourage him to refine his nascent design philosophy further. Gloriana and I will be reviewing your private designs before advising you on how to proceed. Both of you need to temper your developing design philosophies by applying the principles and ideals that you have theorized in your mind. Remember, a mech designer is not strictly a researcher. A mech designer is a product maker. Making mechs is the best way for us to improve. Fires burned in their eyes as they agreed with this statement. The two candidates weren't resigned to remain in the category of low-ranking mech designers any longer. Witnessing the success and achievements of Ves and Gloriana fueled their desire to catch up to their idols. Gloriana smiled in satisfaction. I concur with my boyfriend. The LMC and the Larkinson clan stands to become something greater when you ascend to our level. There are a lot more mechs we can design with your assistance. The key is to work together and pool our talents so that we can achieve the greatest level of synergy possible. Currently, the Larkinson clan mainly depended on Ves to remain prominent. This was rather precarious, as his sudden absence would instantly cause the clan to lose its relevance. Both expert pilots and journeymen were vital to the Larkinsons. Only when they began to produce both in abundance would their clan gain recognition as an independent power. The future of the Larkinson clan did not solely rest on V's shoulders anymore. While he would still play the most dominant role, he did not have to carry the burden on his own anymore. Chapter 2038 Fear Machine. A month after reaching Hisneck, the Larkinson clan continued to expand and consolidate its strength. The clan of the Golden Cat became more and more formidable during this time. The quantity and quality of ships, mechs, and manpower constantly improved with each passing day. The only downside was the increased strain to the clan's financial health. Much more cash flowed out of its coffers than the other way around. The pressure this worsening trend exerted on Ves increased. It became more important than ever to generate new revenue sources for the clan. Right now, Ves could only rest his hopes on his upcoming Striker mech project. Though it was merely a third-class mech design, it had the potential to become a very big seller. As the project progressed rapidly during the last few weeks, the mech came close to reaching its prototype testing phase. While Ves did not involve himself too closely in its design process, he spent a considerable amount of time and effort on preparing its spiritual foundation. He already decided to imbue the design with Zygra's spiritual fragment, but it needed a considerable amount of treatment before the Striker mech's glow became menacing enough to achieve its intended effect. VS wanted his flamethrower-wielding mech to be able to scare away enemy mech pilots with its glow alone. "This is the solution to the capacity problem," he concluded. He spent way too much time in trying to resolve this critical shortcoming. His striker mech boasted a decent amount of armor and a considerable punch, but its endurance and longevity on the battlefield never reached a satisfactory standard. VS had already tried and failed to come up with an alternate configuration to its humanoid mech shape. At its current budget and tech level, there weren't any good solutions to the fundamental problem that his striker mech risked running out of propellant a bit too quickly. "However, my mech doesn't necessarily have to burn its opponents to a crisp in order to complete its mission." He expressly designed his mech to act as a deterrent to massed attacks. While it would be best for his mechs to destroy any enemies entering its reach, scaring them away was the next best outcome. There were multiple ways to fulfill this second objective. Previously, VS focused most of his design efforts in integrating and optimizing the cooperation between the mech frame and the 34F Enizen spreader flamethrower model. The simplest way to deter incoming enemies is to throw a lot of firepower in their direction. With the Enizen spreader as the central focus, VS designed everything else about the mech around the weapon. He even planned out its glow to complement the fear factor of putting up a wall of flames. It was only later on that his perspective started to shift. The glow for the mech needed to play more than just a complementary role. It had to be able to become frightening enough to deter approaching enemies even if the mech wasn't engaging in active area denial. When Gloriana heard his reasoning, she didn't look convinced. "I understand what you are getting at, VS," she began. "As much as I have faith in your glows, your proto-gods aren't strong enough to carry a battle by themselves. Not at their current level of development. We always designed this mech with the assumption that the glow and the flamethrower would work in unison to achieve the effect we want. By themselves, neither of them are as effective as we would like." A suppressive glow mainly affected the mentality of the opposing mech pilot. However, there were so many variables which affected the success rate of relying on a glow to fulfill one of the mech's objectives. Against an outfit with overwhelming numbers or excellent training, it was hard for a glow to affect their morale and composure. The confidence that mech pilots gained in their material advantages vastly outweighed any vague mental influences. Still, VS didn't give up on his dream. "I think it should still be possible to rely on psychological pressure alone to keep enemies at a distance. I just have to spice up the spiritual composition of our mech design. Zygra alone can't do it alone." The former crown cat turned spiritual entity was truly a strong and frightening being. Whether he was dead or alive, his notable spiritual prowess which emerged as a coincidence was something that VS had already made use of in the Kinslayer and Prideful Soldier designs. However, it was exactly because of his familiarity with Zygra's glow that VS held little confidence in the huge cat. Properly speaking, Zygra excelled in devouring and corrosion. When he used to be alive, the crowned cat was notorious for degrading the integrity of enemy mechs and consuming the opponents he downed. The intimidation factor he possessed was mainly a side effect of his desire to prey on others. The cat constantly regarded everyone and everything else as its food. Though this was very disconcerting, Zygra would much rather maul and munch on its prey than scaring it to death. "I'm running out of time," he whispered to himself. "Soon, we'll test out the prototypes and optimize the design even further. I can't introduce major changes while the project has reached an advanced stage." He began to run through his options. Which design spirit or spiritual entity could he choose from to turn his striker mech into a fear machine? Only one possibility remained. "I need to visit the Scarlet Rose's vault," he told Gloriana. "Can I come with you?" she asked. "No. I don't need your help." He took Lucky and departed the design lab. For the past month, more than half of the clan was working and living on solid ground. To many Larkinsons, the return to normality that living on a terrestrial planet provided was very essential in restoring their mental states. Even Ves, who was determined to make his fleet his home, still wasn't used to spending so many months in space. Meow. Just one more month to go before we are ready to depart. We'll be saying goodbye to the Larkinson family at that time. Meow? I don't know, Lucky. It depends on the opportunities one can find. I'm still on the lookout for lucrative missions that can earn me lots of credits, but most of them are only suitable for teams. He had been dropping into the Rim Exchange every other day. Each time his Apollo Radiant avatar entered the Merit Hall, he gained numerous offers, each of which he ignored. He didn't want to split his mission rewards. Unfortunately, the missions suitable for individuals rewarded far too little merits in proportion to the risk and time commitment they demanded. Sure, earning 2 million merits after completing a single mission sounded nice. What was not so nice was that he would have to venture at least 2 years into the interior of the Nixian Gap before spending another 2 years to exit the region. Ves began to lose hope of finding a suitable mission. The Rim Guardians may be generous, but they weren't running a charity. Its merit rewards never came easily, especially to journeymen whose capabilities were limited compared to masters. I'd have to be a master myself in order to become eligible for the most lucrative missions. He even thought up the crazy notion of impersonating a master before instantly stamping it out. It will never work. The MTA and the Rim Guardians can never be fooled so easily. Yet aside from this insane stunt, how else could he gain access to the most lucrative missions? Maybe I can suck up to one of the high-ranking associates of the Rim Guardians. This meant he needed to find a patron within the Rim Exchange, which wasn't easy. Journeymen were very limited in the perspective of masters. There was no way that Ves could earn enough recognition to obtain more than a minuscule share of every mission he completed with a patron. Still, out of all of the available options, this Hail Mary option was the realistic one out of the bunch. Ves just needed to find a receptive master and trade something of value. For example, I can offer to impart my glows to their mechs. One of the more profound but neglected advantages of his specialty was its lack of conflict with nearly every other design philosophy. Unless another mech designer specialized in something that worked directly with spirituality, then Ves was very confident he could blend his specialty in the works of other mech designers. No matter how weird their products turned out to be, Ves could always add some value to them by infusing them with a spiritual foundation or imbuing them with a living design spirit. His eyes burned a bit brighter. This was actually a viable option. His enthusiasm quickly died down, though. I just have to prove my value to masters. That was not easy. Masters had access to an enormous talent pool. A huge amount of mech designers wished to work for them. They were practically spoiled when it came to adding complementary specialties to their design teams. Still, Ves believed his glows had reached a level where they could significantly improve the effectiveness of any mech. His existing mech designs should already be sufficient to prove his worth, but Ves feared that it would take more to attract the attention of masters. They don't necessarily care about third-class mechs, he muttered. While my striker mech design will undoubtedly be able to raise a lot of eyebrows if I succeed, it will be my Hexer mech which will truly put me on the map. The land-bound support knight mech was a bit further off from completion. Its complexity still perplexed Ves and Gloriana on a regular basis. Still, its promise in terms of impact was greater than that of his striker mech. Not only would it be his first proper second-class mech design, His Hexer mech had the potential to capture the attention of the entire star sector if it succeeded in making a difference in the huge and pivotal Komodo War. If that ever happened, Ves would finally have the capital to negotiate with Masters. After a short trip, he reached the location in the base where his crew parked the mobile supply frigate. He entered the former Friday Man vessel and passed through numerous security checkpoints until he reached her vault. As usual, Ves left all of his bodyguards behind barring Nita. The bodyguard immediately frowned upon entering. The air within the vault was rather unsettling. Meow! Even Lucky showed signs of vigilance. Oh, damn it! Ves cursed under his breath as he strode to a certain area of the vault. He opened a secure storage section and pulled out the ancient sarcophagus that was the source of the unsettling feeling. Right now, the alien coffin looked a lot more active than his last visit to the vault. Nixie! The ancient alien spiritual entity was roiling with fury. His potent spiritual energy was colliding against the bonds of his ancient prison. He wanted to escape. Oh no, you don't! Ves only intended to harvest a small spiritual mote from Nixie in order to enhance the intimidation factor of his striker mech. Right now, he couldn't afford to act with restraint. Nixie had restored some strength and was using it to erode his prison even further. A minor cut wasn't enough to suppress the dangerous spiritual entity. I need my F-stone! Fortunately, he stored all of the necessary tools in the same vault. He retrieved his B-stone lockbox and put it over his head in order to shield his mind. He also made sure to reinforce the basic spiritual shield he projected around his mind. After that, he retrieved his F-stone, drew out some of its offensive charge, and cut out a decent-sized spiritual fragment from Nixie. Having done this multiple times, Ves proficiently wounded the ancient alien tyrant without exposing himself to any counterattacks. Soon, the furious Nixie subsided as he lost too much strength all of a sudden. The ancient sarcophagus no longer appeared active as its bonds finally managed to contain the weakened outburst of its prisoner. While Ves had managed to succeed this time, he didn't look happy. What if I didn't come? Would Nixie have been able to succeed in breaking out his prison? That would have been a catastrophe to Ves and the clan. Chapter 2039 Surrogate Shopping. Ves studied the only F-stone in his possession and sighed. The exotic's offensive charge diminished every time he drew on it. While its ability to enhance the offensive power of his spiritual projections was invaluable, he would eventually run out of it if he couldn't find another F-stone. It wasn't as if he tried. He already instructed Calabas to discreetly search for more spiritually reactive materials. He had some hopes of gaining more P-stones, F-stones, and B-stones during his stay in Hisneck. After all, he obtained much of his initial samples from the local branch of the Peacekeepers and the mysterious Circle of Mote. Yet even after a month had passed, the Black Cat still hadn't brought any goodies. Had Ves cleaned out decades' worth of accumulating of spiritually reactive materials in his previous visit? Were others buying them up as soon as they entered the market? Whatever the case, Ves couldn't rely on replacement for his current F-stone. He had to operate on the assumption that he could only rely on his current sample. All the while, Nixie was restoring his strength. Each time he woke up a bit more, he seemed to be able to leverage more and more strength. Ves felt as if he was on a time limit. Cutting pieces of him to use as ingredients was unsustainable. If Ves failed to grow strong enough to negate his reliance on his F-stone, he would eventually lose his ability to defeat the formidable entity. Fortunately, the problem wasn't acute at this moment. He still possessed plenty of charge to cut Nixie down to size a dozen or so times. Before he reached this point, he could always grow stronger or find some other way to limit the restoration of the tyrannical spiritual entity. Did he grow stronger due to receiving spiritual feedback? This issue concerned him a lot. The spiritual products derived from Nixie's spiritual fragments had the potential of feeding spiritual energy back to their parents, but VS made sure to block this interaction. VS took the time to inspect and inquire Bravo and the solemn guardian. Neither of them had broken his rule as far as he was aware of. In their current state, they weren't capable of withholding information from him. They were being completely truthful. Did he get something from Silent William? He couldn't help but recall the spiritual surgery he performed on the Urbish clansman. While the operation succeeded in turning him into an expert candidate, it also generated plenty of side effects. Right now, VS didn't have access to William. He pretty much disappeared after VS sent him back to the Rim Guardians. It would probably take some time for Silent William to return to the Urbish clan in the Vicious Mountain Star sector. Maybe I should pay a visit to him if I ever pass through Vicious Mountain, he hummed. He wrapped up his session in the vault and stowed away all of the materials. He made sure to store Nixie's spiritual fragment inside a P-stone before locking it inside his B-stone lockbox. If there is any material I need the most, it's the B-stone, he concluded. As long as I have enough blocking material, I can surround the coffin with an even greater cage. He could also use B-stone for other purposes like crafting more lockboxes and building a spiritually impervious suit of armor. Meow. VS glared at his cat. No! This is not your food. I have too few spiritually reactive exotics for you to treat them like your personal snacks. Meow. His cat angrily turned around. Lucky still remembered the unique flavor of a P-stone. Though Lucky eventually produced the accumulation of spirit gem that played an invaluable role in turning the Quint into a masterwork mech, VS couldn't afford to sustain this consumption. While he currently held 17 P-stones, each of which contained a spiritual fragment, or some of his spare spiritual energy, that might be all he had to work with for the foreseeable time. The worst possibility that VS had to take into account that he wouldn't be able to find any more spiritually reactive exotics, especially if he traveled to a different star sector or galaxy. The current materials he managed to obtain might be exclusive to the Komodo star sector or the Nixian Gap. While VS didn't believe that spiritually reactive exotics only showed up in a single region, who knew what other letters he had to use to describe newer materials with different effects? Maybe I need to make another anonymous stop to the Circle of Mota, he muttered. I would advise against that, sir. Nita suddenly spoke up. It was rare for her to take the initiative to react to him. The last time we visited the Circle of Mota in this star system, we encountered a suspect agent from the cult. You even speculated that the Circle might be one of its fronts. That was right. The last time he visited its black market, they randomly encountered someone with the same kind of enhanced nose as his bodyguard. He frowned. The most suitable way to avoid exposing his special nature to the 5 Scrolls Compact was to send a surrogate to do his illicit shopping. The problem was that no one else could do what he could do and detect the spiritual reactivity of the exotics for sale. Meow! As if he knew what he was thinking, Lucky returned to his side and attracted his attention. You! Ha! You'll probably buy the yummiest exotics for sale if I let you be in charge. No way! Meow meow meow! VS supposed his cat was right. Aside from him, Lucky should also be able to detect the exotics he wanted. If nothing else, his cat had already learned the distinctive properties of P-stones, F-stones and B-stones, so he should be able to pick out any of these 3 materials in any market. Maybe sending out a surrogate would work after all. As long as he sent someone trustworthy and take along Lucky in disguise, they might be able to shop at the most promising venue. Of course, that was assuming the circle of Moda still remained active in this star system. For all he knew, they had already packed their bags and left the star system. In fact, even finding them was an issue because he lacked someone like Lady Miralix of House Laterna to vouch for him and introduce him to one of the circle's black markets. That said, he still possessed the contact information for Finley, but thinking about the mysterious noble contact instantly soured his mood. That bastard lied to me! My doom crawlers are only supposed to be used against pirates. He mistakenly thought that their low-gravity configuration prevented them to be used on standard planets in civilized space. Evidently, he was wrong. The faction that stood behind Finley probably harbored greater plans for the local region than throwing a couple of pirate organizations in chaos. Their conspiracy even encompassed the Sentinel Kingdom. To Ves, these conspiracies were all child's play to him. No matter which group of nobles came out on top with their power plays, eventually the Friday men or hexers would come and sweep their entire order. Their sights are set too low. They can't look beyond their local region, he muttered. What happened in the rest of the star sector affected the Sentinel Kingdom. What happened in the star cluster affected the star sector, and so on. From the moment the MTA announced the invasion of the Red Ocean, every single corner of human space shifted in a different direction. Let's go, Lucky. We're done here. Later that day, he requested a meeting with Calabast. He first passed on his request to dispatch someone to shop for spiritually reactive exotics with Lucky's help. She looked dubiously at his pet. Lucky Dot was currently preoccupied with munching on some scrap that used to belong to a CRC mech. Ves had to placate his hungry cat in some way, and ordinary exotics didn't work. He's rather eye-catching, you know. It will be difficult to prevent people from associating him with you. After all, there are countless recordings and images of you and your distinctive-looking mechanical pet on the galactic net. Ves smirked. Don't underestimate Lucky's ability to hide. He's quite difficult to detect when he wants to hide. I bet he can even sneak up on you without alerting you. Who do you think is responsible for the theft at Kesseling 8 years ago? That harebrained scheme of yours almost got you killed, remember? Calabast scowled. In the end, she acquiesced to his demand. She promised to find the circle of Moda's marketplace and dispatch an operative paired with Lucky to scour it for spiritually reactive exotics. There were a couple of problems, though. Aside from lacking the contacts that could introduce them to the circle of Moda, they were also short on the most essential resource of all, money. What's our budget? She asked bluntly. Ves winced. Not that much. While I can give you more, it will be difficult to hide so much cash moving around. I also need to maintain a sufficient reserve to sustain my current fleet. I know, she said. I've been supervising the penitent sisters on your behalf for a while. It's immediately obvious that they are proving to be a greater burden on your upkeep than all of your other assets put together. When are you going to solve the money problem? I'm working on it. You don't have to hound me as if you are a mother trying to make me do my homework. If you have been keeping an eye on my activities, then you should know that my commercial striker mech design is weeks away from completion. If it's as promising as I think it is, the LMC will soon obtain another cash cow besides the Desolate Soldier. That should solve our immediate liquidity concerns. The spy looked skeptical. I don't know, Ves. While I don't know mechs as much as you, I understand the way societies and economies are run. Right now, the market for striker mechs isn't booming, especially space-borne ones. That was because the market for space-borne striker mechs was highly correlated to major wars. While the Komodo star sector was engulfed by the growing ripples of the Komodo War, that was mainly a struggle between two superior powers. The surrounding third-rate states had nothing to do with the fighting up to now. Aside from some rare incidents, the lesser states mostly stood aside and tried their best to catch as little attention as possible. "I think that will change soon enough," Ves ominously predicted. "If hostilities ever break out between numerous third-rate states, the scale and frequency of battles will skyrocket. The demand for an area denial mech that can hold off an entire group of mechs will become more relevant than ever. Besides, even if that's not the case, I think the inherent value of my next product is enough to turn it into a bestseller." Though Calabash still remained skeptical, it didn't matter. If demand for his product wasn't sufficient, then he planned to generate it. There was no way a mech as useful as his striker mech should remain obscure. They eventually moved on to another topic. "How are the penitent sisters?" "Keeping them in line is tiring me out." Calabash glowered at Ves. "Sorting out their many issues is becoming increasingly more difficult. The penitent sisters aren't people who are content with sitting around and doing nothing. They expect it to themselves at the Friday men, not rot away in the periphery of the star sector. You should really talk to Commander Chansey and come to some sort of according with the sisters." He looked confused. "Why didn't you do it yourself?" "They have quite the grudge against normal hexers like me." Calabash crossed her arms. "The hegemony single-handedly crushed their cult and forced them to make unpalatable oaths. While I'm not exactly a representative of the hegemony, to them I'm still an enemy. I'm a man, though. Shouldn't that even be a greater obstacle to gaining their cooperation?" "Not necessarily." Calabash shook her head. "While their original ideology did call for killing you and every other male in human space, they have already sworn to disavow it. While a lot of hatred still exists, the sisters will never break their oaths to teach you a lesson. As long as they realize that there is no point in antagonizing you, I expect they'll cooperate. Just talk to them, Ves." His expression turned flat. He didn't relish the idea of talking to the most extreme man-haters the hegemony had ever produced. He had already met them once before and his impressions were anything but positive. Chapter 2040 Led Astray. The Striker Mech project came one step closer to completion. After Ves and Gloriana temporarily halted their work on the Hexer Mech project in order to hasten the progress of their commercial mech design, it finally reached the testing and iteration phase. As usual, Ves left the fabrication and testing of the prototypes over to his design teams. He was already fairly confident that the testing shouldn't generate many surprises. The mech was a fairly simple third-class mech whose primary armament was a relatively low-tech flamethrower. Perhaps some fiddly parameters might deviate, such as the distribution of heat or the efficiency of the Enizen spreader, but those were minor issues that just needed some optimization to mitigate. The smooth progress of this project made Ves appreciate the value of his design teams. While they didn't consist of brilliant mech designers like Gloriana and himself, their competence was more than enough to design adequate mechs that had the potential to be a success on the market. As long as someone better provided direction and lent their distinctive specialties to a mech design, most of the hard work could easily be performed by apprentices who knew what they were doing. He looked forward to expanding the LMC's design department. Once he had double or triple the amount of design teams, his productivity would doubtlessly soar despite not putting more hours in his work. Finishing his principal work in the primary design phase of the Striker Mech project gave Ves enough time to address some other priorities. For example, Ves scheduled a visit to the flagship of the Penitent Sisters. Calabash was insistent that he should involve himself more thoroughly in their affairs. This was why he was currently sitting in a shuttle that was ascending into orbit. The Penitent Sisters were parked in high orbit, and well away from any other ships and space stations. No one wanted to stray too close to these powerful madwomen. Aside from Lucky and his bodyguards, Calabash was also present. "I'm here to make sure you don't do anything that causes the Penitent Sisters to break their oaths and chop off your head." VS glared at his partner. I'm not that bad. Tell that to the Friday Coalition. It was their fault for kidnapping me and provoking me at every turn. While the penitent sisters have been told to behave themselves, I'm not sure they can hold themselves in. You don't take well to provocations sometimes. I'm just a mech designer, VS helplessly grumbled. As they snarkily bantered, the shuttle soon reached the hangar bay of the most central vessel in the penitent sister fleet. Aside from her name, the surly cockatrice looked impressive. She started off as a Hexer combat carrier built for mercenaries. After several decades of service, the mercenary corps in question put it on the second-hand market before the Temple of Hexism finally bought her to be used as the flagship of the Penitent Sisters. As a punishment unit, the Penitent Sisters didn't get to have the best. That said, there was no point in giving them cheap third-rate trash either. The 600 mech pilots and thousands of support personnel were all highly trained soldiers and professionals. If not for their extreme ideology, they would have served as a powerful weapon for the hegemony. While the matriarchs in charge of the hegemony liked to be in control, they were fairly practical when it came to efficiency. Wasting valuable resources was not in their habit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed boys to pilot mechs and serve in the Hex Army, if only in a diminished capacity. Eventually, they stepped out of the shuttle. The bodyguards accompanying them became a little more alert due to the obvious hostility their arrival attracted. The mech technicians and mech pilots lingering in the hangar bay glared at VS with such animosity that he would have already been killed if their eyes held power. What a cheerful greeting, VS dryly remarked. They haven't even prepared a greeting party for us. I can already tell I'll have a jolly time on this ship. The interior of the surly cockatrice was typically Hexer. In this star sector, only the hegemony built ships with hexagon-shaped corridors and objects. In addition, it also became clear that the Temple of Hexism had a hand in renovating the combat carrier, as there were several altars and religious iconography based on the orthodox interpretation of Hexism. All in all, the interior of the surly cockatrice looked as if Gloriana would feel right at home if not for one major flaw. As VS looked around, there was no way he could escape the ubiquitous symbol. Not a single penitent sister could avoid this iconic male symbol unless they closed their eyes. While the symbol didn't flood the ship, it was damn near everywhere. Calabas carefully observed VS as he took in the extreme lengths the Temple of Hexism had gone to humiliate the penitent sisters. The penitent sisters used to serve in a martial order to a cult, she explained. They are both soldiers and devout worshippers, and that makes for a very strong combination. Matters of pride, belief, and conviction are very important to the sisters. The Temple of Hexism knows this and deliberately shaped their punishment in a way that crushes their dignity. Is that why the women here are so angry all the time? VS asked while hugging Lucky. He needed some comfort to shield him from the near-universal hostility on this Hexer ship. Even with the indignity of seeing the symbol of Mars on a daily basis, the sisters still would have taken offense at your presence. While they have disavowed their extreme beliefs, old habits die hard. Without anyone to greet them, they eventually decided to stride forward. They passed a number of old but very powerful second-class mechs. VS had already studied the models in detail in his free time. Most of the mechs consisted of last-gen cast-offs that the Temple of Hexism probably snapped from the second-hand market with hardly any concern for coordination or logistical burdens. The sheer variety of models meant that the penitent sisters had to buy a lot of different materials and spare parts to keep their mechs running, and all of that cost money which VS was responsible for paying. He grimaced even further as he counted the sheer variety of mechs in this single hangar bay. If the penitent sisters used just 6 or less mech models throughout their entire mech roster, then VS would probably be able to slash their annual upkeep by half. What are you thinking about? Calabas asked. I'm thinking that I need to push forward my plans to replace the mechs of the penitent sisters with my own design as soon as possible. I think I'll design the mechs with an eye towards uniformity and ease of maintenance. While I'm grateful to have the power of the penitent sisters at my disposal, I'm less enthused about the burden to my bank accounts. The spy smirked. Power doesn't come cheap. I'm glad you realized this lesson, kid. Couldn't you ask Diva or the hegemony to take the burden of their upkeep off my hands? Ves whined. The cost of maintaining the penitent sisters is probably a drop in the bucket for the likes of them. Why do I need to pay for all of this stuff? You're asking for too much. You're already lucky you get to enjoy the services of the penitent sisters in the first place. You need to show that you deserve this privilege. If you can't even pay their bills, then you're too useless. Don't hexers believe all boys are useless? Calabas glanced at Ves with a dour expression. You're stereotyping hexers too much. We are not caricatures, Ves. We still recognize the complexity of life and reality. He doubted that statement, but there was no need to poke Calabas further. They briefly halted when they neared a group of penitent sisters kneeling devotedly to a six-sided altar installed in an alcove built in the bulkheads. The altar rotated slowly along its axis in order to give the sisters an opportunity to worship all 6 phases of existence in a single prayer season. While the sisters deviated from orthodoxy, they are still devoted to hexism, Calabas whispered. From their youth, they lived a life of training and religious worship. They didn't get to enjoy a normal life like regular hexers. Their entire lives are centered around their professions and their beliefs. This pattern reminded Ves of the Cronins of the Ovane dynasty. Their elites too eschewed mundane pleasures in order to increase their dedication to their service. Ves found it rather distasteful. Duty and devotion both complement each other, but demanded a lot of sacrifices. Holy warriors completely dedicated themselves to their faith, leaving precious little room to live a well-rounded life. That was something that the original Larkinson family always eschewed. They put a lot of emphasis on living a balanced life and starting your own families. While devotion was a good way to resist the cruelty and horror of war, the Larkinsons believed it was better to rely on the joys of life. Ves inspected the kneeling sisters carefully. They didn't stir or interrupt their prayer session in order to scowl at Ves. Their sincerity and devotion was so apparent that he didn't even need to employ his spiritual senses to glean more clues. Their faith is strong, Calabas whispered. It is unfortunate that cult leaders led them astray. They could have become well-meaning hexers, but now your state pretty much treats them like damaged goods, Ves concluded. Yes. She didn't shy away from the truth. Do you know what the cult they belong to used to do to boys? I take it I won't like the answer. I'll spare you most of the gruesome details, but you shouldn't think that the penitent sisters are innocent either. Their cult leaders came up with many rituals to reinforce the evils of boys. They used to sacrifice their lives in order to bathe altars like this in their blood. What? Ves was so startled that he disturbed quite a few sisters from their prayers. Their fury was hot enough to scorn him if they held any power, but too bad they were under strict orders to do nothing towards their new master. It's only the priests and cult leaders who engaged in these sordid crimes. Calabas pulled him away. The penitent sisters are largely followers. It is not completely their fault they came to believe in a warped interpretation of hexism. If you lead them well enough, they can become something more than damaged goods to us. This is why it's important for you to visit the sisters and show that you care. He coughed. It's hard to care about the fate about those who like to murder innocent boys. While he didn't know why Calabas wanted him to value these sisters, he stuck by his decision to make his own judgment. So far, Ves didn't see anything that was particularly to his liking. To him, the sisters were only useful as a stopgap until the Larkinson clan transitioned into a proper second-class entity. Once the Avatars and Sentinels fully transitioned their mech rosters to higher-class machines, the Larkinson clan no longer required the protection of the sisters. If they were still around, Ves would find some way to make them extinct. There was no need for him to entertain the presence of dangerous, supposedly reformed cultists. Mr. Larkinson. An acid female tone sounded from the other side of the corridor. Miss Juliet Stamaros. Ves greeted back with an impassive face. Where is Commander Chansey? The youngish head designer of the Penitent Sisters shook her head. She's indisposed. I've been sent to accompany you in her stead. I hope you can understand our difficulties. Calabas snorted. Commander Chansey is provoking you, Ves. Show the sisters who's in charge. Whatever the penitent commander is doing shouldn't be as important as meeting their new master. Ves raised his hand to stop Calabas' grandstanding. Enough of that. These power plays are stupid and immature. I won't forget Commander Chansey's slight, but I won't bother with making a fuss out of something so unimportant either. I prefer to talk to mech designers anyway. At least we can speak the same language. You are no kin of mine, boy, Juliet hissed. What a pleasant mech designer. Chapter 2041 Juliet Stamaros. Before meeting Juliet Stamaros, Calabas tried her best to shape his views on the Penitent Sisters. According to her, the Penitent Sisters were victims and deluded sheep. The true masterminds responsible for committing all of the atrocities were the evil cult leaders who originally devised the doctrine that the phase of damnation represented boys. Those at the bottom only did as they were told and learned everything the cult passed on. The insular, restrictive upbringing of the Penitent Sisters prevented them from learning any alternative interpretations. Critical thinking was something completely alien to these devoted worshippers. Ves was well aware of what Calabas tried to do. He didn't buy into her story. Not completely. At the very least, he refused to equate the Penitent Sisters as victims. Even if it was true that they were deluded and led astray, their continued anger and resentment at his existence made it clear they hadn't really forgotten about their original beliefs. The hostility oozing from Juliet contained none of the mutual respect that mech designers harbored towards their own kind. In fact, Juliet should be regarding a young and accomplished journeyman like Ves with admiration or at least some jealousy. Yet all Ves sensed from Juliet was a complete disregard of his rank. It was as if his status as a boy was so egregiously awful that it overshadowed everything else about him. In the eyes of a penitent sister like her, boys were all the same. Though Ves felt offended by her lack of respect, a part of him took it as a challenge. He didn't really care about the rest of the penitent sisters, but he couldn't stand the thought of a fellow colleague of his looking down on him despite her inferior qualifications. The mech industry abided by its own rules. As a fellow professional, Juliet Stamaros should have shown more respect to the hierarchy of mech designers. Juliet, since you are here, could you please show us around? Very well, sir. Juliet squeezed out of her angry lips. I'm not a ship officer, so I won't be able to show you around the bridge or the engineering bay. I know my mechs fairly well, though. That's fine. I'm not that interested in the ship either. Ves lied. Please show me the mech workshop first. They strode towards the mech workshop compartment where all of the more intensive repairs and servicing took place. When they entered it, Ves immediately noticed that the compartment in question was several times bigger than that of the Scarlet Rose. That made sense as the surly cockatrice was a lot larger in order to accommodate 40 mechs at a time. Several crews of female mech technicians crawled all over the partially disassembled mechs in order to perform some preventative maintenance. We're well aware that our mechs are rather old and worn, Juliet explained in a perfunctory tone. Instead of waiting for the mechs to break down or malfunction in the middle of the battle, we prefer to nip as many problems as possible in the bud. We've been replacing and repairing parts before they reach their limits. That is a prudent decision. Anything to give my sisters a chance to survive. As the head designer of the Penitent Sisters, Juliet must have pushed this decision. On the surface, Ves recognized that preventative maintenance was the best way to extend the longevity of the mechs of the Penitent Sisters. Since they were forced to leave the hegemony, the sisters didn't have any way of procuring new second-class mechs on their own. They had to depend on either Ves or themselves to keep up their fighting strength. The mechs may not seem like much, and their performance isn't on par with the modern new generation mechs that have rolled out in hegemony space. Juliet elaborated as they observed the work on the second-class mechs. Yet they are honest mechs designed by great hexer mech designers. The machines have served the hexers before us well, and it falls to us to honor these machines and treat them with the reverence they deserve. While Ves was very pleased to hear that Juliet and the rest of the sisters valued their mechs despite their relative age and condition, he was not as pleased with their reasoning. Her condescending tone directly rubbed the supposed superiority of female mech designers in his face. It was as if there was no doubt that anything proper female hexer mech designers came up with was leagues better than his own mech designs. Meow. Yeah, I don't like it either, Lucky, he whispered to his cat. Though none of the hexers glared at the mechanical cat that accompanied his owner, Lucky was a boy as well. Even he started to hate the open discrimination exhibited by the Penitent Sisters. At least with Gloriana, her expression of female supremacy was relatively tame and well-meaning. She had also become more adept at accommodating him by refraining from. The tour continued. Ves learned a lot how a second-class combat carrier like the surly cockatrice serviced her mechs. The tools and capabilities the mech technicians had at their disposal were very impressive, but so were the mechs. Their complexity and difficult construction made it very challenging to keep them in good condition. The hexer mech technicians were leagues above the mech technicians that Ves was used to working with. The impressive sight before him reminded Ves that he shouldn't be putting all of his attention on upgrading the mechs and mech pilots of the Larkinson clan. The infrastructure around them needed to keep up as well. Third-class mech workshops and third-class mech technicians weren't sufficient in keeping the advanced mechs in adequate condition. Ves had already heard that the avatars already started to experience a lot of strain in their attempts to service the new Bright Warriors. This mech model was only a bridge mech, so the problem would definitely become a lot more severe in the future once Ves designed more second-class mechs. They exited the mech workshop and visited the stables where a lot of mechs were safely stashed. Protective braces and other measures ensured the heavy machines wouldn't tumble down the long hall and squash numerous Penitent Sisters flat if the surly cockatrice suffered a heavy attack. Though Ves had been paying quite a bit of attention to the state of every individual mech, he was more interested in the people around them. He observed and recorded the behavior of every single Penitent Sister he came across. Whether he would do something with all of these recordings was another thing, but at least he had some materials stored in the vast storage space of his implant. Currently, Ves paid the most attention to Juliet's demeros. He didn't hide his interest in her, and that made her even more resentful. She hated being stared at by a boy. She probably wished nothing more than to poke his eyes for sullying her in this manner. There was a very good reason why Ves maintained his interest in her. While he wasn't quite sure what he wanted to do with the Penitent Sisters, if he ever wanted to convert them, he had to find an opening. Right now, earning Juliet seemed like his best bet. Ves always believed he understood other mech designers the best. So, Juliet, you've shown me around and described all of the Penitent Sisters' mechs to me. You haven't told me anything about yourself, though. What do you want to know, sir? She growled. For a start, where did you study? I was homeschooled. Did a high-ranking mech designer tutor you until you reached the standard of novice? She shook her head. My teachers arranged me to study at the Artemis Institute. While I disliked my stay there, I learned about mech design. I successfully graduated from Artemis and returned to my comrades right afterwards. She disguised her true beliefs while she blended in with the student body of Artemis. Calabast enlightened Ves. I see. This meant that while she was still a cultist, she at least enjoyed some of the best orthodox mech design education of the hegemony. The Artemis Institute ranked close to the top of mech design schools of the Adifferent matriarchal dynasty. The Hexers even respected it more than Hippolyta War College. His respect for Juliet increased, which was rather strange considering that she still absolutely hated his guts. Regardless of her views, Ves still respected mech designers who loved their profession and worked hard to make great achievements. It was too bad that Juliet didn't possess any notable spiritual potential as far as he could tell. According to her profile, she was 35 years old, which meant that the chance of waking her spiritual potential became increasingly smaller. While Ves hadn't researched a lot about this topic, in his opinion, a person's best chance of developing spiritual potential was in their younger years. As long as someone was younger than 25 or 30 years old, they always had a chance of opening up their spiritual opportunities. That didn't color his views on Juliet. A mech designer was a mech designer, and each one dedicated their lives in pursuit towards developing better mechs. As he continued to quiz Juliet's history and background, he learned there wasn't much else to the woman. Whenever she didn't work, she prayed. Whenever she worked, she prayed regardless, but in a way that didn't hinder her responsibilities. My faith is my life, she stated to Ves. Women are superior, and that needs to be acknowledged. We should have been the foremost proponents of women in the hegemony. Okay. Ves wanted to impress her with his design prowess, but he couldn't figure out any means at the moment. Her bias against boys like him was so strong that he needed to shock her right away. Any other means he managed to come up with didn't sound impressive enough to change her views on him. That said, he did come up with one idea that might transform her views on him, but it would take some time to enact that plan. Until then, Ves had to bide his time and do his best to prevent his relations with the penitent sisters from worsening. I've been wondering, Ves spoke. What is it you penitent sisters are working towards? I get it that your situation is rather awful, but what keeps you going? What are your goals? The other mech designer paused and fell silent. Since Juliet refused to talk, Calabast felt the need to answer in her stead. The penitent sisters want to be proven right. Ves frowned. That's impossible. I know. Calabast crossed her arms. They can never have what they want, so I suppose they will have to make do with less. From my analysis, the penitent sisters seek acknowledgement and redemption. Though they hate the Hexadric hegemony, they still consider themselves to be loyal Hexers at heart. It hurt them very badly when our state turned against them and told them that their beliefs were wrong. While they resent this treatment, they still want to regain their honor. I see. They're still redeemable, then, Ves concluded. As you have already seen, it won't be easy. The penitent sisters are strong and proud despite the restrictions foisted upon them. They will never be truly yours so long as they remain the same. We only follow your orders because we have to, boy, Juliet hissed, thereby affirming Calabast's statement. Hexers always gave him a headache. Ves had enough of the penitent sisters for one day. He had seen enough to expand his judgment and form some ideas on how to engage them. Yet before he could do so, he needed to make some preparations. One way or another, the penitent sisters would kneel and front him. He could never tolerate an uncontrolled force in his midst. During the shuttle ride back to the surface of Synnax 6, Ves continued to immerse himself in his delusions. Calabast observed him with an incredulous expression. She turned to Lucky, who was floating in the air. "Is Ves always like this?" Meow. Chapter 2042 Old Comrades. A few days after his visit to the surly cockatrice, Ves received a very unexpected surprise. A new group of Briters arrived in the Synnax system. This time, they consisted of some very familiar comrades. As soon as Ves heard the news, he immediately rearranged his schedule so that he would be ready to greet the new arrivals when they reached Synnax 6. Soon enough, 3 war-scarred combat carriers and a small number of logistical ships arrived in orbit. Ves reread their names and studied their appearances as if to confirm they matched the ones in his past. The princely jackal, the shield of Hispania, the Gorgon's gaze. All 3 of them were very familiar to Ves. He even spent a lot of time on one of them during his time in the Mech Corps. The 3 vessels didn't immediately descend on the surface. Instead, the princely jackal dispatched just a single shuttle and a modest escort of mechs towards the temporary base of the Larkinson clan. After some time, the shuttle alongside some familiar-looking mechs emerged at the landing zone designated for their arrival. "So they still make use of inheritors and hellcats," Ves muttered as his eyes clouded with nostalgia. The Inheritor light skirmisher mech was the mainstay of the Flagrant Vandals. It was cheap, disposable but formidable in its own right. Ves still admired its design even as he criticized its lack of investment. The Hellcat Hybrid Knight was a much more impressive space-borne mech. Though it exhibited a lot of strain as it got closer to the gravity well of the planet, it was still a relatively powerful mech. One of the machines cost at least 10 times as much as an Inheritor. Both mechs hadn't been updated in years, which clued Ves in that the Flagrant Vandals never found a replacement for Professor Velton. The sole senior who kept the mech regiment's exclusive mech designs up to date had already passed on, with no one left to continue her legacy. Ves quietly mourned her passing as the shuttle finally touched the ground. Before the shuttle doors even opened up, one of the Hellcats showed some activity first. Its mech pilot practically hopped out of the cockpit and used a rappel to descend to the ground as fast as possible. "Ves! Nice to see you again, Captain Orphan." Rosa Orphan looked a bit haunted, but tried to put up a cheerful front. The Flagrant Vandals obviously hadn't left the Bright Republic under their own accord. As a former soldier of the Mech Corps, such a decision obviously troubled her at night. With strong, exuberant steps, the mech captain rushed up to Ves, ignored his bodyguards, and swept him in a hug. "Ha ha ha, I missed having you around all day. You were by far the most interesting mech designers to serve with the Vandals for a very long time." Ves didn't recall her being so friendly towards him. Perhaps the long time of separation caused her to color her memories of him. In any case, he could clearly sense that she was an expert candidate of notable strength, so he tried his best to play along. "I'm glad to see you alive and well after that mess at Bentheim. Did you—" Her face dropped. "The Battle of Bentheim, as everyone called it, was a disaster from beginning to end. No one knew what the Sandmen were truly like. It was like they suckered us in the biggest trap of their making. Even the MTA couldn't stop the sandstorm." Neither of them liked to spoil the mood, so they quickly turned to another topic. "How is your progression?" Ves curiously asked. "The way you advanced to expert candidate was very unusual. Commander Dice, who experienced the same bonding ceremony with Kalankso as you, has been stuck in a bottleneck for a while." "I know," she said. "I kept in touch with her. I'm in a similar position as her. If I ever manage to find a way to get over the hurdle, she'll be quick to follow suit." In his spiritual vision, Ves observed a similar conflict between her aggressive tendencies and her imparted spiritual strength. When Dice and Orphan both became the chosen beast riders of Kalangso, they developed a symbiotic bond with each other. Of course, due to the disparity in strength between the sacred god and the human mech pilots, this bond was far from perfect. Before they could speak any further, Commander Dice just arrived. She immediately locked stairs with the former officer of the Mech Corps. Despite their radically different backgrounds, there was only kinship in their expressions. "We are finally reunited with each other," Dice spoke. "Yeah," Orphan said. "Now that we're back together, I don't regret leaving the Bright Republic as much." The pair merely walked away in order to celebrate their reunion elsewhere. As for the shuttle, another familiar face finally showed up. Still wearing his uniform, Major Vro calmly stepped up to Ves with a smile. "Thank you for accepting us, Mr. Larkinson. We weren't sure whether you were willing to host a bunch of deserters like us. We went through a lot of twists and turns until we reached this star system." Ves smiled back and shook the other man's hand. "It is no issue. You took care of me while I was serving with the Vandals. Now it's my turn to shelter you and the Vandals. Let's head inside where we can talk." They exchanged some light stories as they slowly walked to one of the office buildings. After entering a small conference room, Major Vole sat down opposite to Ves and laid down the score. "There are many reasons for our decisions to depart the Bright Republic," he began. "First, the Bright Republic's future is very much in doubt. While the Friday Coalition forced the Ilvain Protectorate and the Vija Kingdom to subsidize its reconstruction, their influence is already being felt. Even if they didn't find some excuse to break up and annex the territories of our republic, they would have certainly become the de facto rulers of the occupied regions. That's not necessarily a reason to leave, Major. The mission of the Mech Corps has always been to protect the state and its citizens. Perhaps you can't perform the former, but you can still perform the latter." Major Vole sighed and shook his head. "Our Vandals are pariahs under the new order. The infamy we garnered during the previous Bright Vija War and our inconvenient association with another pariah like you has made us the target of a lot of retaliation. Both the Protectorate and the Kingdom have a bone to pick with us, Ves. On top of that, our secret affiliation with Flashlight has also become a liability." "How so?" "Unlike Spotlight, Flashlight has always been on the side of you and the Tovars. We didn't join the manhunt on your relatives. In fact, we hindered and obstructed Spotlight and the other pursuers as best as possible. This has landed Flashlight in hot waters in the post-Sand War reality. The current administration of the Bright Republic doesn't appreciate Flashlight at all. There is even talk of abolishing the spy agency." "Ah, I see now why you are so eager to leave." Major Vril used to be part of the Firestarters, which was a division under Flashlight. He would be the first person to get in trouble due to the hats he wore. "Both Flashlight and the Vandals have already left the Bright Republic in droves. We understand our home state better than others, and we realize that its future as an independent state has likely come to an end. Certain pro-Friedman factions have come into power, and they are very eager to enact punitive measures against those who oppose their views. For this reason, we Vandals have quickly decided to pick up our families and definitely depart the Republic." Obviously, they didn't receive permission for all of their actions. The Vandals didn't only desert, but also stole valuable assets of the Mech Corps in the process. The 3 combat carriers they currently own didn't come cheap. "The number of Vandals that arrived in this star system is a lot less than I expected," Ves noted. "From what I recall, your mech regiment used to be a lot larger." "We lost most of our strength during the disaster at Bentheim," Vro ruefully smiled. "Of the survivors, a part of our group decided to seek shelter from you, while another portion split off to build a new life elsewhere. That's why we're only left with 3 intact combat carriers. At least look on the bright side. All of us who stuck around up until now are pretty enthusiastic about working under you. Many of our fellow Vandals still remember all you have done for us. Each of us are already convinced of your leadership. Though VS understood that the moods and loyalties of the Vandals were probably a lot more complex than the Mech Major described, he still believed in his statement. It was rather strange to meet Major Verl in the capacity of someone who stood above him rather than the other way around. In the past, VS always looked up to the seasoned Mech officer. In fact, he purposefully copied some of Verl's leadership style and made it his own. The intangible debt he owed to his former superior was considerable. Yet the unexpected arrival of the flagrant Vandals also inconvenienced him a lot. VS already took in an abundant amount of stray groups. He really didn't know whether it was a good idea to accommodate one more, particularly one that already possessed their own strong identity. VS looked at Verl and decided to lay out his concerns in the open. The Mech Major deserved to hear the full score. Our Larkinson clan is pretty full, in a sense. While I would be glad to welcome you into our ranks, friendship and past camaraderie alone is not enough. If you want us to take in your Vandals, then you will need to make a number of concessions. Verl nodded in understanding. We don't expect you to take us in out of charity. The ones who are left with us are more receptive to accommodations than others. I'm glad you understand. VS smiled. Let me list out my basic demands. First, while I'm willing to give your Vandals a blanket invitation to join the clan, they will still need to go through some inspections. I don't want any spies or troublemakers to disrupt our harmony. How strict are the inspections? They're not as bad as the ones we employ to the public. Don't worry about it. As long as they are earnest and willing to play by the new rules, our clan will find a place for your boys. That's great. Don't forget that I expect their loyalty to the clan to be permanent and unquestionable. I don't want to hear any of the talk I used to hear from the Vandals when I was serving with them. Do you understand? That's a given. Vo quickly responded. I'll make sure the Vandals understand that they're in it for life if they accept this opportunity. VS moved on to his third and most controversial point. Third, I'm not sure whether it is wise to keep the identity of the flagrant Vandals. As much as I value your martial tradition, we already have the battle criers that fulfills a similar role to yours. Will your Vandals be willing to let the battle criers subsume your Vandals? To his credit, Major Verl didn't shout his objection to this proposal. Yet the discoloration in his face made it very clear that he deeply disliked it. Letting the battle criers absorb the flagrant Vandals would mean the death knell of all of its heritage and martial tradition. The Vandals would no longer exist except in record and footage. To the proud Vandals who always took pride in their distinctive identities, this was a deeply unacceptable move. At least half of the Vandals would outright leave if VS voiced his intentions. Are you testing us, VS? He smiled back. You're a smart person, Major Verl. I've seen you in action enough times to know that you are partially putting on an act. Just because we used to fight alongside each other doesn't mean I am willing to neglect my responsibilities to my clan. If the Vandals thought they could take advantage of him and the clan, they were sadly mistaken. He was not about to let Major Verl employ his social manipulation on him and gain passage to the Larkinson clan for free. Chapter 2043 Inglorious Bastards. VS spent a lot of time under Major Verl. The Mech officer wore the hat of both the Mech Corps and Flashlight. Someone who was part of both the military and a notoriously ruthless intelligence agency should not be treated as someone average. As one of the leadership examples that VS always looked up to, Major Verl was someone who was very adept at social manipulation. The man was a maestro at using words to sway people into doing what he wanted. Though he didn't acquire a fancy nickname for it, VS always considered Major Verl to be the true devil tongue. Unlike VS, who employed spiritual manipulation to augment his social manipulation, Major Verl didn't depend on this advantage. The brighter mech officer was highly capable of establishing his authority through mortal means alone. This advantage alone meant that Major Verl was a very highly prized asset. One of his persistent concerns about running the Larkinson clan was the overall leadership deficit at the top. People like Melker Larkinson and Magdalena Larkinson possessed a lot of mid-level leadership experience, but there were scant few clansmen who could truly command a force of thousands of mechs. With someone as experienced, capable, and tested as Major Vol at the top, VS could feel relieved his mech forces weren't mismanaged. The fact that he wasn't a true-born Larkinson would also insert some much-needed diversity and differences in perspectives at the command level. So far, the senior leadership of the clan was still vastly slanted towards the true-born. Was this bad? Not necessarily. At least VS and his bloodline still remained in firm control over the clan. Yet the lack of different backgrounds meant that many of the biases held by the Larkinsons would go unchecked. Too much harmony wasn't always a boon. Yet there was more to Major Verl than met the eye. He also held a position in the Firestarters, a secret action group of Flashlight. While VS wasn't sure what kind of role Verl played, he was far more similar to Calabas than he appeared on the surface. VS never liked spooks. They were duplicitous, treacherous, and dishonorable. It was fine if he was the one that hoodwinked others, but it was far from ideal if he was on the receiving end of this behavior. Right now, just because he and Major Verl were war buddies didn't mean that they were on the same side. Both of them had cut their ties to the Bright Republic. Both of them became independent. For all intents and purposes, there was no intrinsic reason that the Larkinson clan and the Flagrant Vandals should move together. Everything depended upon the negotiations that took place at this very moment. VS couldn't afford to go too soft on Major Verl just because he considered the other man a friend. VS crossed his arms while Lucky hovered nearby while stared curiously at Major Verl. Major, please understand my position. As the leader of the Larkinson clan, I have a duty to be very careful about the people I bring into our midst. Do you know how many citizens of the Sentinel Kingdom have been knocking on my doors these days? Some of them even possess similar backgrounds to yours, but our clan has rejected their entry. Do you know why? They're not trustworthy enough? Verl guessed. That is one of the reasons. Another important reason is that the rejected applicants don't bring enough value to the table. You're Vandals. If you came as a complete mech regiment, then we would be having a completely different conversation. As it is, how many mechs do you have? 120? A bit more than that, Major Verl responded. The princely jackal can hold more than a standard mech company. Our combat carriers may not be the most cutting-edge vessels of the mech corps, but they are all capable of dropping into hazardous war zones. Our military pedigree is also something that shouldn't be discounted. Our tactics, discipline, and use of formation is not something that regular mercenary corps can match. All of that is true, but my avatars come pretty close. Don't forget that much of my relatives are veterans. They have passed on all of their training and know-how to the mech forces of my clan. Even if we can't match the qualities of a professional military unit, we can still come close. Besides, with mechs like the Bright Warrior and other upcoming machines, the comprehensive battle power of his avatars and other mech troops would undergo a complete transformation in the future. The two continued to trade various remarks. VS constantly tried to press down the worth of the Flagrant Vandals and made it clear that it was not a unique and indispensable asset. For his part, Major Verl did his best to parry the attacks on his boys and emphasize the benefits that the Vandals could bring to the clan. Eventually, they ran out of arguments. Rather than circle around and repeat the same points, VS cut to the chase. My point stands, Major. I already have a well-rounded force composition. The Avatars of Myth is my elite mech troop. The Living Sentinels is good for general-purpose combat. My battle criers can perform many of the same errands as your Vandals. If discretion is paramount, then I can turn to the Black Cats and the Sword Maidens. Let me ask you again. What reason do I have to invite your flagrant Vandals into the Larkinson clan as a package deal? After all of the arguments that Ves had made, there shouldn't be any. Major Vol looked vexed. He probably never expected Ves to be too strict with regards to their requests to join. It wasn't as if Ves enjoyed it either. The Larkinson clan was growing bigger every day, so as clan patriarch he had to become a lot more selective about the people he added to the ranks. Major Vol sighed. We have an expert candidate. Captain Orphan may be rough around the edges, but she is a true warrior. She also gets along very well with Commander Dice of your Sword Maidens. Aside from that, our boys are true briders, which is something that your Larkinson clan is sorely lacking. As an intelligence operative, Vrol's intelligence was on point. He did his homework, at least. All of that is true, Ves responded. That makes them worthy of individual recruitment. Yet that is not enough for me to retain your Vandals as a single organizational entity. While I admire the spunk of your former mech regiment, there are plenty of customs that I would rather do away with. When it comes down to it, your Vandals are partially feral. That is mostly due to the neglect and ill treatment that we have received from High Command. As long as your clan understands our needs and treats us with respect, I'm sure my boys can be relied upon. That's not enough. A brief pause ensued after Ves made that declaration. He patiently waited for Major Vrol to finish his internal deliberations. Whether Vrol was putting up an act to give Ves the illusion that he was in control, it didn't matter. Only one person in the conference room held all the cards, and it wasn't the visitor. Having sparred with the likes of Calabast and the Living Prophet, Ves no longer dared to underestimate socially adept individuals. The barriers that he put up shouldn't stump Major Vrol. The Major eventually made an impactful decision. I have one more reason that might persuade you otherwise, the brighter mech officer said with a disarming smile. Do you remember the Aeon Corona mission? What kind of question was that? He thought back on this long and harrowing adventure every day. I do, Ves mildly responded. It's difficult to forget how many times I brushed past death during a mission I never signed up for. I'm still peeved that we lost all of those Vandals and Sword Maidens just so that Senator Tovar can live an extra 100 years. That's the plight of small fellows like us. We were merely pawns of the state back then. Major Vrol shrugged. Fortunately, it's different now. Our Vandals, what is left of us, are no longer an arm of the state. You, on the other hand, are well on your way to become your own power. While I enjoy the flattery, I'm not here to reminiscence about old times. My time is very valuable, so please get to the point. Very well, Ves. It's like this. While Captain Orphan and the few Vandals that have managed to enter the Starlight Megalodon haven't managed to accomplish much, they did manage to raid the vault of the battleship in the end. Despite the losses that we have suffered, the mission was deemed a success. I know that. Senator Tovar wouldn't have been ecstatic if we came back empty-handed. He even made sure to award me with a bunch of shiny medals. Major Vrol looked around the conference room and noted Nita's quiet presence. What I am about to tell you next needs to be told in absolute privacy. Nita can be trusted with everything you say, Ves quickly responded, affirming his trust in her discretion. Her recent adoption in the clan made him even more reassured of her loyalty. The room wasn't entirely secure, but that was easily solved. He activated his jamming device, enveloping them in an interference field that should be capable of blocking nearly every form of surveillance. It's safe to talk now. Major Vrol was very familiar with jamming devices. He felt the strength of V's self-built jamming device and was satisfied with its efficacy. All right. The older man took a deep breath. When we retrieved a container bearing the precious high-grade life-prolonging serum from the Starlight Megalodon, we didn't hand all of its contents over to the government. In truth, we held one dose to ourselves. A very profound silence ensued after Major Verl made his shocking declaration. Ves couldn't help but widen his eyes at his former superior. You absolute madmen! You inglorious bastards! Do you know the value of what you claim to hold? You can buy an entire star system in the Sentinel Kingdom with what you have. An entire line of decrepit old geezers will form in front of you as soon as you put up the serum for sale. The amount of leverage the Vandals held was 1,000 times more value than Ves expected. At most, he thought that Major Verl would boast about his connections to the remnants of Flashlight, or show off his access to some secret Black Ops bank accounts. Never in his imagination did Ves expect that the flagrant Vandals actually withheld an incredibly valuable dose that was capable of extending the life of someone who already extended their lives beforehand. In fact, Major Verl took an enormous risk by revealing this explosive news to someone else. If Ves was unscrupulous enough, he could order the penitent sisters to storm the Vandals and take over their ships in order to search for the serum. While Ves felt tempted to enact this plan, he quickly set this notion aside. Major Verl wasn't stupid enough to leave something so valuable within reach. He probably had some means to destroy the serum if Ves tried to steal it or simply stashed it in another star system. What are your terms? Ves asked plainly after he regained his composure. We won't ask for much, Major Verl replied in a disarming tone. My priorities remain the same. We want nothing more than to retain the existence of the flagrant Vandals and be treated with respect. We don't require any pampering or favor treatment. Simply treating us fairly like you do with any other clansman is sufficient to keep us happy. That sounded remarkably mild for someone who held the key to longevity. Major Verl was massively undercutting his demands, and that immediately aroused V's suspicions. Nothing came for free. The greater the value, the greater the price. That was always an adage that Ves abided by. There was no way that Major Verl was ignorant enough to give out something so valuable without a commensurate reward in return. I'm not as gullible as I used to be, Ves stated with a serious expression. What's the catch? Major Verl smiled and crossed his arms. He successfully regained the initiative in this negotiation. Chapter 2044 Two Great Minds. Everything that happened before was just a precursor for this moment. Now that Major Verl finally revealed his trump card, it was his turn to set the tone for this conversation. Ves expected the Major to list out a host of demands. Yet despite holding the upper hand in this negotiation, Verl refused to press his advantage. I'm being serious. He spoke with a confident smile that belied his soft approach. We don't want special treatment. As long as our unit can continue to maintain our martial tradition under the banner of your clan, we will be willing to serve as both Larkinsons and Vandals. That is not what I expected, Ves muttered with amazement. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Is there something wrong with the life-prolonging serum you claim to have retained? It's safe, Major Verl quickly clarified. Only a handful of people from my inner circle are even aware of its existence. They have all kept their mouths shut as far as I can tell. Even if they have leaked the news, hardly anyone would believe it. Just to be sure, our fleet doesn't carry the serum. I made sure to stash it somewhere very secret and very secure. Ves frowned deeper. Just to be clear, are you actually offering the serum to me? As much as I acknowledge its worth, it's pointless for me to take it into consideration if it doesn't fall into my hands. Certainly, he really wanted to obtain the serum. Seeing how even the oldest and wisest power players went crazy as soon as they believed they had a chance of obtaining it, Ves would be a fool to push it away. While he was still at a very tender age, at some point he would grow old enough that his remaining lifespan became a very important concern. Though Ves had some confidence that he'd be able to earn the merits to redeem a high-grade serum through his own efforts, he still needed to spend decades or longer in order to obtain it. If he could get one early, he would be able to make much better use of his time. Major Verl should know that as well, so it was a mystery why he didn't play hardball. The man seemed to enjoy the confusion he generated. His smirk grew wider. You have just explained your situation. Let me explain mine so that you can understand why I have decided to stick to my demands. First, it is not so simple to sell or auction the serum. Do you think we'd be able to keep our gains if we submit it to an auction or approach a black market organization? Of course not. Even Ves could see how those parties would instantly turn on the vandals and steal the serum at any cost. It was simply too valuable to be left in the hands of a bunch of deserters. You can still leverage its value if you approach the right people such as myself, Ves retorted. That's true. I trust you to treat us fairly, and so far you have met my expectations. It is exactly because I trust you that I have modulated our demands with an eye towards long-term gains as opposed to more immediate benefits. You'll have to explain that, Major. It's quite simple. If I demand special treatment, our vandals will always be different from the rest of your clan. The other Larkinsons will no doubt question why you treat us with so much favor. Over time, this can be very harmful towards our integration into your clan. While that sounded plausible, it wasn't enough of a reason to forego the riches that the vandals could receive in exchange for handing in the serum. What else? According to the profile we've constructed of you, we can state with a reasonable amount of confidence that your gratitude is countless times more valuable than an astronomical amount of credits, or a whole host of top-grade mechs. No amount of material benefits we can ask is worth more than your enduring appreciation. That is a very honest and revealing assessment. Ordinarily, people would hold this back. Not Verl. He deliberately exposed this reasoning in order to come across as transparent. Ves happened to be very appreciative towards people who were open and didn't try to hide things from him. Despite knowing that he was being manipulated, he still gained a more favorable impression of the mech officer and his vandals. I think I understand. The Major was betting on his honesty and goodwill. As long as Ves accepted the serum at little cost, he would definitely think favorably of the vandals for a very long time. This gift was so profound that Ves would feel incredibly guilty if he didn't do enough to take care of the vandals. This essentially meant that Ves would always find ways to accommodate the vandals in various ways while making sure they weren't being mistreated. While the vandals still needed to pull their own weight, at the very least Ves would always make sure to keep them content. Still, Ves wasn't very comfortable about this proposal. Something about it smelled rather fishy, and he never liked it when someone else held the upper hand in a negotiation. Vo recognized his concerns and tried to allay them. Let me be clear. We won't be asking for an early retirement, or anything like that. Our vandals would just turn into useless leeches if we lose our edge. We will fight when necessary, and won't shy away just because we have suffered some casualties. In truth, hardly anyone will know about this deal except for you, me, and a handful of trusted vandals. To everyone else, our relationship will appear normal. Ves narrowed his eyes. Are you saying you want to make a private deal? Partially, the Major admitted. As much as I care about the vandals, I have to look out for myself as well. I already explained that it is impossible for me or my vandals to make use of the serum. I would rather trade it off to you and receive more attainable benefits in return. Aside from receiving your promise that you will take care of the vandals, Captain Orphan and I would also like our lives to be extended by at least a single round. This was a much more sensible demand to VS, but still an unequal one as far as he was concerned. A typical baseline human lived up to 130 years. Extending it to 230 years was fairly doable to most seniors from a third-rate state. Yet trying to prolong it further was at least 10 times more difficult. The jump in lifespan from 230 years to 330 years was a much more ruinous price. The serum that Senator Tovar made use of was even greater in value. As far as VS was aware of, the senator was close to 290 years old, which meant he already enjoyed 2 rounds of life-prolonging treatment. This meant that the third round was astronomically more expensive, so much so that he didn't hesitate to sacrifice thousands of soldiers to be able to live up to 430 years. What grade is the serum, exactly? VS quizzed. Third round. You can live up to 4 centuries if you make effective use of it. We have already confirmed its authenticity. So Major Vril wasn't exaggerating. Such a serum was truly a prize worth fighting for. Regardless of how prosperous VS and the clan would grow into the future, obtaining this serum right away was a massive advantage. He could use it for himself to ensure he would have enough time to realize his ambitions. He could pass it on to Gloriana so that she wouldn't be burdened by her aging. He could pass it on to his children or descendants if he thought they were worth such a lavish benefit. He could even try and sell it in exchange for a factory ship and many other valuable goods and services. Perhaps he could even find a way to convert it into NTA merits, thereby bringing him substantially closer to purchasing a fleet beyond ticket. Whatever the case, something with so much value that even the citizens from the Galactic Center would fight tooth and nail to obtain it was intimately valuable. And all Major Vril asked in return was to extend his life and Captain Orphan's life by a modest century. Oh, he also wanted to make sure that VS would maintain his gratitude towards the Vandals. Is my appreciation worth that much? I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who thinks that way. Vril grinned. Your future potential is very clear to see. Out of every journeyman mech designer in this star sector, you are one of the most brilliant who isn't already a part of the MTA. Others may believe that you still need to prove yourself, but we have been observing your career for many years. We know that you are more than a flash in the pan. You are on the up and up. As long as we invest in you early, our gains in the future will definitely surpass the value of a mere high-grade life-prolonging serum. VS understood. Major Vril took the same long-term investment approach as Calabast. 2 great minds think alike, he muttered. Similar to Major Vril, Calabast once gained a position of advantage over VS. Instead of using her leverage to blackmail VS or turn him into her slave or something, she settled for becoming his partner. She made the right choice. If she pushed her advantage harder, she would only piss him off, thereby risking his retribution. Though she would doubtlessly gain amazing benefits in the short term, his hatred for her would make her future very uncertain. As it was, VS had reluctantly gotten used to her presence. He didn't even object to her adoption into the Larkinson clan. Major Vril must be making a similar calculation. As a former member of Flashlight, he must be well aware of the trade-offs between a short-term approach and a long-term approach. Right now, the Vandals would doubtlessly benefit from either approaches. Vril just had to make a consideration if he wanted more modest gains in the short term, or much greater gains in the future. The fact that he chose the latter meant that he placed a lot of faith in VS and his clan. Just like Calabast, Vril too believed that VS would one day become a very great figure in the galactic mech community. The amount of analysis that Flashlight had conducted on VS should have certainly hinted at such, but even with it Vril was shrewd enough to know what was best. 2 great minds think alike. VS smiled sardonically at the surviving leader of the Vandals. People like Calabast and Vro were too astute. All right, he eventually said. I accept. Your offer is too attractive to me and your terms are very reasonable. I knew you would accept. Verl smiled in satisfaction. The two men shook hands. For this type of agreement, there was no need to sign a formal contract. In fact, it was best to put as little in writing as possible, as Ves did not wish for the existence of the high-grade life-prolonging serum to be leaked. As soon as they finished the handshake, they became comrades in arms once more. Ves felt strangely warm now that he gained another dependable group of helpers. Welcome to the clan, Ves announced as he deactivated his jamming device and stowed it away. I will personally induct you all into the clan as soon as we make the arrangements. Your men will still need to be vetted, but I trust that they will pass all of our checks without problem. How do you plan to slot us into our clan? I don't know yet. As I've already mentioned, the battle criers are already my preferred unit of fixers. Ves paused for a moment to think. Perhaps you can find a new purpose for the Vandals after speaking to Calabast. I'm sure you are already familiar with her and her current role in the clan. Her black cats already makes use of the Sworn Maidens as their muscle, but they aren't as versatile and sophisticated as your Vandals. Calabast and Vo both possessed an intelligence background. Ves believed they would get along well for that reason. Before they left the conference room, Ves didn't forget to ask a critical question. Where is the package? It's not here, obviously, Major Vo replied. We'll have to go out of our way to retrieve it. I advise you to treat it with great care. You don't want it to suffer any accidents, do you? Ves idly waved his hand. I'll tell Calabast to work with you to retrieve it. I'm sure the two of you will do what is necessary without incident. Though Ves looked forward to receiving the valuable serum, he would not get his hopes up until it actually landed in his hands. Chapter 2045 Hope of Recovery. The induction of the flagrant Vandals into the Larkinson clan went smoothly. Ves made sure to reserve some time to hold a proper induction ceremony. Most people thought that Ves went out of his way to honor the Vandals with a personal appearance because they were former war buddies. That was partially true. The benefits that Major Verl provided to Ves was the biggest reason why they received special treatment. Ordinary candidates didn't get to place their palms on the Larkinson mandate. They didn't receive an opportunity to swear an oath to the Larkinson clan in front of the clan patriarch. With how busy he was these days, the recruiters assigned by the Larkinson clan mostly conducted the ceremonies themselves. The bright warrior Mech served as an adequate substitute for the Larkinson mandate. The fact that Ves went out of his way to eschew this perfunctory treatment and treat the flagrant Vandals with a greater ceremony was a message in itself. He cared about the Vandals and valued them a lot higher than ordinary recruits. No one in the clan rejected their entry. While it was true that the flagrant Vandals deserted the Bright Republic, they fought valiantly in the previous Bright Visual War and the Sand War. The fact that they held their ground in the Battle of Bentheim and lost the bulk of their comrades was enough to redeem the stain of their desertion. From a more practical perspective, the addition of a remnant of a proper military mech regiment was very useful to the clan. The princely jackal, the shield of Hispania, and the Gorgon's gaze were all combat carriers that have proven to be resilient enough to survive several intensive battles. Though they were all banged up to an extent, their scars could easily be fixed. While the Vandal combat carriers weren't as impressive as the ships in the possession of the penitent sisters, at the very least Ves had more direct control over them. He never fully trusted the Hexer punishment outfit, and the various restrictions they came with made it very difficult to make full use of their strength. Certainly, Ves planned to replace every third-class vessel in his fleet with second-class ships in the future, but that might take years to complete. Until then, having a handful of military combat carriers at his disposal was better than nothing. Before the arrival of the flagrant vandals, VS always had a headache about the possible force composition of any excursion into the Nixian Gap. If he wanted to complete a mission into this perilous space, then bringing a bunch of light carriers was sheer folly. The ubiquitous asteroid that floated everywhere in this anomalous space made it trivially easy for the pirate gangs that infested the gap to ambush any traveling fleets. Just a couple of surprise attacks was enough to cripple a lightly armored light carrier. Even with the protection of the penitent sisters, they only needed to expose a single hole in their defenses to cripple the weakest vessels in the fleet. VS wouldn't have to worry so much if he could limit his selection to armored vessels. While that might mean that he would have to leave the bulk of his avatars and sentinels behind, at the very least he wouldn't need to worry too much about incurring an excessive amount of losses. Aside from the assets they brought, the military heritage they retained, and the immediate battle power in the form of trained, disciplined mech pilots who spent years honing their coordination was of great value. The clan became a bit more confident in its ability to repel attacks. Even if the Larkinsons looked down on the modest number of vandals, there was one more reason why they didn't look down on the new additions. Another expert candidate has joined our clan. Who is Captain Orphan? I heard some mixed stories about her when I was still serving in the Mech Corps. I don't think they matter anymore now that she has become an expert candidate. We can never have too many of them. I'm looking forward to the day our clan gains our first expert pilot. With the Golden Cat bestowing her personal approval to Major Verl, Captain Orphan, and the rest, VS became fully reassured that the vandals weren't pulling the wool over his eyes. Goldie would have said something to him if Verl had tried to scam him with a non-existent serum. Once the vandals became a part of the clan, he let Calabast and the other leaders of the clan take charge of the follow-up arrangements. Right now, it seemed that Major Quinlis Ves Larkinson would likely retain his rank and occupy a senior military position in the hierarchy. Captain Rosa Orphan Larkinson, on the other hand, would take charge of the diminished number of vandals. They had grown small enough that it wasn't necessary for someone as competent as Major Ves Larkinson to lead them in person. All of these compound names sound rather ugly, VS complained. It gets better over time, Gavin told him during a briefing. In case we can never get used to them, we can just adopt a different solution. There are plenty of proponents to the idea of turning everyone's last name into Larkinson. That was not so ideal either. Everyone would probably have to resort to serial numbers to refer to the correct Larkinson. Just as VS thought he was done with current affairs, yet another incident demanded his attention. Brutus Woden made a personal visit to VS. When an expert pilot went out of his way to knock on his doors, then something truly important must be happening. To his surprise, Brutus didn't come alone. His companion wasn't who he expected either. Instead of bringing his sister Orania, he instead came with a completely different woman. Divya Stark, VS greeted. I hope the clan has accommodated you well. I apologize for my lack of visits to you. I was too busy to spare time on you. I hope you understand. With everything that was going on, trying to help a broken expert pilot sat rather low on his list of priorities. He was especially disinclined to waste his time on her when she was barely functional as a human. So far, VS had been content to leave her in the hands of Clinton Larkinson and the various doctors and specialists of the clan. It is no issue, Divya softly responded. VS looked taken aback at her response. Though the sense of gloom and malaise was very evident on her, the fact that she actually spoke like a normal human being was a substantial leap in progress. VS studied Divya a bit more thoroughly. He concentrated his mind and tried to observe her through his spiritual vision. What he observed utterly surprised him. The protective force of will that Brutus often liked to drape on his sister and close family now nestled protectively around Divya's fragile and broken will. This strange interaction must have been responsible for Devia's transformation. Her force of will, though still broken, looked like it was starting to piece back together. While Ves didn't know how difficult it was for her to regain her original strength as an expert pilot, at the very least the odds were significantly greater than before. His entire stance on her changed. Her importance shot up in priority now that there was actual hope of her recovery. Congratulations on your improvement. You look a lot better than before. Devia didn't respond. Instead, she turned towards Brutus, who spoke on her behalf. Do you remember our previous request? I remember, Ves responded. You wanted to divert our fleet to the former capital of the Weimar Republic. I rejected it because our entire fleet was desperate to reach safe harbor. I can't afford to frustrate the interests of tens of thousands of people just to accommodate a single wounded veteran of the Sand War. Brutus smiled as if he didn't take offense. We understand. Your choice is the most proper one. However, now that you have reached the Hisneck system, you are doing quite well these days. Not only have you consolidated your clan, you have also expanded your forces and recruited a large number of skilled recruits. The recent addition of the flagrant vandals has increased your strength even further. What is it that you are getting at, Brutus? Ves frowned. I plan to take Miss Stark to the border state which she hailed from on the Serendipity. At this time, the dust of the Sand War has sufficiently settled. While it is not entirely safe to travel to the destroyed state, I'm confident that I alone can fend off any opportunistic scavengers. The tone that Brutus adopted made it clear that he wasn't asking for permission. He was stating his intentions as a courtesy. There was nothing V could do to retain Brutus in the fleet and enjoy his protection. That was bad news to Ves. As much as he could depend on his own forces and the penitent sisters for protection, the presence of Brutus alone was a very powerful deterrent. Expert pilots enjoyed a lot of respect, more than any other average mech pilot. A second-class expert pilot like Brutus was of immense value to Ves. He was like a lucky talisman that ensured that no one would have any funny ideas. Ves could react in two different ways. He could try to talk Brutus out of this inconvenient excursion, or he could roll over and support the expert pilot's decision. Short of persuading Gloriana to hold her brother back, there was nothing Ves could do to force Brutus to stay. Instead of coming across as selfish, Ves decided it was better to acquiesce. In any case, Brutus wasn't wrong. He enjoyed plenty of protection even without a powerful expert pilot presiding over the fleet. Ves smiled charitably at Brutus and Devia. How long do you intend to take? It depends. My Serendipity is quite a fast ship, so it can take as little as 3 weeks to make a round trip. The former Weimar Republic isn't that far away from the Sentinel Kingdom. We might incur some delays. Perhaps Devia wishes to visit some other star systems along the way. I think I need to visit the site of my defeat as well, she whispered while keeping her eyes down. I never properly said goodbye to my mercenary commander. A month, Brutus declared. We won't take more than a month. Even if you have already departed the Sentinel Kingdom, my ship is fast enough to catch up. Don't worry. I am still committed to protecting my sister. Considering that Ves had no intentions of leaving the Hisneck system within a month, that sounded entirely reasonable. During their entire stay in this star system, Ves and the Larkinson clan encountered no meaningful threat to their safety. This deep in the Sentinel Kingdom, the Friday Coalition should never be able to assault this star system. Of course, the Nixian pirates were a different story, but Ves didn't worry about them too much. Their strength couldn't compare against a second-rate state. The most they could do was launch feudal raids and terrorist attacks. Very well. Ves smiled. I wish the two of you good luck on your endeavors. As a Larkinson, I respect every mech pilot who has answered the call of duty. You deserve another chance to fight on behalf of humanity. It is a pity. I was not able to fight against the Sandmen one last time. Regret suffused her tone and her crushed expression. If she recovered faster, she might have been able to take part in the Battle of Bentheim. As it was, she was completely useless now. She wasn't even in a state to pilot a mech in a normal fashion, let alone exhibit the strength of an expert pilot. Ves tried to console her. The Sandmen are hardly the only threat to humanity. There are more enemies out there who dream of nothing but slaughtering innocent people. Your fight is not over yet, Miss Stark. She didn't respond as she and Brutus rose up from their seats. As the pair of exceptional mech pilots departed, Ves frowned. Even if Devere recovered, he wasn't sure whether he would be able to retain her. There was hardly anything tying her to the Larkinson clan. To be honest, Brutus did much more to help her recover than he ever did during the months she stayed in the fleet. Chapter 2046 Military Bureau. The departure of Brutus Woden and his charity case didn't affect the Larkinson clan. Ves felt almost just as secure as before. Certainly, the emergence of an enemy expert pilot would definitely inflict a lot of pain. Without one of his own constraining such a powerful actor, a single powerful mech could wreak untold havoc in his ranks. While the Larkinson veterans and the flagrant vandals received training on how to resist the aggression of an expert pilot, it was easier said than done to put it into practice. The natural awe and fear towards expert pilots was a huge detriment to the effectiveness of such mass tactics. Cases where a single expert pilot managed to disintegrate a force consisting of 1,000 mechs weren't unheard of in the galaxy. If all of those regular mech pilots kept their composure and worked together to surround and tire out the expert mech, then the latter would not be able to achieve much results before being taken down by sheer numbers. Yet this was not always the case in practice. The success rate of these plans often hinged on the discipline and training of the mech pilots. As long as they didn't trust each other to cover their backs or possess the will to sacrifice their lives for a greater purpose, the selfish mech pilots would always back off and try to avoid being included in the list of casualties. Larkinson network or not, Ves did not believe that most of his clansmen had reached the point of dying for the clan. Due to their training and unique characteristics, the avatars of myth and the battle criers came close, but Ves knew they still fell short in this area and many other areas. Having an experienced mech officer who once commanded half of a mech regiment at his side turned out to be a very useful boon. Major Ves Larkinson was an all-round asset, possessing a wealth of knowledge, wisdom and insight in military matters. Not only that, he also possessed a dash of intelligence experience. From sabotage, kidnapping, wet work and other unsavory activities, Ves Larkinson had done it all throughout his decades-long career. Calling you Ves Larkinson all the time is getting really tired, Ves complained during a meeting with the latest member of his inner circle. Can I call you Quinlist? The Major's mouth twitched. Evidently, he did not like his first name. You can just call me Vrl or Major Vrl if that is what you prefer. Others in the clan have already reverted to ignoring the compound name. The name Larkinson consisted of 3 syllables, and it was a lot of trouble to recite this name all of the time. Even the clansmen who proudly wore this name eventually got tired of saying it in rapid succession. Ves palmed his face. We need to find a better solution to this stupid naming problem. It's not a major issue, Ves. Just forget about it and let your clansmen sort it out by themselves. It didn't matter too much anyway. Ves could see through his spiritual vision that Major Vrl was already integrating deeper into the spiritual network centered around the Larkinson mandate. So long as this bond remained healthy, Vrl could be trusted to act in the interests of the clan. All right. Let's get back to the topic at hand. What was it you said about the organization of our mech forces? The Major coughed. As I was saying, I have comprehensively inspected each and every force that is under your direct and indirect command. I even paid a visit to the penitent sisters, though they have been understandably reluctant to show me around. That must have been quite an ordeal. Ves smirked. I count myself lucky I managed to leave alive. Vril laughed. In any case, after I have taken stock of your combat assets, I have ascertained many shortcomings and inefficiencies. While the various forces such as the avatars and my flagrant vandals are individually well run, at the strategic level there is a dangerous lack of cooperation and coordination. Ves blinked at this answer. Please explain. Let's take the mech core as a model. In a very simplified overview, the mech core consists of 3 basic layers. At the bottom, there are the individual mech regiments which do all of the fighting as cohesive units with distinctive specialties. At the middle, there is the mech division level which gathers a number of diverse mech regiments together to achieve a strategic goal in a war theater. Above this level is HQ, which manages the military at the state level. It didn't take long for Ves to understand what Vril was getting at. We are lacking in layers, is that what you are saying? Vril nodded. Headquarters isn't just a place where the brass makes all of the big decisions. It also functions as an administrative center, much like the headquarters of your mech company. Countless policies, standards, and other aspects are constantly being updated by one of its many offices and departments. I can understand that. Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. So far, the avatars, sentinels, and other forces run their own affairs as self-contained silos. That is fine if they are only expected to operate by themselves, but the truth is that they will likely be asked to fight alongside other forces. Some conflict and friction is inevitable. I've reviewed the after-action reports of the Battle of Kesseling 8. Major Vril stated. It's obvious that the problems I've mentioned have already started to become evident during that time. The unexpected and uncoordinated reinforcements from the Sword Maidens and the Ilvanan defectors may have saved your clan from defeat, but the lack of coordination in their movements has led to an excessive number of preventable casualties. You're saying that a lot less mech pilots would have fallen if our forces all cooperated better? Yes. That was a very harsh statement. The truth hurts sometimes, and Ves felt very remorseful for not doing enough to deepen the integration between the avatars, sentinels, battle criers, and glory battalion. The Major noted the effect he had on his audience. It's okay, Ves. Your forces did their best. None of you expected to face an attack at that time and place. Let's move forward and establish a plan to address our shortcomings so that we won't be caught so flat-footed the next time. Let's do that. What is your proposal? Vril activated his comm and quickly sent a document to Ves. I have already taken the liberty to write out a series of steps on what we need to do. The gist of my plan is to establish an office called the Military Bureau to make the beginning steps towards greater coordination and cooperation between the forces. While the Major spoke, Ves connected to his comm via his implant and rapidly scanned through the document in his mind. It sounds like you are working towards establishing a headquarters, he noted with surprise. Why not create one straight away? It's not necessary, Ves. Starting too big will not only lead to a lot of disruption, but also attract a lot of animosity from your troops. I don't intend to replicate the flaws of the Mech Corps and the Larkinson clan. You have already witnessed and suffered from the great disconnect between High Command and the soldiers doing all of the fighting, right? Ves immediately nodded. He had no good opinion of the leadership of the Mech Corps. So the purpose of establishing a modest-sounding military bureau is to begin with a light touch, is that right? Right. The bureau will initially concern itself with establishing some common standards and protocols between the different forces. There are plenty of areas that need to be standardized, such as recruitment, wages, and transfers. Once we get up to speed in matters related to human resources, we can move on to harmonizing certain rules and regulations in order to establish a common law between all of the forces. After that, we can tackle something more substantial as standardizing the technological specifications of most of their hardware. All of this sounded very beneficial, but VS also understood that this would be a huge endeavor. It might take years for all of these measures to make a difference. Still, considering that the Larkinson clan would only grow larger in the future, it was best to address these matters early when it was still easy to enact these kinds of changes. You have my permission to establish a military bureau and enact the changes which the clan deems necessary, VS officially declared. While I am willing to afford your bureau a certain degree of independence, I want you to regularly report your findings and your actions to someone higher up in the clan. For now, that includes both me and the Executive Council. Is that clear? Looks like you are developing your Larkinson clan into a state-like entity, Vo cleverly observed. Do you approve? He shrugged. All of this is a bit new to me. I don't exactly have the best impression of space-born clans. They can be rather snobbish and elitist. I hope you won't steer your clan in the same direction. We'll see. Before they ended the meeting, Vo brought up one more topic. Aside from establishing the military bureau, I also wanted to talk about the evolution direction of your forces. What is your opinion? So far, their roles are fairly clear. I think it is best to continue their development in their chosen directions, but with a greater eye towards specialization so that they can better complement each other. With a true combined arms approach, our clan can handle any crisis. What would be the role of each force if you had your way? Vo listed out his views. The avatars of myth can stay as our elite mech force. The living sentinels should specialize in defensive warfare. The battle criers are suited for irregular operations. The Soar Maidens are already transitioning into a Black Ops unit. As for the flagrant vandals, I think it is best to turn them into a raiding and reconnaissance force. The mech roster of the vandals don't reflect this role, VS pointed out. You have plenty of medium mechs and even a couple of heavy mechs, right? We can slowly phase them out. Since you have served with us for some time, you already know that we already employ light mechs extensively. We can deepen our use of light mechs while acquiring some medium mech models that all feature great mobility. Once we complete this transformation, our vandals will become fully capable of fulfilling the scouting function that your other mech troops aren't as suited to perform. That sounded quite logical. VS was glad that Major Vo was able to find a place for the flagrant vandals in the clan. What about the possibility of operating in the auspices of the Black Cats? I've already spoken to Madame Calabast. We both came to the conclusion that it is best for my vandals to steer clear of her Black Cats, Vo admitted. While I do possess an intelligence background, most of our vandals are not. They are honest soldiers. Deep down, they all wish to prove themselves on the battlefield in an upright and honorable manner. I think we owe it to them to give them the chance the Mech Corps has denied them for too long. The Larkinson clan will be happy to give them this opportunity. VS smiled in acceptance. The Larkinson family has always valued honor, and our clan is no different. I'm sure your vandals will acquit themselves well in their new role. As soon as Major Vo received the green light for his proposals, he departed from V's office. His first step after establishing the military bureau was to pull in Fleet Coordinator Ophelia Cronin Larkinson. In a way, Ophelia already played the role that Vo described. She constantly kept an eye on the ships of the Larkinson clan and suggested ways to increase their coordination. Placing her in the newly established military bureau would cement her role and allow her to act with greater authority with the mandate she gained. Chapter 2047 Burning Red. The addition of the flagrant vandals to the Larkinson clan proceeded smoothly, all things considered. Their military pedigree and their brighter heritage meant that they were already very compatible with the ideals of the Larkinson clan. Though they were a little rough around the edges, they were hardly the worst in this aspect. With Major Ves Larkinson and Fleet Coordinator Ophelia Cronin Larkinson banding together to form the nucleus of the Military Bureau, a lot of changes were in store. Hopefully, the various combat units of the Larkinson clan would soon be able to function alongside each other as parts of a greater whole. In a way, what Major Ves started was much like designing a mech. The Larkinson clan already possessed different parts which could fulfill their functions by themselves. Yet, in order to transform their strength to a level where they could meet any crisis with confidence, it was essential to combine them together into a single design that brought out the most of the specialized components. The undercurrent of the Larkinson clan surged even further. Though not every Larkinson accepted Major Ves' sudden elevation in leadership, the former Brighter proved to be a quick worker. Much of his work entailed convincing other people to accept his suggestions. This was something that Major Ves was particularly good at. After meeting Commander Melker, Commander Magdalena, and Commander Cinnabar on a regular basis, he soon managed to come to an accord with each of them. Every commander became willing to accept his suggestions. While all of these movements took place, Ves could finally devote himself fully to his mech design projects. Though they had already been chugging along in his absence, his personal attention was still essential. He not only conducted marathon design sessions with Gloriana in order to speed up the progress of their Hexer mech design project, but also supervised his design teams as they fumbled with the testing of the prototypes of the Striker mech. As a project that was much closer to completion, Ves paid an increasing amount of attention to the final stretch of development of the Striker mech. During the second round of prototype testing, he even took Michael and Xanther on a little excursion into space. At one of the Synnax system's asteroid belts, a fair number of space-borne testing grounds had been set up. Synnax 6 was the home to a large number of mech companies, each of which constantly developed new products that needed to be tested. Right now, the LMC booked one of these testing grounds in order to comprehensively examine the performance of the current iteration of the Striker mech under real conditions. The sight was very spectacular. Thick, armored mechs flew steadily across an obstacle course while firing their large and slightly oversized flamethrowers at various groups of targets along the way. The test pilots skillfully increased the spread of the Enizen spreaders to engulf entire squads of projected mechs in flames. Against a single, more distant target, the pilots narrowed the cone of their flamethrowers in order to increase their range and concentration of energy. The Striker mechs expended a huge amount of propellant and oxidizers. Both of these substances were stored in the storage tanks attached to the Enizen spreaders and integrated in the frame of the machines. While Ves had contemplated attaching the storage tanks to the exterior of the mech, they were far too vulnerable if left exposed. A traditional Striker mech had to be able to withstand a lot of hits. The carefully planned tests exquisitely pushed the limits of the prototypes by subjecting them to precisely calculated attacks. It hurt Ves a bit to see one of the prototypes being blasted by laser drones from every direction. Yet despite the barrage, the armor system of the Striker mech held up exactly as its specifications allowed. To the two boys, adolescent men, seeing the mechs in action with their very own eyes was an unforgettable experience. Even though they were Larkinsons, their only opportunities to see mechs in action was when they attended the mech games in their old lives. Aside from that, they never got the opportunity to see an actual mech in action outside of footage and drama programs. They even missed out the opportunity to watch the Battle of Kesseling 8 unfold because they had been among the first clansmen to be evacuated. Wow! Michael sighed as he practically pressed his entire face against the transparent screen of the space station. His eyes continued to follow the maneuvers of the nearest prototype as it spread its unnatural hellfire red flames in precise bursts. I've seen the projections of the simulated tests, but they're not even close to the real thing. Ves smiled. We aren't playing a video game, Michael. We are mech designers. Just because we sit behind terminals in order to manipulate projections all day doesn't mean that our work has real consequences. The machines we design are just like this prototype, capable of unleashing an unimaginable amount of destruction in the right circumstances. Though Ves had already lectured them about this topic before, theory was different from practice. Now that they finally witnessed the outcome of the effort that Ves and the rest of the design teams put into their Striker mech design, the Larkinson seeds gained a clearer idea on what their profession entailed. Mech designers mainly created war machines that killed. The flames unleashed by the huge machines that could tower over many buildings could burn an entire town if left unchecked. The scalding hot flames possessed a rather sticky quality that allowed them to continue to burn in space for a number of seconds. If the flames ever landed on a mech, then it would continue to burn it down. The main reason for this was the special propellant used. Not only did it burn longer, the Enizen spreader also released in a higher density. The purpose of doing so was to enhance its area denial role by allowing it to continue to block off portions of space with longer-lasting flames. The downside to this was the faster depletion of the propellant tanks. In most cases, the Striker mech lasted from 10 to 30 minutes before needing to return to resupply. To Ves, this was barely adequate and far from ideal. He had never been able to solve the fundamental capacity problem of his Striker mech design. The consequence was that he had to accept the fact that his upcoming product would be shipping with average endurance at best compared to the industry standard. Of course, none of that affected the cool factor of his product. Both Michael and Xanther hadn't progressed enough to look beneath the surface of a mech. All they saw was big machines burning everything in their way in an awesome fashion. They were still kids at heart. Not that this was anything bad. Every mech designer started off with a shallow fascination of mechs in their youth. People like Ves simply retained their admiration for these machines into their adulthood and centered their entire lives around designing better models. How hot do these flames burn? Xanther asked. Why are the flames so red? Aren't hotter flames supposed to be blue? Ves gently shook his head. The color of the flames isn't necessarily correlated by the energy being released. While it's true that a more energetic thermal reaction can result in the release of higher frequencies of electromagnetic radiation or light, in practice it's always a mix. The propellant formula contains a lot of different substances that each emit a varying amount of energy in the form of heat and energy. So why are the flames released by your Striker mech so red? It's a cosmetic design choice, Ves admitted. It fits the overall theme of my design. The mech already comes with a red-brown coating by default. Giving it the illusion of spitting hellfire will likely evoke all sorts of frightening associations to approaching enemies. I don't know, teacher. I think blue flames are scarier, Xanther commented. I watched a drama once where a squad of Striker mechs burned an entire street with purple flames, Michael shouted. Ves chuckled in a good-natured manner. As long as you work hard and study well, you can design a Striker mech that releases flames in any color you like. Until then, you better learn honestly and keep up with my demands. Their motivation was still as high as ever, especially after viewing the impressive Striker mechs in action with their own two eyes. While Ves enjoyed witnessing his prototype in action, he wasn't looking at them in the perspective of a child. While there weren't any control panels in front of him, his implant was receiving a lot of data. His implant quickly processed them and analyzed the patterns. The test results largely met his expectations. He felt a little disappointed at that. Though his Striker mech was a functionally sound product, it didn't perform notably better than the other offerings on the market. VS could only rely on the glow he planned to impart on his striker mech design to make the crucial difference. Sometimes, a boy was a boy, a hexer was a hexer, and a striker mech was a striker mech. VS tried his best to square the circle and surpass the limitations inherent to this mech type, to no avail. Reality could be bent, but not to this extent. Aside from opening his wallet and breaking his budget, there was no way to develop a striker mech that was completely to his liking. It was worse now that VS had a taste of second-class mech design. Before he designed the Bright Warrior and embarked on the Hexer mech design project, VS was fully grounded in third-class mechs. He almost never had the opportunity to design something better, which meant that his horizons had never been widened. It was a lot easier to design third-class mechs back then. Ignorance was bliss, and VS had closed his eyes to the greater possibilities that second-class mech designers like Gloriana regularly took for granted. That was not possible anymore. Once he was promoted to a second-class mech designer, VS would never be able to stop his mind from imagining the endless possibilities if he just stuffed an expensive component or material in his third-class mech designs. Ugh! It's torture sometimes. Despite these complaints, VS still believed in his end product. A mech was more than the numbers on a spec sheet. Throughout his entire career, he had become increasingly more dependent on his glows to augment his mechs. The material performance of his products didn't matter as much as the combination of the tangible and intangible properties of the mechs. Unfortunately, VS didn't get to see the full potential of his striker mech design yet. Only when he was finally ready to formulate the glow of the mech would he truly be able to realize his vision. The weak spiritual foundation that the prototypes currently conveyed was just a pale shadow of what was to come. "Let's go, students," he said. "The testing will proceed for at least 3 more days. That's far too much time to be wasted on seeing mechs burn empty space. There's a lot more homework in store for you once we return to Synax 6. Oh. While his striker mech already performed well enough to be competitive on the market, VS had already made the decision to subject it to iterate on it for at least another round. While he wanted to finish this project as fast as possible, he couldn't rush the project too much. VS noticed plenty of details that required further optimization in order to receive good reviews from industry outlets. This was not the time where he was in the middle in a crisis and in a hurry to publish a new mech design. The circumstances surrounding the development of the Desolate Soldier was completely different from his current project. "I won't tolerate as much sloppiness this time." Chapter 2048 Most Honest Mech Designer. While the Striker Mech project underwent its 3rd round of iteration, the Hexer Mech project also made a lot of progress. As long as he wasn't distracted by clan affairs, he achieved a lot of progress. The support-oriented Night Mech became more complete after every session. Both VS and Gloriana cuddled together after pulling their minds out of another exhausting mental design session. Linking their implants together and designing their mechs under accelerated time perception was very productive, but also very straining. Their mental and spiritual strength didn't play a role in this aspect. Only the physical resilience of their brains determined how far they could push this mode of mech design. This was why Gloriana always ended up better off after they completed a session. While VS was stuffed with genetic and biological augmentations, their effects were mostly scattered or leaned more in the direction of enhancing his physical attributes. Gloriana, on the other hand, enjoyed more modest augmentations planned by her mother Constance. Unlike the haphazard improvements applied to VS, his girlfriend mainly received upgrades that focused on improving her cognitive functions. The only physical augmentations she received mostly pertained to improving her health, enhancing her beauty, increasing her resilience to diseases, and certain other matters pertaining exclusively to women. As a result, she was much more suited to become a mech designer like VS. This had always been something of a pet peeve of his. If Dr. Jutland didn't go crazy on his body, he would have lived his life as a normal mech designer. On the other hand, if he didn't possess the Jutland organ, then he would have died by now. If VS had to choose between death and life as a suboptimal mech designer, he would definitely settle on the latter. Are you satisfied with our work so far, VS? Gloriana asked. A projection of their current progress spun in front of them. The land-bound night mech looked quite hefty, but its formidable appearance was partially an illusion. Much of the bulk inside was made up of energy cells, heat sinks, and energy transmission systems. All of that capacity could have been allocated towards improving the defensive aspects of his mech. If VS had a choice, he would have outfitted his mech with an energy shielding system, but that was a bit too expensive and impractical for their current budget. Besides, male Hexer mechs were rarely equipped with shields. I know what you are thinking about, she said as she leaned her head against his shoulder. Just forget about it, VS. Women in our state always hog the best assets for themselves. Mech-grade energy shield modules are quite expensive, so the Hex army has to allocate them wisely. They are much more needed in our female mechs, as they are expected to brave a lot of danger. A lot more women would have died by now in the Komodo War if their mechs lacked these crucial shields. While VS acknowledged the logic behind this decision, he still thought it was rather upside down to deny a night mech more defensive tools. Still, an energy shield wasn't as important as the extensive energy reserves and energy transmission systems they managed to stuff inside the frame of their mech. This ensured that their mech would not only be able to support the efforts of female mechs during the beginning of their assaults, but also prolong their utility by siphoning energy from fallen mechs and other energy sources. This mech is best suited to operate in urban and developed environments, VS remarked. While I designed its extra appendages to pierce through the open cavities or weak points of a wreck, they can also dig into the power network of a building to recharge its energy cells. As long as the city has an intact power grid or enough backup power, our night mech can keep supplying a continuous amount of energy to the rest of its squad. Gloriana nodded, causing her hair to brush against his clothes. That sounds very useful. A lot of the fighting so far takes place in fortified, highly urbanized planets. The Komodo War won't budge any further before either side makes it through all of the defenses that they prepared in the centuries leading up to this struggle. The war slowed down, but the casualties continued to mount. No matter how the Coalition and the Hegemony tried to tout their successes on the galactic net, VS saw precious little movement on the map. The lines budged in either direction at a glacial pace, yet the greater states continued to pour more mechs into these disputed war zones. This would be a good time for a supportive night mech optimized for urban combat to make its entry. Sadly, VS and Gloriana still required more time to finalize their mech design. They hadn't even tested the first prototype up to this point. Fortunately, it looked as if the stalemate would probably persist for at least a year if nothing drastic happened. That left plenty of time for the Hexers to try out his revolutionary new mech and deploy it on a wider scale. Gloriana stirred again. I'm not so sure about the development of its divine nature, though. We're obviously making a mech for male mech pilots. Sometimes I get the feeling we are doing a huge disservice by attempting to instill it with a female proto-god. To be honest, this fact bothered him as well. If he had a choice, he would have rather paired his upcoming design spirit with a female mech, but beggars couldn't be choosers. The gender of the mech doesn't have to correlate with the gender of its design spirit. The relationship between the two can be as close or as loose as we like. For example, the Aurora Titan is clearly a masculine mech design, but I linked it with Kalanxo without any issue. The Bright Warrior is vaguely male in its configurations, but it also meshes well with the Golden Cat. Those are non-Hexer designs, VS. I can understand why you chose not to pay attention to the gender of the mechs and their proto-gods, but this is different. Gender matters a lot. This was something VS hadn't fully considered. Unlike her, he didn't think about the significance of something gender all the time. How do you think the hexers will react to our end product? That's the scary part. I don't know. She paused for a moment. From what I understand, you are trying to create a motherly proto-god for our mech design, right? He nodded. The design spirit derived from the idol of the superior mother and other ingredients will be unquestionably female. She'll likely act like a nurturing mother to the mech pilot and a fierce guardian against opponents. That wasn't all. He still wanted to give the design spirit more dimensions by imparting it with the different meanings of the 6 phases of existence, but that was a work in progress. Just because he could break some spiritual fragments and merge them back together didn't mean he always got what he wanted. He still needed to guide the entire process and make sure it didn't go off the rails. The last thing he wanted to do was to create an abomination and waste all of the ingredients he used. The spiritual residue from the idol of the superior mother was irreplaceable to VS. He only had one shot to create the right design spirit, so he had to make sure to exert enough control over the process. Gloriana would be lending her help as well, and each time she did so, she exhausted herself. It would take at least a month before she could do something like this again. I'm actually rather reluctant to proceed, she said. I'm afraid my peers back in the hegemony will tear me apart with their criticism for designing something that may be deemed heretical. Though VS could sense that Gloriana truly feared this outcome, he was a lot more nonchalant about this issue. So what if a bunch of close-minded hexers think our product is heresy? As long as you stay with me and accompany me on my travels, you won't have to bother yourself with those useless women. As long as our mech fulfills its purpose and swings the war in our favor, what does it matter if it offends someone's sensibilities? But VS, those people are my friends, my colleagues, maybe even my family. He placed his arm around her shoulder. You're not entirely a hexer anymore. It's okay to take some liberties. In mech design, we shouldn't let societal constraints hinder us if it gets in the way of designing the mechs of our dreams. Humph. I'm still a hexer, she resisted. You may not care for my state, but I still do. Any trouble I incur will also reflect on my mother and the rest of the Woden dynasty. I don't want to bring them any trouble. Ugh. That was a good point. Gloriana essentially faced the same situation as VS when he landed on the bad side of the Friday Coalition. As a result of his conflict with the Friday men, they went after his family. Now, Gloriana risked something similar, but from her very own state this time. Even so, VS was very reluctant to alter his design because of external pressure. He was convinced that his current vision was the best one they should pursue. He was not willing to neuter his design just so he wouldn't step on the toes of some rabid female supremacists. Gloriana, it's really bad if we change the direction of our mech design project at this advanced state. We would have to throw out at least 30% of our work if we change our mind. Let's just keep building up our mech design until it's finished and decide from there. As long as we confirm its performance and the value it can bring to the hegemony, I'm certain that you'll change your mind. If you say so. I'm willing to give it a shot, but only because of you. If my co-designer was anyone else, I would have long pulled the plug on this project. VS believed it wouldn't come to that. Only he possessed a complete picture of the vision of this mech. The design spirit he had in mind for this mech would be so profound that he was convinced that he could sway every hexer into supporting his product. As the two enjoyed their loving moment, his hand that was resting on her shoulder gradually swept lower and lower. Just as it started to inch towards a more sensitive part of her body, it soon bumped into an obstacle. Meow meow meow! Clixie angrily woke up from her doze and climbed up to Gloriana's chest to block the intruder. Gloriana, could you please move your cat away? He pleaded. No. Why not? We're at work, Ves. She replied in an exasperated tone. Aren't you the one who said that we should always stay professional while we are at our workplace? I did. Wow, I must have been very stupid back then. She giggled. I think you're quite cute, Ves. So about your cat? No. This is not the time. What about tonight? Ves hopefully asked. You only get a reward if you've been good, Gloriana stated with a tone of finality. Right now, it seems you've been quite naughty so far, so it looks like you won't be getting your fun tonight. She pushed herself away from her side and stood up. She continued to hug Clixie as she started to head towards the exit. Ves. I really hope your plan works out for our Hexer mech design. If not, I'll be the first to punish you. I won't tolerate any attempt at mocking my beliefs. He innocently threw up his hands. It's not like that. My mech will truly pay tribute to the greatness of Hexer culture and the truths of Hexism, I swear. Really? I am the most honest mech designer in the galaxy. Have I ever broken my principles? Gloriana looked suspiciously at him, and so did her cat. Meow. Chapter 2049 The Big Preparation. After several months, the Striker Mech project neared completion. After a third round of iteration and prototype testing, hardly any surprises emerged. The few unexpected deviations didn't meaningfully affect the performance of the mech. Of course, performance nerds still cared a lot about these small discrepancies. Any instances of inefficiencies and lack of optimization had to be worked away with entirely before they were remotely satisfied with their work. Fortunately for Ves, he was the one who decided when to drop the curtains on the project. Though his girlfriend still demanded extra time to refine the design even further, he resolutely blocked her requests. She may have the upper hand on him in bed, but he would be damned if he let her take charge of the design lab as well. This was his most important bastion and the source of his confidence. Besides, they already agreed that Ves had the final word on mass production mech designs. When they designed a custom mech, then Gloriana possessed the biggest say, but their Striker mech was anything but a product tailored to a single customer. We don't have the time to iterate further. Ves put his foot down. Our Larkinson clan is bleeding cash left and right and will likely deplete all of our savings in less than a year. On top of that, the LMC hasn't published a new product that possesses wide appeal since the start of the Sand War. With all of the disruption that has happened in the Komodo Star sector, all kinds of pirates and scum are already pouring into the space devastated by the Sandmen. A mech that can proficiently deal with hordes of low-quality mechs will be incredibly valuable to many outfits looking to pick the ruins. His personal analysis of the market situation concurred with the market reports compiled by the LMC's marketing department. Everyone saw that his product would likely sell well if it fulfilled its role. While its technical performance didn't particularly exceed other space-borne Striker mechs, its promised fear-inducing glow was something that might completely revolutionize everyone's views on this mech type. The living mech corporation needed to strike while the iron was hot. Not only did Ves want to take advantage of the current market trend, he also wanted his mech company to show up on the news again. The company's hard-earned reputation was already eroding due to its lack of activity because the market's attention span was too short. Are we truly ready? Gloriana asked with doubt. This isn't the Sand War anymore. While the Komodo War is still raging in the center of the Star Sector, many of the lesser states are in the process of accumulating their strength. He shook his head. Even with some minor inefficiencies, our Striker mech is still competitive compared to the competition. Besides, what you are talking about mostly concerns state actors. Our Striker Mech is a purely commercial product that is targeted towards security companies, mercenary corps, and other private outfits. Their procurement patterns aren't as sensitive towards generational shifts. States possessed a high sensitivity towards new generation shifts. Their mech militaries abhorred fielding outdated mechs. Even a 10% difference in performance between the generations was enough to shift the outcome of a war against a rival state. For this reason, ever since the new generation rolled in, practically any state that wasn't destitute or in collapse had undergone a very broad renewal process. Their mech militaries gradually recycled as many mechs as possible and built new generation mechs as fast as their military industrial capacity allowed. Of course, they mostly procured mechs designed in-house or in partnership with certain trusted seniors. As for the regular outfits, they tended to cling on to their older mechs for a longer time. Their financial situation usually didn't afford them the luxury of exchanging their mechs as if they were clothes. While the more prudent outfits saved enough money in the past to invest in new war machines, even they tended to be cautious and patient. The first models to enter the market were usually overpriced and underpowered. It took several years for the product offerings to slowly ramp up their standards to an optimum level. At that time, the mech designers became fully proficient in the changes the MTA introduced in the new generation. So far, this ramp-up pattern was still an ongoing process, but the rate of improvement had already slowed down. The mech industry already familiarized itself with the most drastic changes. This meant that more and more outfits were entering the market in waves. The actual details concerning their purchasing behavior was actually very nuanced and complex, and Ves could talk for days about this subject. However, that didn't change his overall conclusion, and that was that this was a good time to release a new product. Are we really going to settle with this iteration of our design? Gloriana asked. We are. Ves smiled. Let's finalize our work. We have spent enough time on it already. The process of finalizing a mech design was a bit more complicated than before. With the growth of the LMC and its expansion in other states, the mech company had to comply with a lot more legal and administrative demands. The headquarters of the LMC turned into a hive of activity. Both new and old workers initiated the process of introducing the new products to a diverse range of markets. In some states with open economies, that might be as simple as filing a simple document to a government institution. For the more troublesome states with more regulated economies, the LMC had to submit a more elaborate application. Not only that, but the mech company also had to submit the mech design and a physical copy to the MTA for validation. Without the Mech Trade Association's stamp of approval, there was no way those picky foreigners would allow a potentially dangerous mech to be put on sale. In addition to all of this regulation-related work, the LMC also needed to finish its preparation for a large, multi-state marketing campaign. In truth, the mech company already began its marketing preparations at the start of the Striker Mech design project. Ves frequently fed pertinent information about the project to Gavin, who proceeded to pass it on to the marketing department. Ves and the LMC both had high hopes about this new product. Most of the LMC mechs with glows had already proven successful, and this one should be no different. The question wasn't whether the product would be a success. The true issue they worried about was whether it would sell quickly enough. As long as the opening sales surpassed a certain threshold, the momentum generated from all of the hype about the new product release could be used to drive up even more interest. In order to reach sales figures that were close to the numbers of the Desolate Soldier, the LMC had to go all out and invest a lot of money to publicize the new release. Though Ves winced at the astronomical price of the marketing campaign, he knew it would likely pay off in the end. Just because Ves and the LMC had both become famed throughout the star sector after their latest accomplishments, didn't mean they could just coast on free publicity. While all of this took place, Ves and Gloriana prepared to fabricate the first production model. The first copy of a mech design was always a significant step to mech designers. This was usually the time when they both completed their mech design and received the corresponding feedback from their design seeds. It was also the best and most hopeful opportunity to fabricate another masterwork mech. To Ves, this moment was even more significant. First, he deliberately refrained from bestowing a name upon the mech design. Second, he held off on bestowing the mech with the design's spirit until the final moment. Both of these measures served to maximize his momentum for his upcoming fabrication session. Every member of the design team gathered at the mech workshop next to the design lab. The Tovars and the Ilvanins both looked incredibly enthusiastic at the show they were about to witness. It was rare to see Ves and Gloriana put together a mech in person. Each time they did so, they served as an example for the others to follow. This was because their fabrication and assembly skills were some of the best in the LMC. It was a pity they weren't allowed to assist in person, but with their lack of experience and proficiency, they would just get in the way of the lead designers. In the worst case, the clumsiness exhibited the assistant mech designers might very well spoil the creation of another masterwork mech. Both Ves and Gloriana prepared carefully for this fabrication session. Gloriana, in a rare moment of benevolence, dismissed the guards from their stateroom the night before and allowed Ves to enjoy some much-desired fun. The glow he exuded when he woke up the next morning was so bright that even Lucky couldn't stand its intensity. Meow! What do you mean I smell? Ves frowned as he began to eat his hearty breakfast. I took an extra long shower this morning. Sitting on the opposite side of the table, Gloriana partook in her breakfast as well. She grinned at her boyfriend. I'll give you another reward if you do well in our fabrication session, she promised with a coy smile. I already told you, Ves. As long as I'm in a good mood, I'm open for anything. If we happen to make another masterwork mech? Ves gulped. Though she didn't elaborate on what might happen, his overactive imagination was already conjuring up all kinds of heated scenarios. I will do my best. He quickly coughed and tried to regain his composure. I mean, I will endeavor to replicate our previous success and craft a mech that meets our expectations. To be honest, Ves had a hunch that he wouldn't be getting lucky anytime soon. Making a masterwork mech was anything but guaranteed, and building one consecutively right after the quint was highly improbable. Though Ves harbored plenty of enthusiasm for his striker mech design, it hadn't reached the level of anticipation he held towards his Hexer mech design project. The latter was a true game-changer as far as he was concerned, and Ves already made more elaborate preparations in order to maximize its impact. As for this session, he believed it was much more likely he would be getting the cold shoulder after this conclusion. Ves tactfully refrained from voicing his doubts. There was always a chance a fluke might occur, and he never ruled out a lucky break. It was just that his intuition hinted that he should temper his expectations this time. Before he began to bestow his mech design with a glow, he turned to the 2 Larkinson seeds that had been invited to the mech workshop as well. Just like his assistants, they looked forward to witnessing their idols in action. When you witness what we are about to do, don't focus too much on what you can see with your eyes, he advised. Instead, feel the love and care we put into our work. Close your eyes and sense how we shape the intangible properties of our mech with our efforts. As long as you can perceive what we do on this level, there is hope that you may be able to develop a similar specialty to mine. Both Michael and Xanther looked incredibly hopeful at his vague words. Though Ves didn't outright spell it out, he basically suggested that he might pass on some of his core teachings to the Larkinson seeds. He had no intentions on passing all of his exclusive knowledge to them both. Neither of them possessed the high degree of spiritual perception that his design philosophy depended upon. That did not mean he could steer them in a direction that enabled some forms of spiritual manipulation. Perhaps he could raise another mech designer like Kedis, who received so much influence from him that she found a way to manipulate spirituality in her own unique way. Chapter 2050 Spiritual Counterbalancing. Kedis watched from the sidelines along with the rest of the assistants. This time, Lucky approached her position, causing her to hold him in a hug. "What do you think, Lucky?" "Meow. I don't even know why I ask." She ruefully smiled. "I don't even know what you're saying." Clixie soon padded over as well. She looked up to Kedis and Lucky with a curious expression. "Meow? Do you want me to hug you as well?" "Meow." Since Clixie didn't seem to refuse her suggestion, Kedis picked up the organic cat. "Wow, you're so soft! Your fur is so fluffy! No wonder Gloriana likes to carry you around a lot!" Both cats were incredibly adorable in their own way. For a moment, Kedis wanted to obtain her own cat. "Stupid Ves," she grumbled. "You never did get me a pet." Meow. Meow. "Oh, you lovelies. At least I can cuddle with you. The two of you are so warm." While Kedis fooled around with the two cats, Ves temporarily withdrew himself to a private office with Gloriana and Nita and activated his signal jammer. He held out his hand and accepted the Larkinson mandate from Nita. The golden cat who resided inside looked curiously at the clan patriarch. "I might need your help," he spoke to Goldie. "What I'm about to do is very experimental and likely very dangerous. I may have to depend on your abilities to contain the possible fallout. Can you do that?" "Nyaya." The golden cat eagerly nodded. She had finally stabilized her strength after the Larkinson clan had ballooned in size. Not only that, but the constant development of clan culture and clan cohesion constantly shaped her as well. Her horizons constantly expanded due to all of the diverse people that joined the clan. With the guidance she received from Kalangso, she was far from simple these days. With Goldie's reassuring aura suffusing his body, Ves felt as confident as ever in the experiment he was about to perform. His goal? To stuff two spiritual entities of equal strengths into a single mech. This was something that he had never really done. He vaguely did something similar with his images, but that was a different case. His original plan for his Striker Mech project was to designate Zygra as its design spirit. This was a simple and cheap solution that cost almost no effort on his part. The reason why he settled on this choice was because he believed that Zygra's predatory intimidation should be enough to impart his Striker Mech with a reasonable amount of deterrence power. Yet when he failed to solve the capacity problem, he no longer thought that was enough. Making the Striker Mech's flames a little more frightening was not sufficient anymore. In order to truly raise the value of his product, Ves concluded that he needed to amp up the fear factor of his mech. Of all of the fearsome spiritual entities at his disposal, he could only turn on the only remaining entity that had the power to frighten everyone out of their wits as long as they came close. For this reason, Ves turned his attention to a couple of boxes placed on the desk. He first opened up a box containing his precious F-stone. He wanted it to be ready and within his reach should anything go wrong. He next inspected the P-stone he retrieved from the vault that contained a reserve of spiritual energy. While he didn't anticipate expending a lot of energy this time, it was still prudent to have an extra supply within reach. After that, he took a brief glance at the P-stone which held the spiritual entity known as Zygra. Though the former crown cat hated Ves with a vengeance, it knew better than to leave its confines. Zygra would almost certainly die if he attempted to brave the corrosive winds of the imaginary realm. After making sure that everything was in order, he finally proceeded with the most important step. He approached the beastone lockbox and carefully opened it up, revealing a peastone containing a very ominous spiritual fragment. He picked it up with his hand and tried his best not to become affected by the spiritual fragment's unsettling attributes. Ves had already purified the fragment he carved out of Nixie beforehand. Through a ruthless cutting process, he spiritually isolated and amputated many of the spiritual attributes that had nothing to do with what he wanted. As a result, the fragment rapidly dropped in strength while at the same time becoming less muddled. The final version was a spiritual fragment that contained a reasonable amount of spiritual attributes that Ves found creepy. Ever since he opened the beastone lockbox, the fragment's disconcerting aura already started to bleed out into the office. Both Gloriana and Nita paled as they sensed as if something very powerful was looking down on their existences like they were bugs that needed to be squashed. Goldie! Naya! The golden cat soon began to intensify her glow. The Larkinson mandate began to unleash an aura that spiritually counteracted the purified fragment's influence. The altered fragment backed down a bit, but still seemed determined to scare everyone within reach. "Is this what you plan to put inside our mech?" Gloriana asked with worry. "This is way too much. What stops our customers from dying from fright?" Though he understood her concerns, the fragment wasn't representative of the end result. "I have a plan, Gloriana. Please be patient. The glow of our mech design will be substantially different." Actually, Ves didn't really have a good estimate on how it will end up. This was because he was doing something new. Though he formulated a range of possibilities, even he couldn't control the process. As he held the peastone with the suppressed fragment, he took a deep breath. "It's time we bestow a name to our striker mech design. As a machine that is meant to deter approaching enemies in space, it should have a name that reinforces its dominion. At the same time, its name should also reflect the terror that it is able to evoke in its foes." What name did Ves settle on for this ambitious new mech design? "From now on, this mech design shall be known as the Doom Guard." Doom Guard. It was a name that reflected both aspects of his vision. Gloriana's eyes widened as she contemplated her boyfriend's choice. The word doom described the unsettling certainty that people felt whenever they came under the sway of Nixie's frightening influence. The word guard alluded to its defensive role. Ves designed the mech to guard a ship or defensive position with its thick armor plating and formidable flamethrower. The slow acceleration of his mech due to its proportionally underpowered flight system meant that it moved far too slow to participate in many offensive actions. The moment he confirmed the name for the mech design, a small shift in mentality took place in both Ves and Gloriana. After so many months of working on their mech design, they could finally call it by its true name instead of its mech type. Calling it the Doom Guard at this moment served a very specific purpose. Ves wanted to latch onto the meaning and connotations of this name to guide the process he was about to start. After he concentrated his mind, he began to perform several simple acts. First, he attempted to project Zygra's presence into the imaginary space of the Doom Guard design. This was a relatively familiar process to him now. Soon enough, the mech design gained a glow that was very reminiscent to the Devil Tiger. Ves didn't need all of those properties. In order to modulate the glow, he brought out various empowered images from his mind and stuffed it into the Doom Guard design. The spiritual foundation of the design combined with the newly introduced images. The resulting combination exerted more influence on Zygra's projected presence. The glow of the Doom Guard design slowly grew weaker. At the same time, it became a bit less mixed as the images weakened the primal and cat-like qualities. What was left was mostly a sense of restrained aggression. The glow of the Doom Guard now exuded a sense of predatory intimidation, which fell in line with his previous vision. If VS followed his original plan, then he would call it a day at this point. That was not what he intended to do today. He wanted to augment the glow of Doom Guard. If he wanted to form a proper spiritual configuration for his Doom Guard, then his normal solution was to form a new spiritual product. This option was not on the table. Each time he created one, Gloriana exhausted herself. How could VS ask her to make this sacrifice when their Hexer mech design was close to completion? For this reason, VS racked his brain for an alternate solution. He wanted a way to achieve his objective without resorting to costly methods. Eventually, he took inspiration from the haphazard spiritual surgery he performed on Silent William. He became fascinated by the way his original spiritual potential coexisted alongside Nixie's spiritual contamination. VS eventually resolved this contradiction between the two spiritual presences. He broke them apart in order to create a new spiritual product derived from both. What if he didn't? What if he allowed the status quo to remain in existence? Certainly, Silent William would never be able to advance to expert candidate with a conflicted mind and spirit, but other than that, he performed quite well. During the period where his spirituality was split in opposing sides, Silent William exhibited the traits of both his original personality and Nixie. This was what VS sought. This was what VS wanted to establish in his Doom Guard. Despite the latent risks and the inherent instability of such a dynamic arrangement, VS believed he could establish the same kind of split presence in a mech design. Besides, if anything goes wrong, I can always abort this experiment, he whispered. If Nixie's purified spiritual fragment suddenly went out of control, then VS wouldn't hesitate to end its existence. With a deep breath, VS began to initiate the phenomenon called spiritual counterbalancing. He took the P-stone that rested fitfully in his B-stone lockbox and mustered up his spiritual strength. In a single, continuous motion, he yanked out Nixie's purified fragment out of the P-stone and quickly stuffed it into the intangible space of his Doom Guard. Introducing this weakened but still volatile spiritual fragment into a space that was already occupied by something else immediately led to an explosive clash. Though Zygra was pissed at being treated like a tool, at the very least he was starting to get used to his role as design spirit. What he wasn't used to was sharing his space with a spiritual entity whose strength was on par with his own. This was completely unacceptable to the former apex predator of Felixia I. The prideful former crown cat immediately set upon the entity he regarded as an intruder. However, his opponent wasn't so easily felled. Though cut off and cut down from its progenitor, Nixie's purified fragment was still very formidable. It quickly resisted Zygra's attacks and began to counterattack. The spiritual ripples resulting from their violent conflict began to spill over into the material realm. VS, Gloriana, Nita, and the Golden Cat all felt nauseous to some degree. Naya! Goldie quickly exuded more strength in order to suppress the spiritual ripples. The problem was that she was barely able to calm everything down at her current level of strength. Zygra had grown stronger after serving as the design spirit of the Devil Tiger and the Prideful Soldier. Nixie had always been strong, and grew even more imposing as his main spirit slowly began to emerge out of his eons-long slumber. Their direct clashes turned out to be considerably more violent than VS anticipated. He struggled to maintain his concentration. It was vitally important he maintained his spiritual sight in order to intervene when necessary. He could not allow Zygra or Nixie to gain the upper hand and dominate each other. Once that happened, the spiritual counterbalancing that VS attempted to achieve would fail,